soul for sale, without a paper trail, a bit of wear and tear, buyer beware. From Soul for Sale. I am a dream hung from a skeleton and wrapped in skin. I'm a dream begging to begin from a patchwork of might have been. From Dreams. Chances are I'll be dead by morning. The ocean will swallow me whole without a second thought. Fish food. My head bobs just above the surface, taste of salt in my mouth, distilled ache in my limbs. I have positioned myself far enough away from the cliff face that the coming wave will not smash me into the rock, but I hear the crash, know the spray is rising 100 feet from the impact, and I know that the whirlpool is coming. It comes with every wave, a steady pull as determined as death, dragging me inward and then down. Lightning cracks like a whip. The sky flashes bright, and for an instant the cliff looms high above me, the sea boundless and black. The rain everywhere and endless, the sky low, as if descending to smother the earth in final embrace. Then darkness, like a tomb. For the first hour or so, every wave and whirlpool brought a barrage of panic. It was a mad scramble clawing at the water, every ounce of strength I could muster brought to bear, scraping the bottom of the barrel from the last time I'd emptied all reserves just moments before. By now, though, I have grown accustomed to the cycle, even bored with the pain and exhaustion, just doing the thing, over and over, staying alive. You see, there's a rock formation near the cliff that combines with the angle of the waves and the riptide into some super fucked gumbo of physics and bullshit that results in a massive whirlpool forming with each wave's crash. I've exhausted myself making dashes for shore, only to be pulled back when the next wave gets the whirlpool spinning. So now I rest, swimming just hard enough to escape being sucked under, then navigating the tireless currents to position myself for the next wave. Treading water in the lulls. I am small, every moment smaller. I fear I may disappear. I wish the ocean were jealous of me, and the sky too. You see, I was meant to be a bright shining star, to live forever. I was a musician, one with no less than destiny tattooed on my heart. I did my best to charm the angels, but somehow my melodies fell short of magic and mystery. Or maybe my lyrics didn't quite get it done, or maybe. Whatever the case, I had always imagined my name written in the heavens, the stars realigning in constellated calligraphy. I would win prizes and awards, fame and fortune, a generation's voice alchemizing melody and rhyme into something more than simple song. The really amazing thing is that somehow I believed it would actually happen. I would look at the odds and nod my head with fingers crossed, then live like living forever was a sure thing. It wasn't. It isn't. One of my songs, Remember Me, has the chorus, "The spoils of mortal coils will vary. Every time we make a mark, light or dark, it's temporary. But to be forgotten is to be finally free. Still I'll remember you, if you'll remember me." That desire to be remembered, to have been something to someone, weighed against the temptation of final ultimate freedom from any worries of ego or identity that comes with being truly forgotten. That enticing oblivion, that idea really resonates with me. Because to be remembered is to be mourned, to be judged, to be interpreted, to be possessed. It's pressure to have lived up to something, having run out of chances to make it right. Still, the pain of being forgotten outweighs the appeal of that release into nothingness. And to go from living a life convinced that the entire world would not only remember but celebrate you, to staring down a lonely death that will make no headlines except on the ledger of my family's heart, to make that transition is no easy task. It really leaves you hollowed out, nothing but wind whistling through you. And the death coming to me, perhaps at any moment, will be a lonely one. Shit, as far as that goes, the way the current is pulling towards the open sea, they may never find my body. But I've passed the point of panic. I've passed the point of despair. I passed the point of imagining my parents receiving the phone call, my brother making that call. It would devastate them, ruin their lives. There would be guilt and blame. But those are heavy thoughts. I need to think light, buoyant. I'm on the verge of collapse. Been inching my way along the verge for a while now. But I've never been the type to sit idly by and let life happen. So why would I do so with death? Why not go down swinging? Why not relive the memories that swell my heart and defy my destiny by laughing and loving all the way to my weary doom? They say there aren't any atheists in the foxholes, but I was never much of a believer nor a joiner. I had a lyric that went, "I've never been the type for praying, but when I touch my instruments it doesn't feel like playing. So I conceal and crush my complications and complaints and search the sky for my supply of imaginary saints. Because my only faith is in living and loving well. So let me tell you about the saints that litter my past and the songs that litter my heart. And let it be a prayer for all the broken hearts and lonely hearts and hearts I loved and those that loved me. And if death lurks nearby and overhears, maybe he'll recognize that I am more trouble than I'm worth. He who dies with the most memories wins, right? Let us sing." Rebecca was so mad at me that she had started doing donuts in the parking lot. I don't remember what she was mad about or how she figured that kicking up a lot of dust and spraying dirt everywhere was going to get back at me, but it must have made sense to her. Why she was mad isn't really important to the story, though. What's important is that she had attracted the attention of a couple park rangers. The rangers rolled up and cut right to the chase. "We know you're on drugs," they said. "You're acting crazy." They threatened us with a litany of charges ranging from reckless driving to disturbing the peace. They really had a hard-on for the drugs, though, and would not accept that Rebecca just had some issues that sometimes manifested in automotive tantrums. It was true that our last few days of camping had been a montage of altered states of consciousness, but we'd had the sense to leave all our party supplies, about an ounce of high-grade weed, several bottles of liquor, a couple ounces of shrooms, back at our campsite, and had only come to use the showers. So Rebecca wasn't on drugs at that moment, just borderline crazy. I had been in charge of stashing the party favors at camp, so I knew we had nothing in the car. As an olive branch, I asked the rangers if they'd like to search our car, if they'd let us go if we agreed to a search. I knew they had the right to search our campsite if they wanted to, and this was to be avoided at all costs, since even alcohol was prohibited. I thought I had weaseled our way out of a tight spot when I heard one of the rangers get on the radio and call the local police department to send a canine unit over. Shit. I knew we didn't have any usable drugs in the car, but the amount of weed that had been smoked in that car, I imagined the drug dog's synapses lighting up like a pinball machine. The car was a mess, and they were sure to find some crumb of something or other. It was a few minutes of tense waiting while the real cops and their drug dog made their way to the scene. I did my best to play it cool. There was nothing we could do but cross our fingers and keep bluffing. The first thing they did was have the dog circle the car. It got up on its hind legs with its front paws on the passenger window and barked. "The canine unit has alerted on your car. We will now proceed to search the interior of the vehicle." They opened the car up and directed the dog inside. Then Rebecca's friend came out of the showers where she had remained blissfully unaware of the whole affair. We got her up to speed on what was happening, at which point she informed us that there in fact was weed in the car. There was about an eighth in the pocket of her sweatshirt, which had been sitting in the car since the beginning of the trip. We had all been smoking out of the big bag we'd bought together, so her little head stash had been forgotten until now. Now it was sitting there like a bomb, with the drug dog working away. The handler was pointing to various points in the vehicle, which the dog would then examine. The floor, the glove box, the passenger seat. Then the dog smelled the sweatshirt. The damn thing wasn't even stashed away in some corner. It was sitting on the center console between the two front seats, plain as day. The dog literally put his paw on the offending sweatshirt and barked. The cop gave us a look that said, "I knew it, and now I'm gonna nail your asses to the wall." Then, with the gods of good fortune and beautiful bong hits guiding his hand, he picked up the offending sweatshirt and threw it into the back of the car and began tearing apart the center console the sweatshirt had been sitting on. He sorted through all manner of pens and gum packages and receipts and dust and dirt and found not a damn thing. The closest he came to a payoff was an Altoids tin that had some ashes in it, which had at one point been used to hold roaches before they could be recycled for a rainy day. He made a big show out of having found the Altoids tin, but we knew the gods were with us that day and just looked indignant. After a half-hearted search for a screwdriver with which he would have ostensibly taken the center console apart, he finally gave up. Another call was coming in and the K-9 unit had other business to attend to. They had no choice but to let us go. We went back to our campsite, high on the beauty of life, and probably proceeded to get even higher on drugs. To be honest, I don't really remember what happened next, which supports the drug use theory. So I had lots of wild times with Rebecca, but I had wild times with a lot of women. One thing that made Rebecca unique, though, was that her dad was a billionaire, and was the conduit through which I acquired the finest weed I've ever smoked. He flew us down to Miami to visit him one time. Despite his billionaire status, he balked at the idea of helping his daughter financially, despite the fact that she was often scraping by for bills, never had a reliable car, and just generally was having a hard time with money. Dad had divorced Mom and left Rebecca with her, then started his company and become a billionaire. While Rebecca was living in very real fear of getting stranded on the side of the road with car trouble, her dad was buying his new daughter an H2 Hummer for her 11th birthday. Obviously, she wasn't old enough to drive, but she had her own chauffeur, and so now she had her own car to be driven around in. This dynamic between Rebecca and her dad fucked her up good and proper. A lyric comes to mind when I think of her. She trades her sails for 1,000 kites. She sacrifices years for a few good nights. She knows the seas are rough. She knows she's gonna drown. So she's gonna rock the boat on the way down. That was Rebecca. Impractical and reckless. Here for a good time, not a long time. Fatalistic, but unresigned. Always down to rage. We were a perfect match. Several Grammy-winning pop stars had compounds on the same harbor as Rebecca's dad, except that he, being far richer than even the richest pop star, had decided that one compound on the water wasn't enough room, so he went ahead and bought two side by side and just knocked down the dividing wall. Their house was packed full of expensive shit. Probably the most ostentatious part was the entryway, where they had hung pictures of themselves with famous people. They had met the Pope, the Queen, the President, all sorts of movie and music stars. The funny thing was that this old white guy was really into hip-hop music, and really into smoking weed. You would never guess either thing by looking at him. He was very clean-cut and professional at all times, but got the best bud in Miami due to having invested in a local grow operation. Apparently, he had been out at the club one night when he had made an acquaintance who had been impressed by his wealth and largesse, and so wanted to impress him in turn. So he was taken to see an illegal grow room, and the rest was history. Soon they had a special room sectioned off with plastic sheeting where his plants got all the best in fertilizers, lighting, ventilation, etc. It must have cost a small fortune to put together, but it did produce the kinds of flowers you see in High Times magazine. The buds were thick with crystals, dense and sticky, the nicest I've ever seen. Breaking a nug in half was akin to breaking a giant jelly bean in half. The resin was that dense. The buds really were like a candy with their crisp, crystally outside and their gooey resinous center. The flavor was great as well. The weed that I smoked while I was there had a skunk base with a little bit of diesel and a bit of lemon, and it was super potent, so the flavor was thick. Top shelf privers or a billionaire with a B shit for sure. For whatever reason, smoking weed was not something that Rebecca and her dad could bond over. It would have done great things for their relationship, but the new wife was super into the whole evil stepmother routine and basically manipulated Rebecca's dad into not helping her out financially, not having any sort of significant relationship with her, etc., while at the same time spoiling the shit out of their new daughter. It was a pretty ugly situation. So instead of just being able to ask her dad for some weed, we had to jimmy the glove box on one of his boats, where he kept a little head stash. It had been like a treasure hunt searching for that bud, because Rebecca had a number of places she knew to look, all of which were off-limits territory for her. There were lots of rich wooden drawers and cabinets, and finally we struck gold in the boat glove box. There wasn't a lot there, and we didn't dare take too much or the stash would be gone, but we did manage to get high. Very high. You don't know how good a Munchie's experience can be until you have access to a billionaire's fully catered refrigerator. Highlights included fresh-cut fruit of every variety of the very highest quality, as well as yogurt, sandwich stuff, olives, and fancy rich people hors d'oeuvres in little jars, artichoke hearts, asparagus, a couple cans of caviar. The pantry and freezer were equally impressive. From sweet to salty, fat-free to grease-bomb, pedestrian to exotic, they had everything. Rebecca and I both gorged ourselves, and afterwards she decided to take a nap, while I opted to go out for a swim. The double compound had 2 pools in it, an oversized, fully heated pool and a regular-sized pool over by the guest house, which was the normal, unheated kind. I had been told to use either of the pools, so I opted for the smaller guest house pool to avoid overheating myself. Now, it just so happens that famed producer DJ Trap King and Grammy-winning rapper Evolution and their entourages were staying in the billionaire's guest house at the same time as our visit. Through his weed connections and ability to buy backstage contacts, Rebecca's dad had made friends with some rappers, and so whenever those rappers were in Miami, they stayed in his guest house so they wouldn't have to worry about other hotel guests smelling bud or making noise complaints. So I was floating around in the guest house pool, minding my own business, enjoying the warm Miami night, when out of the door comes Evolution himself, blunt in hand. I guess he just decided to step out and get some air, but he seemed as surprised to see me as I was to see him. I gave him a nod, eyed the blunt, tried not to stare. He spoke first. "You smoke?" "Hell yeah." He offered me the blunt and I swam over to the edge of the pool and took it. He stared out into the harbor while I puffed away like the little engine that could. It was a good thick blunt, like when the whole crew throws down a nug. There had been about a third of the blunt left when he gave it to me, so I wasn't sure if he would be passing it back, tossing it, heading back inside with it, so I really blasted it that first round. Took hits like I was in a weed-smoking competition. I kept peeking at E to see if he was giving me the side eye. He wasn't. Seemed intent on the view. I tried to pass the blunt back to him. "Nah, keep it." So I kept puffing away at it. This was definitely the same bud I'd smoked earlier with Rebecca, except this was about 3 times as much of it. I was high as a kite, like a kite being flown from a spaceship. I was superhero high, dodging satellites. After a while, E spoke again. "It's beautiful, huh?" I could think of nothing more coherent to say than, "Fucking A." He stood there a bit longer while I turned that blunt into a decent-sized roach. Then he gave me a nod and wandered back inside. I took the rest of the roach to Rebecca so she could finish it off. She was annoyed that she had missed the encounter since she was a much bigger hip-hop fan than I was. To me, he was just a celebrity, someone I recognized from magazines and late-night talk shows. She was happy to at least have Evolution's roach, though, which she got a few good hits off of, getting her high as shit, so she couldn't complain too much. The blackness is all but absolute. The stars chafe at their blindness, while the moon appears as a gray smudge on the vast cumulonimbus. I wonder if I'll outlive the darkness. It would be nice to see the stars again. I stroke through the inky ocean, ears tuned to the sound of the coming wave. It sounds big. The salt has settled in the many scratches and scrapes I've gathered. Unlike the dull ache of fatigue, they offered a sharply acute pain. Now they register as little more than a tingle. The wave is here. I swim hard at it, do my best to duck under the brunt of the force, but my movements are weak and uninspired. I'm going through the motions, staying alive. I'm somewhat of an expert at going through the motions, having lived a little over half my life in a severely depressed state. And I'm not talking about the romanticized depression as seen in pop culture, the artist suffering for his art, wearing black clothes and smoking cigarettes, extracting exquisite beauty from meaningless pain. I'm talking about food tasting like sawdust, like being tired all day and being unable to sleep at night, being sick for months at a time and plagued by aches and pains, having an endless parade of past humiliations and failures broadcasting in your mind 24/7, having zero confidence and infinite paranoia. Nothing is fun. Not sex, not video games, not anything. The smallest task becomes intimidating. Big tasks quickly become overwhelming. There are some out there who will never take depression seriously. They will see only malingerers who refuse to suck it up and be a productive member of society. To them, I offer this metaphor. Imagine a plate of dog shit in front of you. I offer you a spoon and tell you to take a bite. Even though the task is in essence a simple one, lifting spoon from plate to mouth, every fiber of your being revolts at the thought. If you know anything, you know this is a bad idea. This is not worth it. But if your willpower is strong enough, you swallow your spoonful. For a clinically depressed person, every task offers a challenge equal to gobbling down that dog shit. Gotta get out of bed? Bite of dog shit. Get dressed? Bite of dog shit. Brush your teeth? Bite of dog shit. For the average person, 1 or 2 bites of dog shit is more than enough. There is no romance or nobility in depression. Just suffering. For me, the only remedy has been chemical. I've been on about every antidepressant on the market, often in cocktail combinations. I've endured impotence, weight gain, hallucinations, nausea, and insomnia, among other side effects. But I don't mind any of that if the pills work. Usually, they don't. Or if they do, they deaden everything, transforming life into an ersatz imitation. The one drug that has never let me down, that has always been there when I need it, is weed. The divine herb. Pot, marijuana, ganja, swag or kind bud, bowl or bong or blunt or bubbler. It's all magic to me. And before you write me off as a garden variety pothead, consider this lyric. Bombs fall from a bright blue sky, a gasp of pain becomes a battle cry. When you're down so low, you've just got to get high. There is more than meets the eye. The problem for me is that besides weed being beneficial when I'm in my darkest depths, I also just love it for recreational use. I have an addictive personality which manifests strongly in my weed smoking. If I could just smoke once or twice a night like most heads and still be a functioning member of society, it'd be fine. The problem is that whenever I start smoking weed, before long I'm smoking weed at lunch, then eventually at breakfast. I smoke so much that I inevitably reach the point of diminishing returns, reach the point where I can no longer get even a little high. I just puff and cough and puff and cough. When this happens, I have no choice but to quit smoking and give my brain a chance to detox. This invariably leads to a depressive episode. I know that every time I torch the bowl, I'm playing with fire. My doctors and family urge me to stay away from weed, and sometimes I'm capable of doing so. I have another lyric that goes, today makes several months since I've made a bad decision, but nightly I revisit days in need of deep revision. Pretending I believe I'll do no more that needs to be undone. That momentum will begin to build on October 1. I wrote that lyric at a point when I was 3 months sober and actually on a cocktail of pills that was working. Things were going well. I saw the date of October 1st on the calendar and it seemed to have some magic tied up in it. That would be the day that everything changed for me, that I became the man that I believed I could be. But I know at my core that I am a fuck-up. My resolutions lead to resignations. My best intentions falter. I make mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, you're probably wondering how I ended up here rubbing elbows with the big D man himself. I caught Death's Eye off an isolated beach in southern Mexico, driven crazy by love and heat stroke. But I get ahead of myself. Heat stroke on an isolated beach, okay. But love? Who did I love and why? Why does anyone ever love anyone else? In Mexico, what was I doing in Mexico? How did I find the beach? Why wasn't I in Cancun? The start really is with my golden boy brother, who had just finished a semester abroad in Mexico. We'd played for the Guanajuato University basketball team, among other things. He decided to stick around for the summer, and somehow the idea got cooked up that I would join him in Mexico for a while, during which time I would learn Spanish and have an enriching cultural experience. I was 2 months sober at the time, and intended to extend my streak. That plan hadn't made allowances for meeting Alejandra, though, who was waiting to tempt me with the same old traps. It so happens that on the day of my arrival, Alejandra had made a mission to spread general good cheer throughout the city of Guanajuato by coming to the Zocalo to pass out weed cookies. She had baked them that afternoon using the leftover shake from a big bale of weed that had just been processed for sale. And so it happened that, "Would you like a cookie?" were the first words she ever spoke to me. Alejandra looked like an Indian princess, like she got an extra dose of the indigenous blood, with the dark cocoa of her skin being the kind of pure you can only get in good solid colors like brown or black, colors with character. Her skin was like the richest chocolate you're almost afraid to taste, like you know it'll be so good that chocolate will never taste the same again. That perfect skin didn't take into account the scars, though. You see, Alejandra had this medical condition where somehow her body made too much collagen, which meant her skin was unnaturally smooth and rich, but also produced unsightly scars. She was like a walking juxtaposition of extremes, perfection to ruin in one convenient package. She was very self-conscious about this series of scars she had, and I suppose in a conventional sense they could be considered kind of gruesome. But I, among her many other admirers, thought she was beautiful. She had one big one on one of her legs, and some medium-sized one on her ribs and chest, and one small one coming up her neck onto the side of her face. She had, of course, been teased mercilessly as a young girl and had developed some serious issues surrounding these scars. But she couldn't be ignorant to the fact that she had bloomed into quite a babe. And there were plenty of lonely men like me who saw her sort of wounded beauty as a beacon that cried, "Help me, love me," except she didn't really need any help, or any love. The first thing that I loved about her was her figure, which I saw silhouetted by the setting sun. I had to squint to make out her face, but the curves of her hips wrapped around me in broad, easy strokes, aligning with my need in a perfect fit. Before I could really focus in on her smile or her eyes, I had her swivel pulling me under, where she showed me no mercy and crushed me outright. I don't really remember much what we talked about that first time. There was an unspoken spark I do remember, though, which passed as strongly from her to me as it did from me to her. The spark said, "You will be mine." Sparks should know better than to speak in such vague figurative cliches, for I was just fresh meat for Alejandra's razor-sharp pearly whites. Things would have gone a lot easier for me if I'd known "you will be mine" is not the same as "you will be all mine," or "you will be mine to keep." But that was yet to come. I had a lyric that very well could have been written about Alejandra that went, "She's an accidental angel, she's the devil's regret. She's Ophelia's understudy filling in as Juliet. She's a kamikaze phoenix grown weary of attack. I gave myself to her and never got it back." That dichotomy of finding oneself to be both an entity of virtue while also having something so dark within that even the devil doesn't see it with pride. The idea of transferring herself from one tragic heroine to another, as if she's naturally suited for despair, or at least playing at it. Of having been granted both a magical life and a quest for death. She was deeply conflicted and deeply complicated. I wanted to open her up like a book and scour every page. But Alejandra kept her silence like a code, hiding true motivations and meanings. Let me say something briefly here about the objectification of women, or men. I don't like to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't try to do it, but there's something deep in my lizard brain that just clicks sometimes and makes me desire a woman in a very objectifying way. The world has changed a ton since those primitive hardwired parts of our brain were built, and most of our animal nature can be tossed along the wayside as something that is at best unnecessary and at worst hugely destructive. But to completely deny its existence, or to add so many footnotes and asterisks as to render it completely neutered, is to deny part of what it means to be human. So with that said, I'll only say that to objectify Alejandra was to make an object of a wildfire or a bomb. You could perhaps manipulate it and keep it as your own, but you were playing a dangerous game. Alejandra was not easily kept. In fact, Alejandra had 2 other boyfriends during the time I knew her, but both of them were long distance. One was an older Mexican gentleman who helped her with money sometimes, and then there was an American guy around her age, who she had been together with for a few years, even though they only saw each other occasionally. So possessing Alejandra as such was a complicated endeavor, and required all my heart's ambition. But you'll forgive me if I couldn't help but reach for the shiny object. For Alejandra's hips were solid gold, and being in proximity to them made me feel excited and confused. Alejandra's hips were aligned with the same smooth frequency as the spinning of the planet, and the stars resonated with her easy grace. Watching her walk away was like hypnotic pornography. I don't know if she was trying to impress me or just appreciated being noticed, but on that first day we met, Alejandra had to know that I was watching her walk away. And that exit was like a command performance for every man who's ever had his head turned by a woman's walk. She knew she had something special, and she gave me a little extra hot sauce for good measure. How do I know she was giving me the old razzle-dazzle? Because it simply can't be the case that any one woman is naturally endowed with that much grace without making at least a little bit of effort. It didn't take much. Just the slightest flick of her hips was like a whip cracking under my nose. What might have been a twinkle in an eye instead revealed a flash and flare that made her glow in the metaphorical dark. I was fully smitten, head, heart, whole package. To her, I don't think I was much more than a decent-looking guy to have fun with. I'm no model, but I stay in shape, dressed with a bit of style. And Mexicans seem to have a thing for blondes. Maybe she just wanted to practice her English. But if she knew how much time we'd spent together in my dreams before we'd even met, knew how many poems or songs I'd written for her not knowing their true inspiration, she surely would have seen me as a giant of love, if not at least a creature of pity worthy of some measure of tenderness. That summer was spent trying to get close to her, trying to convince her that I was the knight in shining armor I believed myself to be. She had issues with intimacy, issues with trust. I had always wanted to be someone's hero, but now I wanted to be her hero. There was no more someone, only Alejandra. At this point, I'm pretty sure I started believing in such things as fairy tale endings where happily ever after just applies as one giant rubber stamp to every action after the final page. Breakfast the next day, happily ever after. Laundry that night, happily ever after. Car needs gas, happily ever after. I believed that I could come in with my pure heart and good intentions and drop a giant red happily ever after stamp on her forehead, and then we'd ride off into a slow-motion sunset that would stay just ahead of us, bathing us in that golden half-light where wrinkles disappear and sharp edges slip into shadow. The whirlpool dissipates. I drag my weary corpus through the chop, rain on my face. Got to position myself for the next wave. I can't imagine making the swim to shore. I can't imagine continuing on at all. Still, I consider myself an eternal optimist. By now, I really should have learned my lesson. I hold out hope that a miracle will drop from the sky. A helicopter will arrive and pull me from the water, and for good measure the pilot will retroactively grant me a few Grammys. But my only companions are the dark and the rain and the fatigue. As if my life hasn't been lonely enough, it seems my death is destined to be lonely too. Don't get me wrong, I've had plenty of good people in my life, family, friends, and lovers. It just seems that I've got a sort of self-sabotaging knee-jerk reaction when it comes to getting close to people. Like however strong the connection is, it always seems to be lacking in some fundamental way. Maybe it's just that I have assumed a standard for life that cannot be met, believing that overcoming regret and finally finding that golden path to happiness are just around the corner. I have a lyric that goes, "Regrets are gonna fade away. It's gonna happen somehow, someday. The rhythm of my heart awaits a different tune. Someday couldn't come too soon." I've been counting on that someday ever since I can remember. To wake up one day and to feel, this is life. This is love. I've mastered the elements of happiness and I can finally start living. I was a great believer in the moment of truth where some insight or resolution or stroke of luck would come along and serve as a pivot point. I would radically change my direction, and from there on I'd be in a smooth groove. Because I wanted to devour the world, and the only way to do that is going 100 miles per hour. Instead, I fight to stay alive. A wave crashes. I am in position and battle through its frothing energy, ducking underneath as best I can. Then I swim. 20 to 25 seconds of steady stroking. Not hard enough that I move forward or even stay in place, just enough to slow my progress through the whirlpool's grip. I've learned to pace myself such that I'll reach the center just as it dies down. Any more and I'd be wasting energy. Any less and I'd be underwater. As I'm dragged backwards, I think about the few times in my life when that nagging loneliness has taken leave, when I felt that the world was right and good, and I was finally where I belonged. Priscilla was the upstairs neighbor from hell, constantly stomping around to indicate we were making too much noise, which graduated to calls to the cops if we didn't quiet down quick. She stomped like she was losing her mind, occasionally even climbing onto a chair or maybe even a table, and jumping off to give the floor or ceiling a good shake. At least that's what it sounded like. And mind you, this wasn't in response to middle-of-the-night stereo blasting kind of noise. This was like an acoustic guitar at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or a movie on at a reasonable volume in the evening. If you could hear the TV over the sound of chips crunching in your mouth, it was too loud for Priscilla. Our movies were snack-free affairs. When we tried to go talk to her and reason with her a bit, she wouldn't answer the door. When we occasionally encountered her in the parking lot on the way to her car, she'd avoid eye contact assiduously and give us the silent treatment if we approached her. She was a certain kind of crazy and determined to stay that way. Needless to say, having a neighbor who's quick to call the cops on you doesn't make for a very good weed-smoking environment, especially in the cheapo apartments we inhabited, where the ventilation of all the units was apparently connected, and you could easily smell your neighbor's cooking, besides being able to hear most everything if you put your ear to the vent. But the rent was cheap, which meant more money left over for fun stuff. Priscilla could go to hell as far as we were concerned. We just hoped she didn't get us arrested before she went. Overall, this was not a very happy time for me. I was enrolled in college, a sophomore studying French, and to be honest, the whole university setting just kind of made my bones itch. Like I just couldn't get comfortable. Couldn't put my finger on what it was. How could I reject pedagogy when I valued knowledge? How could I spurn the social opportunities when I was so lonely? I tried to embrace it, tried to make the most of it, but I just didn't have it in me. I had a lyric that went, "I reached out to seize the day, and the damn thing slipped away. But I don't really mind, 'cause night's coming right behind." The sun was a cruel joke, an entity to be squinted at and ducked away from. My responsibilities in the busy world seemed endless and exhausting. I barely had the energy to show up. But then when the sun went down, my blood suddenly began to behave, began to flow through me, power my muscles and my mind, and I became an acolyte of the moon. So I walked through the day with my eyes focused on the night ahead, when we would venture out to a large public golf course located across the road from our apartment complex, where we could smoke weed in peace. It wasn't a particularly nice course or anything, but it was 18 holes and full of water hazards, sand traps, hills, valleys, etc., so it was a nice place to wander around in while you were stoned. And of course there was the big Iowa sky, like this lyric. When I'm losing my mind, I watch the sky unwind. The sky has not evolved, it's been too busy being high. Modern man beneath the prehistoric sky. I certainly wasn't the first artist to take inspiration from the sky, but that didn't make it any less wonderful. The idea that the same sky that rained asteroids down upon the dinosaurs now loomed over me thrilled me. And the fact that all of the molecules in the air that was breathed by everyone from Jimi Hendrix to Julius Caesar are still floating around, and this breath right here contains breath once breathed by the first monkey to walk upright, by the first fish to slither out of the ocean, by the last dodo bird, unsuspecting as it was clubbed for the stew pot. And the sky out over the golf course was as magical as any other, maybe more so because it was so tied up in our rabid quest for something more. Of course we were trespassing, but we figured as long as we didn't do anything to call attention to ourselves, we would be safe. We wouldn't stay safe for long. It all began innocently enough. We'd go out for our nightly smoke session with a bag packed with a small purple graphics bong about a foot long and a little bottle of water to fill it with. Once we got out onto the course, we'd find a bench or something and have our session. From here, we would just wander around and bullshit each other. It was me and two cousins, Randy and Rick was a theater major and so was always trying to get us to do little improv scenes or invent characters to be or whatever else. Not sure what it meant that Rick enjoyed being someone else so much, but around us he could be whoever he wanted to be. It just so happened that all three of us became very uninhibited and weird when we smoked weed together, and we sure could make each other laugh. The improv scenes would give rise to bizarre characters, and certain of these characters became running jokes. For example, Randy did a great impersonation of the over-the-top preacher from the movie Coming to America. He would get really animated, strutting and jumping around, stomping his feet, changing the pitch of his voice. I did not come to preach to you today. I came to bear witness to the one true King. Can I get an amen? Rick was wont to become Gobbledy McGoyster, who was just sort of an odd, bobbly-headed fellow with a high-pitched voice who said strange things and did a strange little dance. Sometimes we'd wrestle, sometimes we'd have karate matches. We had rhythmic gymnastics competitions using the rakes from the sand traps. Mostly we just talked, though, about women and dreams and the past and the future. And this shit pot called the present we're stuck in between. We all kind of believed the world was going to shit, though maybe that was just a more mature form of teen angst. I had a lyric that went, endangered, in danger, of growing ever stranger. But am I to blame? The world evolves and I stay the same. It seemed the modern zeitgeist decreed that if you weren't on your phone, you weren't really living. But God forbid you use it to actually talk to anyone. Factory farms had turned eating meat into an ethical dilemma, and the world ignored it in favor of dollar menu deals. Politicians were bought and sold on the public record, and still we lined up at the polls and agreed to more of the same. The world seemed to have moved on from a time when things were a bit more, what? I don't know what. But I know things hadn't always been this way. But out on the golf course we made the rules and had our way. We also had constant complaints about loneliness and would regularly joke that at any moment, out of the blue, 3 beautiful women, or 3 women of any sort to be honest, would come charging over the far side of the hill seeking love and adventure. But it was just us out there in the empty Iowa sky. So this sets the scene for about 90% of our free nights when we lived in that apartment. But occasionally we'd have the urge to go out on the town, to mix with the world at large, to take the pulse of the crowd and see if it still felt as strange and foreign as it had in the weeks before. And sometimes, as is wont to happen, we would run out of weed completely and be forced out into the night in search of that perfect high, which we all had been fortunate enough to discover. So on this night we hit up a sports bar that my older cousin Randy knew. He had drunk a few pitchers of beer with his brother in this place on occasion, and had had a fine time watching the game and drinking. It was a much different scene late night, though, especially on the weekend. It was kind of hellish, to be honest. First of all, the music was so goddamn loud you couldn't hear shit even if someone was screaming in your ear. Everyone in there seemed to be college-aged, but at the same time they all seemed so young. They seemed so naive and fooled to be playing this game, and yet it was a game that would have served us well in that moment. The game of playing it cool and picking up on a woman and knowing what to say and when to say it. Our style was more just kind of wild and loose. A little bit strange, perhaps, if you were big on social graces, but a lot more interesting if you could just trust your own judgment, that you wanted to get to know this person more because they seemed cool, instead of trusting the system that had been socially constructed and hammered into all those soft little brains. I didn't really understand it. Let me buy you a drink, what's your major, shit like that, and then you just have to laugh at all their jokes and make them feel like you're really smart and cool for being so into them. Except you can't overtly act into them. You just kind of act like you don't care and could take them or leave them, or something like that. I had a song that went, "This deal won't last, don't wait. I am Casanova, cut rate. Get yours quick before they're gone. I am Discount Don Juan." I never took the time to learn how to operate in those situations. Those are actually the kinds of situations where I feel most lonely. Like I have trouble just grooving into the energy of the crowd and feeling a part of the collective. It seems like whenever I'm surrounded by big groups of people, that they're always having so much more fun than I am and forging more meaningful connections. It's like being around all those people just provides a stark backdrop to the meager number of people who spend any time in my heart. So that was how I felt that night, lonely as can be and completely at a loss. My cousin Randy was even more at a loss than I was. Despite being 6'7", he wasn't one of those big guys who had swagger. In fact, he was kind of gangly and awkward and had some social anxiety issues. Since we didn't have any herb to alleviate the said situation, we proceeded to get extremely drunk. The funny thing about Randy was that he carried himself like a happy-go-lucky guy, but in a pinch he could have ripped the head off a damn grizzly bear. You see, he had grown up with a big brother who had had a serious chip on his shoulder and had fought with everyone. His dad, his youngest brother, and anyone who crossed his path. So Randy had gotten toughened up in a serious way. He had really grown to hate violence through his experiences with his brother, not only being on the receiving end of many an ass whipping, but witnessing his brother laying one down on some poor fucker who had no idea what he'd gotten himself into. Anyway, I never really saw Randy fight because he was so prone to walk away from confrontation. I once saw a guy half his size waving his middle finger in Randy's face about an inch from his nose and calling him a faggot. Randy just walked away. Here's how I know he was tough, though. Randy had played 1 year of D1 basketball at Iowa State University. It wasn't a marquee school, but it was legit D1 and played several games against big-time programs every year, besides our usual lineup in the Big 12 Conference. Randy started as a freshman, which was no mean feat, and he was known mainly for his jumper. He had developed a wicked shot and could stroke it like clockwork from anywhere inside 18 feet. His money range was anywhere from 10 to 12 feet. If he came off a screen and caught it in that range, it might as well have been a layup. So Randy had been having a pretty good year, and my dad and I decided to make a trip to watch him play. He was playing against Texas Christian University, who happened to have just a monster of a guy from Africa named Ajibo Ogubwe. The guy was about 7 feet tall and built like Shaq. He didn't have Shaq's agility or finesse, but he did have his power game. Long story short, for the first half of the game, Randy's team was getting absolutely chewed up by this guy. I think he went for 27 in the first half, about half of which came from offensive rebounds and putbacks, often of his own shots. Iowa State had a couple guys who played at center, both around 6'10", but both getting just tossed around by this beast, getting themselves in foul trouble attempting to slow him down. Early in the second half, Ogubwe set a low-post screen on Randy's man, and Randy was forced to switch off. This looked like an obvious mismatch, and the big man called for the ball. Randy bodied up to him, and when the big guy got the ball, Randy got his body angled at about 45 degrees to the ground, and was super low and just leaning on this guy with everything he had. course, he had to keep his feet moving and stay mobile, but his posture was that of one trying to alternately push a pickup truck up a hill or carry a refrigerator up the stairs. It was a constant battle for position with the big man backing him down, slamming back into his chest and taking an inch at a time, and Randy battling for every bit of it, until the guy eventually lost his cool and chinned the ball as he pivoted, bringing his elbow up and catching Randy in the nose. The ref called an offensive foul, and there was blood everywhere. They had to stop the game for a minute while they disinfected the floor. This gave them time to stuff cotton up Randy's nose and send him back into the game. From that point on, the coach switched Randy onto the big man, and Randy got his ass battered all over the floor for the rest of the night. Here's the thing, though. He fought through every second of the beating and gave as good as he got, despite a good boy having at least 50 pounds on him, and probably closer to 100. He got dunked on a couple times, but also delivered a couple hellacious fouls that actually included a karate style "Hia!" as he lowered the boom on the big man's head or shoulders or whatever. He actually outscored a good boy in the second half, though his team ended up losing. It was a hell of a performance, though. Really one of the greatest battles of will I've ever seen in sports. So that was what Randy was capable of, and yet he'd refused to throw a punch in anger. Quite the guy. So Randy had a bright future in the Big 12 and a scholarship to match, but unfortunately he had a different dream. He was a painter and visual artist and wanted to spend his evenings stretching canvases and making art, not chasing a ball around with a bunch of other dudes. It just seemed pointless, whereas the art seemed lofty and sublime. He quit basketball, lost his scholarship, and transferred to U of Iowa, where Rick and I were. He and I had different dreams, but in a sense they were the same. Dreams of interpreting your heart and soul through your chosen medium and being deemed worthy. I had a lyric: haunting me, taunting me, flaunting the rarity of fixing the disparity between the wishes and the world, that every child cherishes when soul is something still at stake. These dreams are keeping me awake. The number of hours I've racked up drilling on my guitar, fiddling with my lyrics, watching dawn creep closer, mind racing with doubts about my dreams or even with the dreams themselves. I imagined appearances on late-night talk shows, making the festival circuit, connecting with audiences, validating my existence through melody and rhythm and rhyme. But it wasn't meant to be. All those nights I would have been better off in bed. No, fuck that. The creation gave me hope and became its own reward. And it probably kept me halfway sane as well. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. Randy, Rick, and I were at the sports bar getting drunk on $3 rail drinks. We decided it was a rum and coke kind of night and rode that train until closing. Rick was the only one of us who had any level of comfort in that late-night bar situation. He had gone out with his friends a few times where they had mixed in with this sort of crowd, so Rick tried to coach us on approaching women and what to say and whatever else. Randy and I thought Rick was asking us to be hugely dishonest fakes, and he insisted that that was what was necessary, that it wasn't rocket science, but there were rules, and blah, blah, blah. I had never had an issue approaching women in terms of having the confidence to do so. It's just a matter of saying the right things once I got there. But Randy and I were soon too drunk to even follow Rick's lead, and we blew his chances any time he started making time with a woman. Long story short, it was a sadly hilarious night that ended with staggering out of the bar with a whiff of about a dozen rejections each on our breath, and laughing all the while because otherwise it would have had to have been a tragedy, and nobody likes a weepy drunk. So we got out of the bar, and by this point Rick had been reduced to an absolute drunken stupor. He had done shots with a couple different women before Randy or I had rolled in to ruin things for him. Now, Rick was a very unpredictable drunk. When he smoked weed, he kept his cool pretty well, but when he was drunk, there was no talking sense to him. One time he had been over at our house and we had been drinking for whatever reason, and he had gotten particularly drunk. We'd gotten into some sort of argument that had gotten pretty heated, and Rick had taken the keys and gone outside to get some air and wait in the car for Randy to come out and drive him home. Rick was living in the dorms at that point and didn't have a car, so we drove him all over the damn place. Anyway, Rick went out to wait in the car while Randy looked for his wallet, which was missing in action more often than not. When Randy finally found his wallet and went outside, Rick was gone. The keys were in the ignition, but no Rick. Normally we would have just chalked this up to Rick being Rick, but it was the middle of winter in Iowa and Rick was drunk out of his mind, and we could easily imagine him deciding to walk home and collapsing in a ditch somewhere and freezing to death. We hadn't been looking for the wallet for long, so we figured he couldn't have gotten far and decided to drive the likely route he would have taken were he to have walked home. Rick was nowhere to be found, though. We stopped at the gas station on the way and looked for tracks going off into the woods. We drove in ever-expanding circles around our place, expecting to find Rick passed out somewhere. It would have been just like him to disappear in dramatic fashion and end up sleeping in a tree or in someone's crawl space, or some ridiculous shit like that. But it was cold. Too cold to be sleeping out in for sure, and as I said, Rick was super wasted. We joked that when we found tracks that were weaving through the snow, we'd know we were on his trail. We eventually just went to his place and knocked on his door, and his roommate hadn't seen him. We decided that he must have had a friend in the area, or even knocked on some stranger's door. Another thing Rick would do in a heartbeat when drunk, and found a couch to crash on. We went home and went to sleep. Rick appeared at our door about 3 o'clock in the morning, chilled to the bone. Apparently, when he had disappeared, he had staggered outside and felt the need to lie down. Since Randy's back seat had been full of gym clothes, textbooks, empty Gatorade bottles, etc., he had popped the trunk and climbed inside. Then, for whatever reason, he had closed it and fallen asleep. So he'd been sleeping in the trunk the entire time we'd been driving around looking for him, and then had woken up when he'd become too cold to sleep and kicked Randy's back seat out in a panic. He ended up eating about 5 packs of ramen trying to warm up, and then passing out on the couch. So he was prone to erratic behavior when drunk. Back to the night at the bar, and he had decided that we absolutely had to find some weed. And he began running around to random groups of people milling about after the bars closed, and saying something along the lines of, "I'm Agent McDubers of the FBI, CIA, all of them. I'm here to crack the case of the missing Mary Jane. Do you have it?" This would get blank stares from his target audience. He'd follow with something like, "You see, I've got a fever, and the only cure is that sweet, sweet Chiba." At one point he started singing, "Rocky Mountain High, Colorado," at the top of his lungs. This devolved into drunkenly rushing from group to group asking who had the weed, where the weed was at, who was smoking, etc. This surely isn't the best way to find weed, and Rick struck out until we were well away from the downtown area and on our way home. He hadn't given up and had started calling everyone Chad, after a running joke from that night that the bar was full of guys with names like Chad, Tanner, Brock, and Skip. He'd see some random dude and run up to them calling them Chad, pretending like he knew them, and would ask them for weed. Amazingly, he eventually struck gold in the form of a guy named Bill, who was also walking home from the bars. Bill was very much a Chad-type guy, very much a dude bro, talked about getting pussy a lot, but he was friendly enough and got a kick out of us and agreed to smoke us out. He was even drunk enough to agree to join us on the golf course. Long story short, once we were out on the golf course and high as all hell, Bill mentioned that the summer before he had worked as a caddy on the PGA Tour. And during his time as a caddy, they had given him what basically amounted to a magical key that could start any golf cart in existence. He had forgotten to return the key and had had it on his key ring ever since, and would we like to try it out? Hell yes, we would. Sure enough, it started the first golf cart we tried it on, and we were off. We cruised all around the course and had a grand old time, feeling like we were going about 100 miles an hour in the dark. When we were done, we returned the golf cart to its parking spot, no worse for wear. At the end of the night, Bill told us to keep the key. We offered to give him a ride home, but he just wandered off into the night, and we never saw him again. We had this key, though, and took full advantage, moving our golf course excursions to the next level. It didn't take long before Rick had gone and made a couple of copies of the key so that we could all have our own carts, and this led to all sorts of games like golf cart hide-and-go-seek, or races, or whatever we could think of. Soon we were smoking on the move, starting the night off sharing one cart while we smoked and then splitting off into multiple carts for our joyriding. We even bought a special windproof lighter that scorched the weed like a blowtorch despite the breeze from being in motion. We had a few close calls in terms of crashes and got the carts up on two wheels a few times, but we stayed off the greens and did our best not to do any damage. This was more out of self-preservation than anything else. We all believed that the world's golf courses should be repurposed for housing for the homeless or community gardens or whatever, and under different circumstances we might have burned the clubhouse down. But we knew that so long as we left no signs of our nighttime excursions, we wouldn't have to worry about anybody coming to bust us. Apparently those golf course attendants were smarter than we gave them credit for. They must have noticed that the charges on the cart batteries were severely reduced every morning, or maybe somebody spotted us joyriding from the road and made a call. Whatever the case, one night as we were climbing into our golf cart, a couple men appeared around the corner of the clubhouse with a flashlight. They shouted at us to freeze, that this was private property. Rick was already in the driver's seat of the cart, and madman that he is, he started the thing up anyway and threw it into reverse, almost running Randy and me over. He yelled at us to hop in, and he was off. We took off across the parking lot, hyped up by the chase, laughing our asses off at Rick's decision to flee in the golf cart. Rick had the tendency to not make the best decisions in these kinds of pressure situations. For example, one time when he and a bunch of his friends got busted in a park drinking beer, they had all scattered as the cops had pulled in, and Rick had had the sense to grab the case of beer. This was a good call. Except instead of running off and hiding with it, he started throwing the cans of beer into the woods one by one as he ran, just throwing these high-arcing hook shots across the park. Why he thought scattering the evidence everywhere made sense, I'll never know. But when you're in a moment of drunken panic and up for anything, all bets are off. Unfortunately, he must not have had the best grips on those cans for the throws because quite a few fell short of the woods, and when the cops finally caught up with Rick's idiot friends hiding in the bushes, they were each brandishing a couple of dented cans of beer. Rick ended up running all the way home, but his friends were kind of forced to rat him out since they had driven there in his car, and it was still sitting in the parking lot. Still, Rick could have saved the day by disposing of the evidence properly, hiding the case under a bush, for example. But instead he decided to play Kareem and skyhook those motherfuckers one by one into the woods. He and all his friends got costly underage drinking tickets. But back to the matter at hand. We were in it now, speeding away on the golf cart with Rick at the wheel, cackling like mad. He insisted we load the bong. We figured if we were going to go down, we might as well go down smoking. I was convinced we weren't going to get caught, though. We were wild and pure of heart and couldn't, wouldn't, shouldn't be tamed. Our pursuers had started to run after us at first, but we had a good head start on them, and it would take a bit for them to catch up. Those carts went at least 15 miles an hour and probably closer to 20, which may not sound fast, but when you have to run one down and you're running up and down hills, it gets tiring pretty quick. Plus, we later saw that the guys chasing us were a couple old guys. One of them looked like he was about 65 or 70, was in a mall cop uniform, and the other was at least 50. Neither looked to be in running shape. They soon thought better of their decision to pursue on foot, and hopped in a cart themselves and took off after us. The problem was that we were 3 big guys and they were only 2, and the carts being of equal power, that meant that they were carrying less weight and so were gaining on us. We loaded the bong all the same. Rick had headed for the road, and before we knew it, we were tooling along in the bike lane, smoking our little graphics bong with cars racing by us, honking or flashing us with their high beams. There were definitely some people annoyed or who just thought we were going to get ourselves killed, but we also got a few thumbs up and gestures of encouragement. The other cart was about 200 feet behind us when we hit the road, but they were gaining steadily. The younger guy was driving while the old guy made a call on his cell phone, likely to the police. We didn't know what the response time would be for a call of that nature. Not exactly a life and death situation, but if there was a cop close by, we might have gotten caught before we had a chance to ditch the cart. We didn't want to drive directly home because then they'd know where we lived, so we had to lead them off in the direction of downtown, then ditch the cart and escape on foot and double back to the apartment undetected. As it so happens, we hit what was pretty much shit luck. Rick had turned us off the highway as soon as possible, and now as we drove through a sort of residential back street, we ended up on a frontage road that went across the train tracks. And what do you know, there happened to be a train that night. Everyone knew about this train. It was rarely there and always late at night, but when it was, it went on forever, because for safety reasons it went super slow, like 10 miles an hour through that part of town. Rick saw the train up ahead and didn't hesitate. "We're hopping it," he said. Randy and I weren't sure if this was a good idea. We had talked about hopping this train before because of how slow it was and how easy it would be, but had never known what the schedule was. The theoretical plan had been to just get on it, ride it until it stopped, whether that be in 1 hour or 10, and then get off and get a taxi or a bus or whatever it took to get back home. Of course, if we had made a plan to do this, we probably would have packed some snacks and water, or at least some liquor, so we could get our riding the rails hobo drunk on. But we had our weed, and our options were narrowing rapidly. What sealed the deal was when we passed a cop car in line at the train crossing. He immediately turned on his cherries and tried to pull out after us, but the cars were lined up too tight in front and back of him for him to maneuver. The cart behind us was now about 20 feet back after the 1.5 miles or so of slow gaining. The cop got out of his car with his flashlight and started jogging the 100 or so feet up to where we'd be forced to stop at the train crossing. Luckily, we had a plan. Rick pulled the cart right up next to the tracks and slammed it into park. He didn't even hesitate to see if we were following, just jumped out and began running along next to the train. Of course, we were right behind him. I was a bit nervous about jumping onto a train. I knew it was doable and that if the average hobo could pull it off, then I, being young and fit, could most likely do it. But what if there was some trick to it besides just running and grabbing and hoisting yourself up? The stakes were pretty high since going under a train meant certain dismemberment, if not death. Rick had no such worries and made it look easy, just reaching out to grab the ladder and then swinging himself up in one smooth motion. The train wasn't going particularly fast, so Rick was only going at about 3/4 sprint to keep up, but he had his hustle on. Randy yelled for me to go next. I closed the distance on the ladder that Rick had used and reached out and grabbed it with my right hand. The ground along the train tracks was ostensibly flat, but it wasn't like football field flat. I almost stumbled a few times but caught my balance on the ladder. I could feel the vibrations of the train rumbling through my grip on the rung, which was becoming slick with perspiration. Randy gave me an urgent, "Come on, man!" The cop had given chase down the train tracks, and someone was definitely getting tased if we didn't make it onto that train. I went for it. It was just a matter of tossing the dice and committing. I reached up with my left hand and jumped and swung myself up onto the ladder and clambered up into the safety of the flat car. Randy was right up behind me, not missing a beat. Rick began doing his gobbledymagoyster routine, which made Randy and me laugh. Rick insisted on packing the bong again, and we figured we might as well. Neither the cop or either of our golf course pursuers were going to be hopping on that train. We chilled and smoked, rumbling out of Iowa City, all of the wind rushing across us and the land rolling out forever in every direction, as we added our little clouds of smoke to the night. We were soon out in the country, and the train had picked up significant speed. The land was dark and silent, the rumbling of the train echoing through the stillness. We lied back and let the world heave and hill and valley beneath us while our smooth ride along these rails kept our momentum high. The gods had blessed us that night, and were continuing to do so. I had a lyric that went, "Hold your breath and beware, because tonight there's something in the air. I seem to be weakening again, allergic to oxygen." That was the way it felt, like we had stumbled upon a seam of beauty that we could follow to our heart's desire. So much beauty that it was too much to bear, so much that the world just crushes you with the potential of how grand life can be. But for this one extended moment, we had everything figured out. Feeling the earth rolling beneath us and looking up at the starlit sky spread to the horizon over sleeping countryside, it was clear we were riding with ghosts and angels both. Unfortunately, our hobo reverie didn't last. After about half an hour, we came up on a place where the train tracks would cross the highway and where there were cars waiting in the intersection. The train slowed a bit, but not much. It still had to be going close to 30 miles an hour. I suggested we lie flat to minimize the chances of being seen. Not that it really mattered, but when you're high, your perception is completely twisted, and for whatever reason, Randy panicked at the thought of going through this crossing where the headlights from waiting cars would illuminate the train. He jumped up, looking frantic. "It's an intersection," he exclaimed. He was already moving towards the side of the train car. I don't know if that second bonger had put him over the edge or what, but he was suddenly at panic attack level paranoia. "Wait, man," I said, but it was too late. Randy leapt off the side of the train and went crashing into the rocks along the tracks. Out in the country, the train had a sort of ditch on either side of the tracks, and the slope leading down into the ditch on either side was covered in rocks about as big as your head. Not smooth stones either, but jagged-ass riprap that did not make for a soft landing. I heard Randy crash into the stones over the sound of the train, which means it must have been a solid crash. I turned to Rick, ready to say, "What the fuck?" But Rick was already up and charging towards the edge of the train. He leapt off as Randy had without breaking his stride. He yelled, "Gobbledymagoyster," and reached his arms towards the sky as he jumped. I was totally fucked. I had no choice but to follow and quick. It was done purely out of necessity, though. I did the mental version of plugging my nose and took a very shaky stride and leapt. Tried to take the brunt of the impact on my feet, knowing that I wouldn't be able to stick the landing, but I wanted to at least land feet first and then hopefully not go ass over appetite. To be honest, I don't really much remember the landing, except that there was a great clattering of rocks getting knocked down the slope into the ditch, and I think I skinned one of my palms up and ended up on my butt at the bottom of the ditch with rocks all around me that I had disturbed in my tumble. I heard Randy shout out a woo from down the tracks. Apparently he was at least alive. I headed in their direction and soon found them hale and healthy. Like me, they had escaped the jump from the tracks basically unscathed, except for a few bumps and bruises. Lucky fucks. We felt high on adrenaline, our bruises badges of an adventure well executed, and decided to follow the tracks back into Iowa City. Walking along the tracks out in the moonlight was nice, and somehow we never tired. We walked almost 25 miles that night and into the next morning, finally arriving home about 10 a.m. It was worth it, though, as we saw one of the most spectacular sunrises I had ever seen. It began with a single ribbon of pink across the bottom of the sky, set lightly on the horizon. It looked as if it had lost its way and somehow unraveled unwittingly amidst the juggernaut gray. Then it was as if the great grayness sprung a leak, and color began to seep in. Reds and yellows and oranges and pinks and purples. It reminded me of this lyric. What if every day that ever was at once dawned together, every sunrise mixed to make a massacre of rainbows of the weather? That was what it was like a rainbow had been torn into ribbons and woven together like a rattan mat. Except for there was no rhyme or reason to the pattern, no right angles here, no wrong angles either, just a filthy mess of color. Each shade encroaching on its brethren and likewise bristling at being encroached upon. The colors quarreled and tangled limbs like jiu-jitsu players grappling for advantage. If I never see another sunrise, at least I can go out reasonably safe. I've seen the best of what the morning sky has to offer. Looking back, I don't know if my love for Alejandro was any sort of great love, but it has likely gotten me killed, so the tale is almost certainly worth telling. So, let's get on with it. I was impulsive and reckless today, two unruly habits of mine I thought I'd more or less grown out of and survived. But this was not a day of clear thinking. In fact, it had been a day of muddle-headedness, due to heat stroke and being heartsick. There was also the weed, really in unreal quantities, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This beach wasn't on the map and required an actual donkey ride to reach. We had the option of taking a bus most of the way, but Alejandra and her crew were hitchhiking, and being generally into the adventure of the whole thing, I convinced my brother to go that route. Big mistake. The bus tickets would have cost us about $15 each, and they would have saved us about 8 hours. We had already taken a bus trip, though, and I campaigned for a new experience. Earlier in the summer, a couple of our cousins, different ones, Eddie and Billy, had showed up unannounced with a big old pile of money they were very eager to spend. They were cagey about where it came from, but made several references to how we might as well spend the money because it couldn't go in the bank. I wouldn't put it past them to have pulled a stick-up job somewhere, but I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that stuff. So I should emphasize that this is just a guess. Johnny Law, if you're out there, leave my cousins alone. So anyway, they showed up with all this money and insisted we take a trip. My brother had to take leave from his job as a doorman at a local club, and I didn't have any responsibilities besides wandering around and hoping to run into Alejandra, so I wasn't too hard to convince. Eddie was sporting a black eye that he'd somehow had for about 2 months. It came from a night of heavy drinking with his brother. On the way home, they had both been shit-faced, and Billy had been concentrating very hard on his driving, since it was a college town and there were cops everywhere. He already had 1 DUI, and he really didn't want a second one. So it annoyed him immensely that his brother Eddie was hanging half out the window yelling random shit at pedestrians as they passed. There were lots of people on the streets as the bars had just let out. Eddie yelled, "I have red shoes!" He got strange looks. "I'm working on my night cheese." More strange looks. "What's the difference between a duck?" And bare shakes of the head, people looking away. "I'm gay!" He yelled this to a group of about 5 fraternity-looking dudes. One of them responded by calling Eddie a faggot. In Eddie's eyes, them was fighting words. He was out of the car in a flash and charging at the group. They just looked at him like he was crazy until they saw he wasn't slowing down and understood his intentions. He hit one guy with a wild haymaker, but was quickly tackled by 2 of the other guys. The remaining 2 and the one who got punched then proceeded to give Eddie a good solid boot whipping. Under normal circumstances, Billy would have charged in to defend his brother, even if he was in the wrong and it was a guaranteed ass-kicking. But Billy was annoyed because of the DUI thing, so he let Eddie take his beating. Then when it was all over, he dragged his brother back to the car. As they got back on the road, they happened to stop at a stoplight where there were some people waiting to cross. As the pedestrians passed in front of the car, Eddie thought he recognized the guys who had just whipped his ass. He was wrong, but it was too late. He was out of the car and charging again, this time landing a flying jump kick into the middle of one of the guys' backs. Since this was an entirely new group of guys, they were momentarily stunned. But when Eddie charged forward with fists flying, they quickly subdued him. Again he was tackled, this time by 3 guys, who held him down in the middle of the street while the other 2 kicked him. Once again, Billy was forced to drag his brother back to the car. He put the child safety locks on. While he was probably the more responsible of the 2, Billy wasn't any angel either. One time a couple years previous, before he had learned his limits, he had been driving home drunken and managed to hit a curb head-on at about 40 miles an hour. How he did that I'll never know, but it badly dented his 2 front rims, ruining them. Quick thinker that he was, Billy decided that the best way to handle this situation was not to leave his car and walk the 3 blocks home, but to instead steal the wheels off someone else's car and put them on his own. He worked as a handyman, so had all his tools in his trunk and was able to do the job without too much difficulty. Except that apparently that neighborhood wasn't as sleepy as he thought, because someone saw him and called the cops, who arrived just as Billy pulled away. This means the cop got Billy for not only the theft, but also the DUI. But Billy wasn't going down that easy. Being completely snockered, he didn't hesitate to kick the balls off the unsuspecting cop, who had thought Billy too trash for anything so physical. Next thing you know, the cop was writhing on the ground and Billy was hauling ass. He ran the 3 blocks home and climbed into bed. Of course, it took the cops all of about 30 seconds to trace his license plate and get his address, and when they arrived about 5 minutes later, Billy's mom was not happy to see them. She directed them to Billy's bedroom where he had already passed out. They didn't even bother to rouse him before tasing him, just zapping him right where he laid in bed. This caused him to vomit and shit all over himself, and it was in this condition, reeking of human byproduct, that he woke up the next morning with no knowledge of the night before. So these were the 2 guys who would be unleashed on Mexico with us. They were madmen. We rode buses the whole way and got high just about every day. Scratch that. Every day. Period. This meant buying weed every time we landed in a new location since we didn't want to risk traveling with it. We'd been told that Mexican cops loved to bust tourists and often stop buses and walk through them, looking for what? I don't know, but it happened a couple times over the course of our trip. It was never a problem because we were not holding, but this introduced problems of its own. This meant that every time we landed at a new destination, we had to score some bud if we wanted to get high. Sometimes this went relatively smoothly. We'd just go to the center of town and look around for some hippie-looking kids or maybe some street artists or performers, then ask them where the weed was at. Usually they were tickled to be meeting Americans who usually stuck to the tourist traps of Cancun or Puerto Vallarta. It also helped being Americans because they knew we weren't undercover cops, which is every head's number one fear when asked by a stranger about drugs. With the exception of my brother, we were all pretty serious smokers and had grown accustomed to paying around $50 for an eighth of good quality weed. This was the kind of stuff where 1 or 2 hits would probably get you high, unless you were a heavy smoker. So we generally turned our noses up at what we referred to as brick weed, so called because it was packed into dense bricks so it could be efficiently smuggled. Mexico was where brick weed came from, and it was all we were ever able to find while there. Unlike high-quality bud, brickweed, also known as swag, dirt, Reggie, regs, or countless other names, took at least a joint a person to get high, sometimes more like an entire blunt. Plus, the high was more of a stony zombie high than the exalted high one would expect with better bud. But good weed pretty much had to be grown indoors under grow lights with climate control, not in fields by the acre like they did in Mexico. But when in Rome, smoke that stanky Mexican weed. We always bought it by a dollar amount and usually asked for 100 pesos worth, which was about $20. More than once we saw a guy pull a large box from under his bed or out of his closet and just reach in and grab a generous handful that more or less filled a Ziploc sandwich bag. We were getting at least an ounce for $20, which was way cheaper than even the lowest quality weed sold for in the States. And while it didn't have the flavor or potency we were used to, at least it hadn't been packed into bricks and then abandoned in some warehouse for months to go stale. We may not have had the quality, but we sure had the quantity, and we smoked it like it was going out of style. Tom was the only one of us who spoke Spanish, so if we ended up splitting up to cover a designated area, we'd each go around asking for mota, and if someone answered to the affirmative, we'd then hustle to find Tom and get him to come over and find out what the hell was being said. One time we gave our money to a guy who misunderstood what we wanted and ended up returning without our money but with a bag of magic mushrooms. They looked very sketchy and we didn't want to risk it. We clarified things and he said he couldn't get the money back and were we sure we didn't want the mushrooms. We told him it was only weed we were looking for and he apologized and said he couldn't get it. We went back to the hotel, never expecting to see him again. 2 hours later he was knocking on the door of our room bearing gifts. He presented us with the weed we had wanted, which he had managed to trade the mushrooms for with another dealer. He then somehow tracked us down. A little odd, but we were happy to have the smoke. One time we met a dealer who spoke hilarious broken English and told us, "For all of the day I am looking at the ass and imagining sex in the doggy position." He also told us that if we wanted to travel with weed, all we had to do was put it in our balls. He said, "The cops, they never find because they are Mexican and they are not gay." Not a very enlightened viewpoint, but maybe he was right. It was a different culture after all. Another time we were really having trouble scoring and decided to take drastic measures. Usually when we split up it would be for a matter of a few minutes to cover a given area and then we'd meet back up and move somewhere else. This time though, we split up for real, each armed with 100 pesos and plans to meet back at the hotel in an hour. Despite having been unable to get anywhere for the last 2 hours, each one of us somehow scored individually during our hour-long search. This means we each arrived back at the hotel with an ounce of bud. There was only one thing to do: rage. We spent the rest of the day and night rolling all of it up into joints, starting smoking as soon as the first joints were ready. We must have rolled 100, some of them using 2 or even 4 papers. We also bought a couple bottles of Bacardi to make the party complete, and things got so out of hand that we ended up getting thrown out of the hotel the next morning. Apparently my shit-ass brilliant brother had gotten so fucked up that he had left the room in the middle of the night, gone down a flight of stairs into the lobby, and pissed in a potted plant. He thought the hotel manager had mistaken him for someone else, and Eddie almost got in a fight with the manager when he found out we were getting tossed. I calmed him down, though, and told him my brother was most likely guilty. You see, he had a history of these phantom pissings. One time he had gone on a college visit where he had been put up in a fraternity house. As is the custom on such occasions, he got trashed and woke up the next morning to the news that he had come downstairs in the middle of the night and pissed on the coffee table in front of 2 of the brothers. Another time he had gotten out of bed at his girlfriend's house after a night of heavy drinking and walked past not 1 but 2 bathrooms and then peed in the hallway. Who knows how many other phantom pissings might have gone undetected. For all his academic achievement and professional ambition, my brother could still rage. We had planned to spend the rest of the day in the hotel room, just hotboxing the shit out of it before we had to get on a bus late in the afternoon. We would have had to smoke at the university pace, which is an expression that comes from my time in college. I had a friend who was from a very small town in Iowa, where apparently life moved very slow. He was wowed by the big city that was the college town of Iowa City, and referred to how everything moved so much faster here, how everything moved at the university pace. I thought this was hilarious and adopted this as an expression for any time something had to be done quickly, especially smoking. Smoking at the university pace usually meant not even bothering to break the weed up. We'd just stuff a nug in the bowl and then torch the shit out of it once, then pass it back and forth quick enough that it stayed lit. You'd hold your hit in until the bowl came back to you, then exhale it and immediately take another, just straight successive blasts to the dome. We could decide to get high and be fucked up 30 seconds later. This took a lot of the pleasure out of smoking, so it wasn't something that we did on a regular basis, but sometimes necessity dictated. If we wanted to catch a movie that was about to start and needed to sneak in a quick bowl beforehand, university pace. Late for class, university pace. You get the idea. It so happened that the guy that coined this term later ended up losing his mind to schizophrenia. Don't know if the university pace had anything to do with that, but I don't suppose it could have helped. Now we'd been kicked out of our hotel and we had nowhere to smoke. I don't know if we were still fucked up from the night before and so had lost all judgment, but for some reason we had grown absolutely attached to our bag of joints and were determined that they would not go to waste. What to do? There was a bit of a breeze that day, so we decided we would risk smoking the joints outside, counting on the wind to disperse the smoke and make it hard to pinpoint its origin. We'd find an alley and each madly puff a joint, then move on in case someone had spotted us without our realizing it. As time ran out, we eventually resorted to just smoking on the move, keeping our eyes open for cops and hoping that the fact that we were leaving town soon would be our saving grace. I can tell you, this plan was idiotic. The smell of weed is unmistakable to anyone who knows it, and judging from the looks we were getting as we hustled through the streets, we weren't fooling anyone. We got quite a few disapproving glares from old ladies and sly grins from young men. Several times we saw cops up ahead and turned a quick corner. We each kept the joint lit, chain smoking them, and were constantly puffing. Still, with a half hour to go before our bus left, we still had about 40 joints remaining. As our lungs weakened and our brains floated, we realized we were not going to make it, especially since we still had to make our way to the bus station. Sure, we had been there yesterday, but when you're about 60 joints deep into a university pace bender, yesterday seems a long way away. So we had 40 joints to dispose of and we refused to put them in the trash. First we tried giving them away, just approaching young people and offering the joints up. There were no takers. I'm sure we seemed a bit sketchy, 4 Americans deep in the heart of Mexico, practically bleeding from the eyes, stumbling along trying to give out weed like so much Halloween candy. In the end, we settled on a different plan. We decided to stash the joints like Easter eggs across the city, setting them on ledges and in gutters, on windowsills and in mailboxes until they were gone. We figured that at least a few of them might be found by someone who would take advantage. We might even make some poor fucker stay. We ended up arriving at the bus station to catch our bus with just a couple of minutes to spare, only to discover it was broken down and we had 4 more hours to kill. My brother was basically smoked out, but as I said before, Eddie and Billy are madmen, and I wasn't one to shy away from a ganja adventure, so we set off in search of some of our stashed joints. Of course, we had been and were still stoned out of our minds, so our memories were not exactly on point. As such, we couldn't remember very well where any particular joint had been stashed, so we just had to scour the city, retracing our steps. Every once in a while, somebody would find one and we'd light it up and continue our quest. When we finally boarded the bus, we were all faded beyond belief. We crashed into our seats and slept all the way to our next destination. So that had been our bus adventure. Hitchhiking to this beach would be something new. As it played out, there was lots of standing on the side of the road, trying to conserve our water, sweating our balls off, waiting at certain places which were good for getting picked up, eventually loading into the back of a pickup truck with a bunch of working men or fellow travelers, bouncing along as my brother jabbered away in Spanish, yelling to be heard over the sound of the air rushing by. I thought we were going to be hitchhiking with Alejandra, but her group had hit the road early for some reason, so I didn't have the pleasure of her company. Instead, it was just my brother and me and 2 Mexican friends, one of whom knew the way to the beach and was an experienced hitchhiker. Talking was difficult, though, so mostly we just sat there in silence anyway. We shared a ride with a few chickens. There was one guy hitchhiking with a goat, but we never caught a ride with him. My brother was popular with most everyone we met on our hitchhiking venture south. Being a gringo in Central America was novelty enough, and being a hitchhiking gringo only compounded that. A couple different times a small bottle was produced and passed among a few imbibers. My brother was always included and respectfully took a nip. I sat there like the idiot sidekick, uncomfortable and overheated. My ass was sore by the time we climbed out of our last truck at the Manzanillo bus station. From there we took a local bus for about 25 cents that took us to a smaller village, where we made our way to a house that had a few donkeys tied up outside. We negotiated with the owner and for a few bucks succeeded in hiring him to take us to the beach. He charged extra for Tom and me because we were a bit bigger than the average Mexican, but it was only $1 more, so we didn't complain. Those donkeys really earned their pay, though. My feet were not far from dragging on the ground while I was in the saddle. We traveled about 4 hours on the donkeys, which got old pretty quickly. By this point, I just wanted to be there, wanted to see Alejandra, wanted to get high. What I beheld when I arrived pushed every sweaty mile into the distant past, as the present became a beacon bright enough to consume us as its fuel. Down on the beach, with the sky glowing red behind them, Alejandra and 2 friends were fire dancing, the balls of light spinning around them as they spun around the fire, hips like ocean waves, pushing out and pulling in. Fire dancing involved having 2 balls, each attached to about 2 feet of rope, which were held one in each hand and spun around the body like a sort of rhythmic ninja weapon. The fire came in when the balls were dipped in fuel and lit on fire, creating a dazzling spectacle. These 2 balls of fire spinning around Alejandra's infinite curves were mesmerizing. She looked like a fire goddess, gazing out across the ocean, deciding whether to boil it all away for fun. Or if she wasn't a goddess, she was some sort of elemental fairy, channeling the powers of the center of the blazing earth, the molten core coming to life in effigy, then whipped around her body and head, spun as smooth as if she was born for this very purpose on this very night. A few people were playing drums, and the 3 women were dancing to the rhythm, their hips moving in a sort of salsa pattern, the globes of fire spinning in rhythm with everything. She reminded me of a lyric I had that went, "When she dances, she becomes water in the wind, turning the music into gold. With fire in her spine and thunder in her hips, she is Armageddon's wonder to behold." This was world-ending beauty. This was elemental power, fire and thunder, not to mention lightning, wind, and rain, all taken human form and plugged into the rhythm of the circle drums. More rain and more waves. Always more waves. I am in position for the coming wall of water. I go to duck under, but as I bring my legs up to invert myself for the dive, my right hamstring seizes up. It's like a knife in my leg, except the knife is on the inside working its way out. I clench up, my hands shooting to my right foot, fighting to strengthen the leg, aborting my dive beneath the wave. As such, the wave runs my ass over with extreme prejudice. I'd counted on ducking underneath, not being carried along with it, and now I'm dangerously close to the rocks. I need air, abandon my leg, use my arms to lunge upward as best I can. I reach the surface. The whirlpool is pulling me. If I don't get to swimming quick, I'm gonna end up underwater again. Pulled backwards through the water, one arm paddling desperately to keep my head above the surface, pulling at the foot with the other, trying to straighten the leg. Nothing doing. The cramp screams out. I'm nearing the center of the whirlpool. I take a deep breath and then I'm underwater, sinking quick, water swirling around me. I put both hands on my foot and wrench at the leg. It gives slightly, another pull, and it releases, straightening out. I quickly swim my way out of the eye of the whirlpool, start heading up, low on air, 25 feet, 15, 5, and I surface. Need to get in position quick. The next wave is coming. I really should have been more careful. I don't mean with the cramp. There's nothing to be done about that. If I cramp, I cramp. Hopefully it's not the last thing I do. I'm talking about Alejandra. I should have been more careful with Alejandra. I'm not a kid anymore, and I've had my heart stomped on enough times to know that one has to guard the heart, lest one have it broken on the regular. I used to be very much the opposite, all about love, declaring it and living it. I had a lyric that went, "When it comes to a love affair, be wild, never beware. If you dare, put your heart in the air." To me, that was what life was all about, but getting let down got old. I tended to be attracted to women who had the same kinds of issues as I did, which rarely made for stable couplings. And having to break up with someone was almost as bad as getting broken up with. In the end, I just didn't have the energy for another breakup. And since I was a pretty solitary guy anyway, I just decided to remain single and tough it out. And then I met Alejandra. Alejandra with that singular sway, with that wonderful walk. She seems to have a grace rarely seen outside of ballerina slippers, with just the slightest swagger, the slightest swing. It isn't a vulgar effect. More subtle, where you know you want her, but you don't know why. I know one other woman who had that preternatural grace, but she did about everything she could to hide it. Covered her body with baggy clothing, wore a knit cap low over her eyes. A thugged out white girl. Her name was Fleur. I met Fleur in one of my classes, I think, or maybe in orientation. I was smoking so heavily at the time that I'm going to be very spare with the details. I just remember that she was small and slight, like probably could have been a model with the build she had, just very willowy, wispy. Though she wasn't very tall, probably like 5'2" or 3. But the thing that stood out about her appearance was that she dressed in super baggy clothes. Like the type of pants that completely removes all form from your body, and a big baggy t-shirt as well. It wasn't a sloppy look by any means. She was very put together under the guidelines of a particular aesthetic. Skater style, I guess it was. Just wasn't an aesthetic designed to reach the average man. More likely to scare him off, or at least make him think twice. I remember at one point she had said that if she wore regular clothes I'd probably try to rape her. She sort of said it as a joke, but you could tell that she was just kind of sick of the world, or at least her place in it. She was pretty, maybe even beautiful. She was certainly attractive enough to catch my attention, even if she was hiding under all those baggy clothes. While I never really got the chance to get to know her, she made quite the impression on me, and I actually wrote a couple songs about her. Or rather, they were inspired by her. Most of it I made up, just trying to catch a particular feeling that she gave me. One of them had the lyric, "She dreams of submarines safe beneath the waves of her heart. She dreams of the path of the perfect tear, turning her face into art. She dreams of slow motion explosions every time she sees the sun rise. She dreams of the dark fleeing fearful from her spark every time she closes her eyes." She was the type of woman I could have definitely fallen for, and probably would have in time if we'd continued hanging out. It's weird how sometimes a woman can pass through your life and you barely know them at all, but they leave a mark on your heart that you can't shake off. Maybe it's the mystery, or the old trap of assuming a lot of things about a person or wishing them, and then falling in love with those assumptions or wishes. When you imagine being in love, you always imagine a perfect love. Anyway, I got to talking to her, and it was probably clear I was initially trying to pick her up because I thought she was cute. But she made it clear right away that she wasn't interested. Apparently had a guy that she was involved with. I thought she was cool, regardless of romantic prospects, so I kept talking to her, and we eventually got onto the subject of smoking weed. We were both new in town, and neither of us had any hookups. But she said she'd seen some guys posted up by a liquor store in the hood part of town. She figured they were probably selling and suggested we go try to get a dime bag there. Fleur was from a rough area in an industrial city, so she was accustomed to this setup. What made things difficult was that in our area, the sellers were exclusively black and not very trusting of white folks. Somehow Fleur scored, though. The real problem was that the quality of the product that could be procured on the corners was not very good. We're talking brick weed at its finest. And so naturally, Fleur asked about some fire weed. Some top-quality kush. One guy said that he could get it, but that he didn't have it on him. He was going to have to pick it up, but that he could bring it by later if she wanted him to. Long story short, he got her address and came by and had the exact same weed as he'd had before, only this time in a different bag. I don't know if he thought she actually was stupid, or maybe didn't know weed very well because she was a girl, or if he thought she would just be intimidated into buying it since she had this guy in her home. Fleur wasn't tuned into the potential danger of the situation, though. She was furious. She'd been having a bad day and hadn't bought any weed because she was counting on this guy coming through with the fire, so there was an added edge to her mood. She let him know that she wasn't stupid and that this was obviously the same shit he'd been peddling. He was absolutely shocked. It was like he hadn't considered the possibility his ruse would be undetected. "You mean you ain't gonna buy it?" "Fuck no." "But what about my gas money?" "Fuck your gas money." "Fuck you, bitch!" It was at this point that Fleur picked up her recent birthday present off the coffee table, a deluxe stun gun, and zapped the guy. Her boyfriend had splurged on the extra large model. I doubt he expected she'd use it on someone she had invited in, but the idea was that if he gave her a stun gun, she'd be less likely to use her real gun, which she kept locked and loaded under her mattress. She actually called her boyfriend while the guy was recovering from being stunned, lying on her living room floor, to tell him how well the thing had worked. The guy had just stiffened up and keeled over, and it was going on a couple minutes and he was still down. There was much cursing when the would-be dealer finally regained his feet and staggered out, but Fleur had no need to zap him again. I was laughing my ass off the whole time. Fleur told me that although she didn't really know anyone in the area as far as hookups, she could get Bud back home, which was a couple hours away. Not only could she get Bud, but her boyfriend was a full-time dealer, so she could get a lot of Bud at a good price. Before long, we had cooked up a plan to drive up there on Friday afternoon after classes and see if I couldn't get myself a QP. It was only going to be a couple $100, and I didn't really mind the drive because I was eager to get high and have a steady supply of Bud. For her, she got a free ride home, got to see her boo, who she had been missing. So I picked her up after class. I'd put on some nice clothes since I was going to be driving drugs around. I figured it was best not to look like the kind of guy who would be driving drugs around. Fleur was a little bit shocked. She had never seen me in those kinds of clothes before, classic cut khakis and a silk shirt. Before, I had definitely been wearing more of a hip-hop skater aesthetic, so I imagine I looked pretty well transformed. The drive was uneventful. We listened to music and talked about whatever. I was in high spirits because I was going to be getting high soon. Fleur was in a good mood because she was going to get to see her man. When we got there, the simple plan soon started to unravel. For one thing, Fleur's man wasn't particularly happy to see her. Apparently, he had been enjoying the single life a bit more than she had. His name was Corey, and he was sort of the leader of a crew that stayed together in a small house. There was one other guy named Billy the Kid, and there were a couple young women who I had less interaction with. They just seemed sort of strung out and faded and not much interested in me or the bad news I'd brought. They all sold drugs together, hustling powder and dime bags of dirt weed at the club. I got the impression that Fleur had been Corey's number one girl while she had been around, but that he had sort of let the break happen when she went away to college, and he was ready to move on and was fine with the break being more or less permanent. Now her reinserting herself into his life wasn't exactly welcome. On top of that, Corey had 2 felony convictions for dealing, and he was knocking on the door of a third at the rate he was going, considering he didn't have a real job and was selling drugs as his main source of income. There was a 3 strikes law in North Carolina, and the first 2 strikes hadn't been any sort of deterrent at all, except to make Corey super paranoid and wary. So he wasn't super excited to have a stranger showing up asking for a large amount of drugs, especially when he found out Fleur had just met me. When she'd called, she hadn't thought to mention that she'd known me for all of about a week, and that we'd met at school, etc. Corey thought I was an old friend, or someone she had at least known for a while, and when he found out that I could very well, in his mind at least, be an undercover cop on some sort of sting operation, he was pissed. He didn't let me see his thinking. If I was an undercover cop, he didn't want me to know he knew. So, I found out after the fact, He just started doing some investigating into me to the degree he could. He Googled my license plate and was trying to figure out where my car was from. Don't know what he expected to find, like the cops would keep a record of their undercover vehicles in a Google database. He got me to do drugs with him, figuring that if I was a cop I wouldn't be interested or something like that. The main thing he did, though, was stall. The QP was supposed to be just a phone call away, but suddenly there was some unexplained delay. I was as cool as I could be, considering the vibe in the house was pretty tense. I was able to just kind of pretend like it had nothing to do with me, even though I was obviously in the middle of it since I had brought Fleur and was now camped out in the house interrupting the daily routine. I didn't realize that among the other things being discussed was a plan to murder me, to have me drive a couple of them somewhere to pick up the QP and for them to then shoot me in the car and leave me there. I'd like to think this wasn't seriously considered, since if I was a cop, then murdering the undercover cop investigating you doesn't seem like the best way to get the cops off your back. But I guess if you were desperate and stupid enough to go right back to dealing drugs after 2 felony convictions, there was no accounting for what you might do if you felt your back was up against the wall. As is, they made me wait while they thought it over. Apparently they were split on whether or not I was to be trusted. The one person who thought I could be trusted was the other guy, Billy the Kid. He thought I was cool and wanted to go ahead with the deal. Corey was understandably paranoid, and the women who worked for him were paranoid on his behalf. Finally, they decided that Corey would remove himself from the situation, and Billy would handle the deal himself. All this happened without my knowledge. I was just sitting around being high, trying to be a good guest. Then Corey and a couple of the women took off. Had to go hustle, as they said. Corey assured me that Billy was going to make things right with me, and I said that was fine. I had, after all, known him for exactly as long as I'd known Corey. It was at this point that the tension between Corey and Fleur came to a head. Corey told Fleur flat out that she wasn't his girl, and that she needed to stop sweating him so hard. She was really hurt and came to me, who she quickly realized was her only ally. No one really wanted either of us there, but at least I had the buffer of being unknowingly inserted into this situation. I hadn't been the orchestrator of it, all out of Fleur's poor, lonely heart. She probably should have known better than to facilitate that deal, considering Corey's 2 felonies and her not really knowing me, but she was heartsick, and I certainly know what that's like. I felt bad for her, but I was more focused on getting my weed than anything else. While we were waiting for the weed, Billy filled me in on the adventure of that afternoon. He was obviously confident that I wasn't a cop and thought the other guys were being crazy, and of course he was right. He told me all about them trying to trace my car on the dark web and about how a couple of the girls had wanted to ice me. He said this all with a laugh. I was a bit unnerved, but believed him when he said that we were well past all that nonsense. Finally, the weed showed up, and it looked like the bottom corner had just been pulled off a brick. It was pressed into a corner shape with one jagged edge where it had been torn off. It was definitely brickweed, but it was a lot of it, and it was what I had been waiting for this entire time. I couldn't help but imagine some guy with a warehouse or garage or maybe barn or who knew what, with a truck full of bricks of weed and one of them missing a corner, which I now held in my hands. At this point, I was just happy that it had finally showed up, since I had long since started to worry that it wasn't going to show at all. I remember Billy saying something to the effect of, well, it was a long wait, but at least you got what you came for, when his phone rang. It was a call from Corey. He had a gut feeling and was putting a kibosh on the deal. He said something about the weight on the brick being off, so it all had to go back. This didn't really make sense to me, but I wasn't going to protest too much. I ended up leaving with only about a 20 bag, which Billy got me from his personal stash. He gave me his number and told me that the next time I came, I should just deal with him. He said that Corey would have to trust me now, since I had had the chance to make my move if I was a cop. I guess the fact that I'd had the drugs in my hands and no black helicopters had descended was enough to prove finally once and for all that I was legit just a guy who wanted to buy some weed. The ride back with Fleur was pretty sedate. I was tired and ready to be home and in my bed, and Fleur was heartbroken. When we got to Fleur's place, though, she asked me if I wanted to come in. She made it clear she wasn't going to fuck me, just because she was single now. Like, I don't mean she let me know through hints, she said it outright. I told her no worries and came inside. It seemed like she needed the company. She got her gun, a little .22, from under her bed and went out to the balcony. Took careful aim. Fired twice at the moon. Once to kill and once for luck, she told me. Lights were turning on in the neighboring apartments. It was late. She ducked back inside before anyone had the chance to spot her. That line of hers inspired the lyric. Once to kill and once for luck, she pulled the trigger twice, shot the moon down, put the heart on ice, then hung the hollow shell back in the sky, used the frozen heart to soothe her swollen mind's eye. It seemed to me a perfect example of life as poetry that Fleur would hunt the moon. But for the sake of all the other dreamers out there, I'm glad she's not packing anything chambered higher than .22 caliber. I don't know where the rest of that lyric came from, just seemed like the kind of thing she'd do. She put the gun away and then told me, "Come on," and led me into the bathroom. She said she wanted to try something. Whatever it was, I was game. She said, "I swear to God, if you try to rape me." "I'm not gonna rape you, Jesus." That seemed to settle it for her. She turned the lights off and it was pitch dark in the bathroom. There were no windows. She told me to take my clothes off. I could hear her taking her clothing off as well. I didn't know where this was going, but I was pretty sure it wasn't anything sexual. She turned the shower on hot and immediately the bathroom began to steam up. "Now what?" I said. "Now we wait." So we waited. I said I was sitting down and did so, and Fleur followed suit. I almost immediately started sweating. It was a full-on sauna effect from the get-go. We sat there naked and silent for a while. I was in danger of dozing off. After about 20 minutes, Fleur asked me, "Are you sweating?" I told her I had been sweating from the get-go. "Good," she said. "I am too." "So now what?" She felt her way over to the shower taps and turned it off. She told me to get in, moving out of the way as I felt my way past, careful to keep from being touched. I got into the shower. She told me to put my back against the wall to make room for her. She got in as well. We still hadn't touched, which was a feat in that small bathroom. Fleur turned the water on ice cold so that it came down over both of our heads, rinsing the sweat away. It was a shock. "Jesus, Fleur, what are you doing?" I was interrupted by Fleur thrusting her slick little body into my chest. I took the hint and wrapped my arms around her. Somehow I still knew this wasn't sexual, though. The cold water ran down both of our backs and we stood there for a while, chest to chest, clutching each other tightly. I knew how she wanted to be held. Firmly, a good squeeze, just this side of too tight to breathe. I think she was crying. Her head was buried in my chest and turned away, so I couldn't be sure, but my arms around her back felt the breathing pattern of one sobbing freely. We stayed like that for about 15 minutes, sharing body warmth, shivering in the cold water, and then suddenly it was over. Fleur got out, dried off, and told me she had to go to bed. I never saw her again. I don't know if she moved back home to work things out with her beau or if she was just avoiding me or what. She didn't pick up her phone, and that was that. I felt terrible for her. It's almost like seeing someone else go through something like that can be worse than going through it yourself, at least for me. I think to myself, I'm tough, I can handle it, but can she? Fleur just seemed so mixed up and angry. I wondered if she had some rough stuff in her past. Not that it's any of my business. I certainly wouldn't judge her for it, though, if she had. I have a song that always made me think of Fleur and her baggy clothes and her heartbreak, although I wrote it for someone else. It could have been for anyone who has been roughed up to the point of defeat. Oh, Marina, you'll be back on track, I know you will. But what do you do until then you try again and again? And soon you'll be remembering today as way back when. The sky is still black and stormy, the thunder and lightning moving closer. Otherwise, all is dark. I close my eyes, no difference. Gravity is my only reference. It seems my tongue is swelling. Is that possible? From the salt, maybe. It feels clumsy and foreign in my mouth. I have never been this thirsty. I tilt my head back, try to catch some raindrops, and rewarded by a slosh of salt water down my throat. I cough and gag, sputtering. A crack of lightning, the night flashes in front of me, and I see it, or at least I think I do. Shark. I saw a fin. I'm almost positive it was moving my direction. What do I know about sharks? I know that panic attracts them, that flailing in the water is the wrong thing to do. But what about the next whirlpool? How can I keep from splashing if I have to swim? Should I let it suck me under? Hold my breath and try to ride this one out? But how deep is it? What if there are currents underwater that trap me somehow? Calm down and think. Sharks attack from below and behind. Sharks can smell blood. Is it possible I've stopped bleeding? Can blood clot in the presence of salt water? Would it be worse to die by shark attack or drowning? It would be best to live. I'll try to put it out of my head. Perhaps it was a wave. Perhaps I was hallucinating. It was not a wave. I was not hallucinating. I looked at the sky. It is black as a nightmare. Sharks don't usually attack humans. I'm pretty sure I remember that. They are sometimes curious, but usually decide that we're not what they're after. But sometimes sharks attack humans, but usually they don't. Discipline. Think about something else. Can sharks smell fear? Do I have any fear left in me? Have I lost my mind completely? I can feel myself being consumed. My body depleting stores of calories and fluids. The ocean swallows my sweat and blood, licks its lips. I am diminishing. I think of Fleur hiding out inside her baggy clothes, insecure and angry and confused. She seemed so insubstantial in my arms, like if the lights had come on, I would have seen that she was not actually there at all. I had a lyric that went, "Heart like fire, soul like wood. Ashes scatter, smoke drifts away for good. Heart like fire and soul of kerosene. Won't burn forever, but it'll burn clean." I often dwelled on the idea of being at war with yourself, of having a passion in you that burns too hot to control, that is not life-giving as a hearth fire would be, but destructive as a wildfire. Whether it's a desire for love, for fame, for money, whatever your heart's desire, if you're not careful and stoke it with abandon, it may devour your soul and leave your bones brittle and black. Music was the fire that burned in my heart, and I stoked the flames. I built the fire to a size where it could consume the world, fed it my soul in ever-increasing quantities. But the world wasn't interested. With nowhere to go, the fire set upon me and burned me to the ground. I used to think about myself dying, wasting away from some chronic illness. Used to fret about it all the time, because it felt like something wasn't right inside me. It felt like my body should physically manifest some representation of my eternal dismay. Like there had to be some lump of cancer hiding out somewhere throwing wrenches into the works. Something I could cut out with a sharp enough knife. Something in there gnawing on the good parts of me so they can't quite settle in, leaving me on edge and unsatisfied. Perhaps it was my heart turning my soul to ash. I did know one guy who was actually being consumed from the inside. Had some rare form of cancer where his lungs basically ate away at themselves until they failed. He knew he was dying and somehow managed to keep on living. Staring down my own death now, I don't know how he did it. So if you're holding out for any great wisdom or climactic crescendo of meaning that comes when the scales of destiny teeter between love and death, you will be disappointed. I'm just as confused as I ever was. I do believe there's some wisdom to be gained from being near death, but you really need to soak in it for it to have any effect. Wisdom is overrated, though, at least wisdom with a capital W. Reading hoary maxims from dusty books can teach you in theory how to live a proper life, but you still need to do the living. You still need to decide in the moment whether to follow impulses and jealousies and insecurities and desires, or corral them all to let Ben Franklin's aged verbiage guide your path. Otherwise, you're just like a kid who crammed for a test, then promptly forgot all the material. For most of us, just getting by is enough of a challenge, and there is no energy for extra credit. It makes me wonder, is there anyone out there really paying attention? Anyone doing more than just the minimum to get by and then moving on to the next? For those seekers who fancy themselves on the honor roll of life, I'll add my 2 cents. Whether you forget it tomorrow or let it guide your life is up to you. I'm just glad it's not up to me. Joe used to put drops of LSD directly onto his eyeballs. He called it window painting. The technique was born from an urban legend about a guy who got busted selling acid and panicked, consuming his entire stash to avoid getting charged with it. According to the legend, the guy downed 200 hits, lost his mind completely, and beat the charges due to being too insane to stand trial. To avoid this potential outcome, Joe never sold blotter paper, always sold liquid acid, which he administered directly out of a Visine bottle. That way, if he ever had a run-in with the law, the drugs would look like eye drops. Joe was asked on a dare what he would do if the cops called his bluff, if they didn't believe it was Visine. Thus was born the popular party trick of applying acid directly to the eyeballs. Joe was my freshman roommate in college, which was quite a culture shock for me. I'd grown up in a household with a strict curfew and a dad who smelled my breath whenever I got home from being out, so the world of hard drugs was completely new to me. Joe dabbled in everything, gobbling pills when he got the chance, snorting powder when his bank account allowed, but his main drug of choice was weed. He did everything but wake up high, which was quickly remedied by a wake-and-bake application of a sturdy bong hit. If he bothered to go to class, he went high. If he bothered to study, he did it high. When test time came, extra high. Somehow he didn't get high grades. The thing that made Joe different, though, that separated him from the garden variety stoner who wasted a number of years on the hedonism kick before straightening out to make room for a wife and kids, was that Joe had a rare degenerative lung disease. Most people that have it are dead well before college comes around, so Joe was on borrowed time that he knew he wouldn't have to return. He'd lived his whole life with death peering in the window, and now it was knocking on the front door. You could understand why Joe wasn't worried about his GPA or job prospects. Death has a way of interrupting your plans. There were lots of crazy times with Joe, lots of Sunday fun days where we'd stuff a towel under the door and turn our dorm room into a giant hot box. Lots of getting as high as possible and then going to the university pool to jump off the 50-foot high diving board. Stuff like that. The thing that sticks most in my mind, that really kicks me in the balls when I get too far stuck inside myself, came in a moment of sobriety, though. One day not too long before I died, a couple months I think, I got back from class to find Joe in a state of semi-despair, because he was out of bud and the whole state seemed to be dry. Joe had networks of connections that reached far and wide and had been known to drive as far as 6 hours each way to get a bag. On one legendary weekend, he came back with a quarter-pound of kind bud, which he'd gotten on commission from a guy who claimed he'd burn Joe's parents' house down if Joe didn't get the money back to him in 48 hours. Joe made it back with 7 minutes to spare and actually drove up on the guy loading gas cans into the back of his truck, intent on carrying out his threat in a punctual manner. So this was a rare thing that Joe had literally zero viable connections. He'd even thought about getting someone he knew in California to overnight a package to him, but had been too worried about the paperwork required for speedy delivery and didn't want to risk it. It may seem like a pretty minor thing in the big picture. A drug user denied his drugs, but I knew how Joe got when he couldn't smoke. It was like the smoke was the screen obstructing the view of his impending death, and without that little bit of fog circling around him, concealing the axe about to drop, he became the dying man he truly was. Things were confounded by the fact that his birthday was coming up, just a couple days away, and we'd made big plans that were going to be seriously hampered with no bud on the menu. So I was commiserating with Joe, telling him how sorry I was at what would likely turn out to be his final birthday. It was going to be ruined. Joe was feeling philosophical, though, so he said, "It could be worse." And of course I said, "How?" And he replied, "Well, at least I'm breathing comfortably." You see, Joe was very near the end, was at the point where he was being hospitalized about once a month and where he was having way more bad days than good. So just the fact that it didn't hurt to breathe was like a fucking blessing. It really brought into perspective the things we take for granted. There might be some guy out there who can't even breathe comfortably, and here you are complaining because they didn't give you diet soda in the drive-thru or whatever else. Watching Joe die was hard, not something I really feel comfortable talking about, and living with his legacy can be exhausting. But whenever shit gets too tough, I think about him and take a deep breath. I remember the night Joe died, I couldn't sleep. I felt agitated and antsy, like I needed to move. But I had no interest in leaving our dorm room. I couldn't face the world. I didn't want to be responsible for spreading the news, so I shadowboxed. It was something Joe and I used to do a little bit. We were huge fight fans and always used to talk about how awesome it would be to be a mixed martial arts fighter. A night of fights would always have us up on the balls of our feet at some point, bouncing around, throwing combos at the air. Of course, Joe couldn't pursue it because of his health, but there was no stopping me. I resolved that night that one day I would pursue that dream for both of us. Just before dawn, I wrote a song that went, "The night so dark I felt 6 feet under. The night so silent, my heartbeat was the thunder. I'm fighting sleep, perfecting paradox, dancing with the dark, I shadowbox." I can't think of any more perfect paradox than fighting death with life, since in the end, death always wins. When all is said and done, perhaps it's like throwing punches at the air. I'd been a long-time fan of mixed martial arts, and had kind of always been itching to try it, but had resisted the temptation due to the obvious downsides of brain and other bodily trauma. Then out of nowhere, a beloved aunt died during a routine medical procedure, and I kind of got dumped on my head emotionally. The feeling reminded me very much of Joe's death. She had been one of these people that are super full of life, super wild and zany, the kind of person you can't not have a good time around. She had seemed to have so much energy as to be immune to death, except that all of a sudden she wasn't. I was struck by the fact that I could die tomorrow, and I couldn't live life afraid. When it comes to things I wanted to do but was afraid of, MMA ranked first, second, and third. If I was ever going to make a run at it, I'd be better doing it sooner rather than later. I had a lyric that went, "It's been now or never for what seems like forever. It's a mystery how I still believe in now." The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. People don't change, not at their cores. We are who we are for better or worse. Maybe we can bring something to the surface that was dormant, but in terms of completely becoming something new, that's fairy tale comic book shit. The second time you say now or never, you might as well say never. Except that the earth shook when my aunt died. I remember driving home from the hospital and having the radio on and being shocked that they were still playing music, that they weren't talking about the tragedy that was the entire world to me. Everyone else just kept on living. And I realized that it finally was time to make now a reality. A week later, I signed a year-long contract at a professional gym. It played host to several UFC fighters, as well as a bunch of guys of every skill level all the way down to amateur. I always had a feeling I'd be good at mixed martial arts, but lots of guys have that feeling. If you knew the number of guys who have seen a televised fight and imagine themselves in there going toe-to-toe, trading blows like a champ, you'd be astounded. Sure, there are plenty who are realistic about how pleasurable it is to get punched in the face, but among the seething mass of caged alphas, there are a ton who just assume they'd probably have a good chin and good punching power and be known as a true warrior. What most guys don't do is put their money where their mouth is and strap on the gloves and go get their face punched around by a bunch of savages. This is what I did. And when I say savages, I mean true savages. The gym I joined was not for the faint of heart. Not only did a good percentage of the fighters drink or smoke to excess on a regular basis, but they also had this habit of attacking one another out of nowhere. There was one guy whose specialty was to sneak up behind someone and then leg kick the shit out of him. This could be absolutely brutal. I mean, most people don't have near enough respect for the pain of leg kicks. Trust me when I say it's like a baseball bat against your leg. If you're not braced and ready, there's a very good chance you are going down. Another guy preferred to jump on an unwitting teammate's back and choke them unconscious. You had to be always vigilant. Yet another liked to race back from a workout to position himself on the roof of the dormitories, from which he'd rifle a basketball at an unsuspecting teammate's head 3 stories below. The dormitories were cheap and functional, so a good portion of the fighters lived together 24/7. Late-night sparring sessions were a regular occurrence. Guys would get a couple drinks or bong hits in them and get a little hyped up and want to do the one thing in the world that they loved more than anything else. That's one thing that people need to understand about fighters. For the most part, fighters love to fight. It is true that different fighters have different motivations, though. Some are just dogs who love the actual fight in itself and do anything for that rush. But some are martial artists and see themselves on a path of respect and discipline. Some are seekers in search of self-discovery through combat. Some people are athletes who just love to compete and see fighting as the pinnacle of competition. Some simply love being able to walk through the world with the ultimate alpha identity of fighter. For most, it's some combination of the above. Whatever your motivation, this isn't a sport you do just for the money or the fame. There are much easier ways to pursue either of those goals. Passion is absolutely required. To get punched in the face, kicked in the stomach, get choked, have your limbs twisted to painful extremes, your limits of endurance pushed to breaking, you don't do that casually. Or if you do, you don't do it for long. The gym I ended up joining was populated mostly with dogs, i.e. guys who just loved to tussle. By their reckoning, it was well worth it to risk getting punched in the face if it meant there was a chance you might get to punch someone else. And let me tell you something. Punching someone and seeing them go down is a very good feeling. So is landing a submission. It's a sort of rush that you chase, a competitive alpha moment where you want to get up and beat your chest and scream. I'm sure there are pacifists out there rolling their eyes, but trust me, down somewhere deep in your lizard brain, you would feel the same way. So these savages would get drunk and stoned every night and then get up the next morning and stagger across the parking lot to the day's first workout, hungover and bleary-eyed. It was a sort of badge of honor if you could rage at night and still perform on the mats the next day. This is what I walked into when I decided to join up. I had picked the gym because it was near my parents' home and I could try it out for a bit before committing to it full-time and moving into the dormitories. I was a month sober at the time and had intended to stay that way. Needless to say, that didn't last. Since I was on a sober streak and had been working out pretty regularly, I was actually in decent shape when I showed up. I also had a head start coming in because I'd been a successful high school lacrosse player, and there was a lot of crossover between the two sports, believe it or not. The main advantages came in having good footwork, i.e. being able to move side to side, forwards, backwards, any combination of any direction, while keeping my center of gravity low and my balance on point, which came from hours of closing out on sharpshooting attackers and battling for position in front of the crease. A good back pivot is just as effective in a striking exchange as it is in a defensive stance. The other clear advantage I had was that I was fairly ambidextrous for my several years working on throwing checks left-handed. Due to my head start and footwork and my developed left hand, I was soon drilling combinations with the pros, snapping out multiple jabs and jab hook combos. I started asking the coach to let me spar, but he insisted that I wasn't ready. I knew that I was going to plateau quickly if I wasn't allowed to use my weapons against anyone, since timing and distance were so important, and the only way to learn those things was to spar. The coach wouldn't let me, though. He didn't like me, and I think I know why. The number one reason was that I was a big fan of a set of caveman workouts that had been featured by the previous coach, and I did them occasionally at the end of the night, just as a sort of little bonus empty the tank workout. They consisted of flipping over huge tractor tires and picking up rocks and throwing them and then chasing them down and throwing them again. This was the primary conditioning workout for many fighters who didn't have access to anything better, since it focused on grip strength and explosive full-body movements. It may not sound like much fun to you, but there was something about the aesthetic of that workout that just appealed to me. The grittiness, the low-techness. It was probably telling that when I got high at night I wasn't inclined to go spar, but instead to flip tires. I didn't really have that dog in me, didn't love to fight. My primary motivation out there was to test myself. but the new coach, let's call him Andre, somehow felt that by doing this old workout I was insulting him in his fancy new workout. Like just because I wanted a little variety, I was dissing him. He didn't bat an eye at the nighttime sparring sessions that would often result in busted knuckles or black eyes, but somehow my flipping tires was a problem. His regimen was all about having everyone on the mats with 30-second timers telling them when to switch exercises, jumping onto the bikes, then doing push-ups, then doing sprints and backwards running, bag lifts, medicine ball slams, rope climbs, plyometric jumps, all sorts of different full-body activities done in 30-second intervals for a period of 5 minutes. Then there'd be a minute rest, and then we'd do another 5-minute round until we'd done about 8 or 10 rounds, which would probably include a couple ab-intensive rounds. This was Andre's MO and really the only thing he did as a coach. He didn't even hold pads. No one held pads at the gym. Andre did run the kids' MMA class, which was much more his speed when it came to coaching. Mainly what he did was spend his days in the office on the phone recruiting. I overheard him tell all sorts of lies, as he'd often have the door to his office open to keep it cool. His specialty was to recruit a high-level coach. We're talking world-class coaches who had trained Olympic gold medalists in wrestling or world champions in kickboxing. And he'd tell that coach there was a fat check waiting for him if he'd switch to our gym. If the coach took the bait and uprooted his life to move to our area, he would find that there was no money for him. Andre's plan was to lure them in, then tell them that something unexpected had come up so they couldn't be paid, but they could have a percentage of fighter purses instead if they still signed on. This was sort of like asking Bill Gates or Elon Musk to come work at your startup in exchange for stock options. Sure, there's a chance the fighters might turn into stars and make their coaches rich, but that's not too likely. In the 10 months that I was there, we had 2 different wrestling coaches and 3 different kickboxing coaches, all of whom had the same story of disappearing funds. All the same, this guy was the coach, and unless I wanted to find another gym, which would mean breaking a contract, I was stuck with him. I think there must have been something about me that just rubbed him the wrong way, something in my personality or mannerisms or whatever. There was just no reason for him to dislike me as much as he did. Oh well. I could have tolerated this, except that Andre got to decide whether or not I got to spar, and he said no. Then one night, out of nowhere, an old teammate showed up and everyone decided to rage. I had only recently moved into the dormitories and still didn't feel like I was completely part of the team yet, so I figured I had to get my party on as well, get to know everyone and everything. What I hadn't expected or known about was that occasionally the carousing would go all night. The dormitories were housed in an old army barracks, as the gym was located on a defunct base. This meant no neighbors, which meant no noise complaints. There were hallway boxing matches, trash can bowling, lots of broken bottles, endless blunts, and even a gravity bong rigged up. No one slept. No one except the coach's pets, that is. You see, the coach had brought a few of his protégés with him from Brazil, and they had no interest in fitting in with the rest of the guys. They were sort of a team unto themselves. One of them must have called the coach and made a complaint. The next morning was kickboxing class, not conditioning, so Andre shouldn't have been involved at all. But instead of him being at home in bed, he was up and knocking on our doors, making sure that everyone was there for the class. Today, we would be sparring in class. This was highly unusual. Not only did he not normally have anything to do with the kickboxing classes, but we never sparred in the classes. Apparently today was the day, though. I got paired up with one of the Brazilians who'd had a full night's rest. He was about my size and was in much better shape than me since he was a professional jiu-jitsu instructor and competitor. I felt like shit, but there was no way I was going to bitch out, even if I was hungover as all hell. I'd been keeping a relatively tight lid on the partying up to that point, but had gotten super fucked up and felt incredibly faded in the morning light. Still, I went ahead and got into a good little scrap with this guy. In the beginning, there was a decent amount of footwork, some feints and fakes and strategic moves. I tried to make him move in different directions, throwing my jab out whenever possible. As we got tired, though, it got to the point where there was nothing to do but to wade in and blitz the guy, and both of us gave up on our tactics for a game of very exhausted rock'em sock'em robots. I found out after the fact that the coach had a habit of telling his Brazilian fighters to punish the amateurs if he was pissed off at them. I learned enough Portuguese to understand him say that a couple of times. so I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had told this guy to really push the pace on me and rough me up. I was hanging tough, though, at least so far. I remember at one point I got so tired that I was leaning on him with both my arms around his shoulders. It was like I was asking for a moment of truce where we could both rest. But then he reeled off and hooked me right behind the ear, which threw off my equilibrium significantly and had me doing the stiff-legged chicken dance for about 3 or 4 steps. But I regained my balance and went after him with hard, straight punches. Just having had my bell rung, I felt justified in trying to ring his bell as well, so I really sat down on my punches and blasted him with a few good ones. Chewed up his body a little bit, again with stiff jabs and straight rights. Then when I went back to his head, he waved me off. He had had enough. I'm sure if I hadn't been so exhausted, I could have put him down a lot quicker, but conditioning is a powerful thing in a fight, or in any strength or power sport. No matter how big and strong you are, if you get gassed out, you're just going to turn into a giant flailing zombie, losing coordination and strength to deliver any type of damaging blow. And I don't know if I'd ever been more tired than that. It was a victory in more ways than one, though. The most obvious way was that this impromptu sparring session had been sprung on me with the hopes that I wouldn't be able to hack it, and instead I had showed heart and determination in going after my opponent. I had also got my bell rung and reacted by going forward, not backwards, which showed I wasn't going to be a little bitch under fire. I had earned the respect of all the pros who were in attendance at the class for the first time. Andre's plan had backfired. Since I had sparred and held my own, there was no way he could say I wasn't ready anymore. I had won. I immediately started sparring with the amateurs. The first day I knocked down 3 guys with shots to the body. The unspoken rule in sparring generally was that you didn't go 100% when you were swinging at your teammate's head, but you could wail on his body or legs to your heart's content. The body and legs could be toughened up. The chin, on the other hand, tended to get weaker the more punishment it took. More than one fighter left their chin in the gym in all-out gym wars. Even in gyms where sparring was usually sedate and controlled, things could occasionally get out of hand. Fighters are by nature competitive, so if one guy thinks the other guy is going a little too hard, he goes a little harder himself. The first guy invariably notices and ups the ante again, and so on and so forth until someone ends up concussed and has to pull out of an actual fight. I was good about pulling my punches to the head, but I had a good hard straight right to the solar plexus that I liked to time going backwards. I'd throw a combo, back away, at which point the opponent would usually come forward, and I'd plant my feet and meet his momentum by burying my fist up to the elbow in his gut. After that first day, the coach moved me up to sparring with the pros. Here, things were very much a different story. I had 2 choices: play defense and survive relatively unscathed but stagnate in my skills, or I could try to improve by wading into the fire and throwing punches at guys who had fought on 5 continents. Guys who had spent as much time honing timing and distance as I had taking bong hits. Let's just say I caught a lot of ass whoopings. Most of the guys were nice guys and tried to help me improve, which usually meant that after a round where they had tuned me up, they'd let me know exactly how they had tuned me up. Slowly, I improved. I got to the point where I was hanging with all of the lighter weight fighters in the conditioning drills, which was pretty impressive for a guy my size. I was even outworking some of the pros. I wanted to fight. The coach said no. He said if I was serious, I had to start thinking about supplements. I told him I already took a bunch of stuff, mainly creatine and protein, as well as some stimulants pre-workout. He sort of beat around the bush for a while until he finally came out and said it. He was talking about steroids. He wanted me to start juicing. This was out of the question for me. While I was an inveterate recreational drug user, I wasn't a cheater. I also didn't like the idea of injecting synthetic Chinese hormones into my body. It just weirded me out. I told Andre in no uncertain terms that I was doing this to test myself, and that if I couldn't do it clean, then I didn't want to do it at all. He made a last-ditch effort by telling me that all of my professional teammates were taking supplements. That at the big pro gyms, everyone did it. I told him no dice. This marked the point where our relationship really went to shit. The next day he sicked one of the Brazilians on me. For our sparring, we did 2 days a week where we essentially kickboxed in 16-ounce gloves and shin guards, and 1 day a week where we mixed in takedowns and grappling and wore small 4-ounce MMA gloves. This was a 4-ounce glove day. The coach told me that instead of rotating partners as usual, I was only going to pair with Luis that day, that he wanted Luis to work on some things with me. I spent the next hour or so getting the life choked out of me over and over again. Luis was a black belt Brazilian state champion in jiu-jitsu and was only a weight class below me, so my strength advantage was negligible. Certainly not enough for me to turn my white belt into a match for his black belt. He took my back repeatedly and applied a rear naked choke, except instead of applying it the normal way, where one tries to cut off blood to the carotid arteries via a powerful squeeze, he was focusing on cutting off my air supply. He was essentially taking the bony edge of his wrist and using it to smash my windpipe, then running his wrist up and down my throat, crushing my esophagus along its entire length. It was clear what was happening. The coach had told Luis that I had essentially called him a cheater, that I thought I was better than him, or something like that. Whatever he said, Luis was pissed and determined to make me quit. I did get better at defending the choke, but one can only improve so much in an hour. I would hand fight it for a while, but Luis's squeeze felt like a pair of garden shears closing on my neck. No matter how much I fought, my breathing would be seriously restricted and I'd have to tap eventually. When all was said and done, my throat had been so badly mangled that I was rendered completely mute for 4 days. Then my voice was weak and raspy for several weeks, like when you lose your voice. While I could eventually speak normally again, it took me several years of vocal rehab before I could sing again. I've spent countless hours singing ning-yangs and ungi-ongis and all manner of nonsense up and down the scale. I never regained the range I once had, but I can still get the job done. It reminds me of a lyric I had that went, daring destruction, dancing with the die, skating the thin ice of the sky, floating like a firefly high on the 4th of July. That firefly surrounded by exploding fireworks was like me playing at being a fighter. I wanted to be one of those guys, even though I never really had it in me. And not only was I playing an imitation game, but I was playing a dangerous one. And in the end, it cost about an octave off the top of my singing register. It may not sound like much, but for a musician, it's a pretty big deal. The story does have a sort of happy ending, though. A couple weeks later, we were doing our normal kickboxing sparring, and I was paired up with Luis. He and a couple other guys who were also favorites of the coach had really started coming after me in sparring. The thing was that while Luis was 1,000,000 times better than me on the ground, he was only a year or so ahead of me in striking. With my baptism by fire into the world of head movement and defensive footwork, I had developed quickly, and I could more or less hold my own with him standing, being bigger and stronger. So on this particular day, he was coming after me like a wild man, throwing these big looping hooks and overhands. I did what I always did in these situations. I backed up, and then set my feet and sat down on a hard right cross to the solar plexus. On this occasion, I must have timed it just right, must have hit Luis just as he was inhaling or something, because he dropped like a sack of flour, curled into the fetal position, groaning, moaning, absolutely writhing. Then he started yelling about how I had hit him in the balls. I hadn't thought I'd hit him low, but I figured he'd know better than I would, and I wasn't going to argue with him. If I'd hit him low, then fuck him. It was what he deserved. Here's the thing, though. It just so happened that one of my other teammates' girlfriends had been there taping sparring for him, and since we all used the same big mat, there were all sorts of guys in frame, including me and Luis. Luis had made a big damn scene and limped around for a while, stomping his feet and rubbing his crotch. Plus, he was kind of a dick. So everyone thought the prospect of gathering around to watch the video of him getting nailed in the balls would be pretty funny. Everyone gathered, the bong being passed around, beers cracked. We got the video playing on the big screen, and there for everyone to see was the most perfectly placed body shot in the history of body shots. We had a clear angle on the punch, and it was most certainly not low. All the wailing and complaining Luis had done had been an act to cover the fact that the new guy had dropped his ass. Boom goes the dynamite. I should probably finally get around to describing the beach itself, because it wasn't just your traditional mile of sandy beach, and lit up blood red behind Alejandra and her friends. It was as if heaven and hell had collaborated on a backdrop. This was a special beach. This was the kind of beach that belonged on postcards or in Hollywood movie sets. There were no hotels or restaurants, no gift shops or convenience stores to pick up snacks. There were about 200 yards of beach, bookended on each side by 100-foot-high cliffs that extended far out into the water, about 100 yards on each side, then turned and continued along the coastline. As such, our little beach created an isolated patch of sandy coastline on a long, rocky shore. The current came strongly in one direction, from one cliff towards the other, so if you swam near one cliff and didn't go too deep, the current pushed you towards the other and you were safe for a little while. Of course, if you swam too close to the wrong cliff, the current would bash you into it, and you really didn't want to hit those rocks. The beach was mostly considered a no-swimming zone by both the locals and visitors. The others in our group would get in up to their ankles, but none of them were strong swimmers, and since there was nothing approaching a lifeguard, it was swim at your own risk. Tom and I didn't really see what the big deal was. The waves were very strong, but we had experienced that before, growing up in Southern California. The cliffs actually created a sort of funneling effect which gave the waves some extra oomph, but it was still nothing more than we had dealt with at high tide in our youths. It was strong enough current that you had to be a strong swimmer to navigate it, but it wasn't exactly a death trap. As such, Tom and I would swim regularly, taking care to stay away from the dangerous cliffs, but otherwise having an uninhibited good time. The really cool part was the impact of the waves hitting the cliffs, where the water would splash up 100 feet into the air as it made impact with the rocks. It was like nature's fireworks, except the fire was in the sky and the waves crashing constantly against the cliffs provided a steady rhythmic counterpoint to the unblinking glare of the low hovering veil of blood. I could have stood there and watched Alejandra and her friends dance forever, but we had to get checked in as such, which meant going to a guy up by the jungle edge of the beach and renting a couple tents. Alejandra had rented a hammock, which was inferior because of mosquito protection, but was cheaper, so I was hoping I might be able to coax her into my tent if things went my way. The guy who rented us the tent asked us if we wanted any weed, and of course we said yes. He looked like he was all of about 13 years old. He pulled out a large box about 2 feet square, which was full of weed. He asked us how much we wanted, and we asked for the usual 100 peso bag, which we saw he didn't weigh or measure at all, unless you count one big-ass handful as a unit of measurement. He grabbed the handful and stuck it into a paper sack. My brother asked him if he knew how to roll joints, and the kid said of course he did. He was an expert. So we asked him if he would roll all this weed for us if we would give him a good portion of it. He wasn't interested. He had all the weed he could smoke. What he wanted was to be introduced to Alejandra and her friends. Tom told him we could definitely make that happen, and the kid happily started rolling away, right there on the little card table where he did his tent hammock business. You see, not only was this an isolated beach, but this was known as a hippie beach, which means you didn't have to worry about some stuck-up local or puritanical beachgoer calling the cops on you. Everywhere you looked, people were smoking weed, usually in fat cone-shaped spliffs. There weren't many people there. It wasn't like one giant party or anything, more like a few discreet gatherings spread out around the beach, each with their own fire. We went to join our group and spent the rest of the night smoking and watching the fire dancers shimmy and shake in front of the crashing waves. The next day there was a lot of sleeping late, a lot of lying around smoking more weed, a lot of swimming for Tom and me. There was a small village about a mile back from the beach that was literally like 10 or 15 little huts that had all been built in the shanty style with either reclaimed building materials or unmilled wood, the kind of structures you might see in a Swiss Family Robinson-style domicile. All of the fences were just sticks stuck in the ground, wired together usually. Some people had goats in their yard, others had chickens. At one of these huts you could go sit in the owner's kitchen where she would cook you a dinner of locally fresh-caught fish, rice, and beans for a couple bucks. It was a long wait while she cooked, but hunger makes the best sauce, and every time we sat down at her table, we had some serious hunger sauce going. There was also the fact that this was an old Mexican grandma who knew her shit and was cooking us the most authentic Mexican food in the history of Mexican food. Other than her kitchen, which was only open in the evenings, everyone had to survive on the snacks they brought with them. So it was lots of crackers and peanut butter for breakfast and potato chips and beef jerky for lunch, all washed down with copious amounts of bottled water. There was really good body surfing as the waves were very strong, and of course we did appreciate the fact that all of the Mexicans were afraid of the water, and so in their eyes we seemed to be exhibiting some level of bravery by swimming in it. So we swam and lounged and smoked all day. I got to spend some good time with Alejandra, but things seemed to have stagnated between us. She had been melancholy and had just not been feeling very sexual, which is something that I can understand. So we'd settled into more of a kind of comfortable if temporary friendship. There was sort of an understanding in place that when she felt ready to be involved with someone, that I was going to be her guy. And until that time, I would just patiently wait and be there for her as a friend. The other men in Alejandra's life, the older guy who helped her with bills sometimes, and the American boyfriend she saw occasionally when he visited, were going to be pushed to the wayside. I had a lyric that went, "Every dream you don't remember adds another spark, another ember. When the glow gets bright enough for you to see, it will reveal you've been dreaming of me." That summed up how I felt. I was the man of her dreams, in case she didn't know it yet. All I had to do was stick around and give her time to figure it out. And it's not like there were other women knocking my door down, so I didn't feel bad about being put on hold while her moods sorted themselves out. The weed did a lot to ease any suffering I might be enduring, for there was weed aplenty. Still, there was a bit of cuddling on the beach, a bit of hand-holding, just enough to keep things confusing and keep my heart reeling, while not going so far as to spur me to try to push things forward romantically. We smoked a lot, shared a lot of joints, and it felt like we were building something very special. I wondered if what we had would extend past this summer, if the other men would fade into the scenery, if her poly lifestyle would be dragged towards orthodoxy by my sex appeal and kindness. I somehow believed that despite the fact that I was currently not even one of many, I believed I would work my way to being the one and only. Except I was about to have the rug pulled out from under me. Floating. Barely. Currents carrying me. I thought I knew the depths of fatigue, but I've reached the point of feeling all but paralyzed. As if my nerves have short-circuited and I have lost control of my muscles. I will them to move. Nothing. Focus. You do not want to die. To live, you need to move. I am drifting nearer and nearer to the cliff. I feel panic. I am panicking. I tilt my head back, strain my neck up for a gulp of air. I can hear the next wave's low, staticky rumble in the distance. I take a deep breath, a second one. I sink too low. A gulp of water, water in the lungs, sputtering, coughing. My whole body convulses with the violence of the coughing. I gasp for breath, get a lungful of air, and then I feel the cliff in the blackness. I jump at the first contact of something solid. Think of the shark. But this is solid and stationary. With all my will, I lift one arm up to the rock face, feel for a handhold. Anything to anchor myself. If I hold myself close enough to the cliff, maybe the wave will just wash over me. I will be part of the rock. I find a grip, dig my fingertips into the shallow ridge. The wave comes. It feels mercifully small. The water crashes and rushes around me. I float up with the rising water, almost lose my handhold, but the tips of my fingers keep me tethered. The water begins receding. I feel the whirlpool forming. I hope against hope it will pull me from my handhold. I feel the pull. I am safe. For now. I should move. I cannot move. I am glued to the rock. I wait. Think of Alejandra. A lyric comes to mind. So I buried your memory in the soil of my soul and hoped it wouldn't grow. But the thankless theft of the way you left leaves me at a loss to let you go. I wrote it about a woman who I love very much and actually thought I might marry. Then she ghosted me. Just one day, disappeared. For all I know, she could have died, but I know that's not true. Some people would happily rip your heart out if it meant they got to avoid a difficult conversation. The idea of that song is that you can betray someone not by action, but by inaction. Sometimes it's about what you didn't do when you had the chance. Betrayal can be doing nothing at all. And that's the easiest kind of betrayal in the world, to just let things happen. Alejandra didn't give me any explanation, not even a look or a nod, but I can't think about that now. The wave is coming. It demolishes me. This wave feels as big as the last one did small. It lifts me away from my handhold. I am suddenly tumbling. Then an impact, a dull thud, my head on the rock. I see stars in the blackness. The night is spinning. Vertigo. My body seems to have recovered slightly. I reach out blindly, feeling the rock, mercifully find it, run my hands along the rough face, find a ridge to grip with my fingertips as the whirlpool begins to spin. I hang there in the water, feeling the whirlpool tug at my body. Then I vomit. It is a good part salt water from the taste. I want to rest my head. I feel for the wound, feel wet warmth seeping from my forehead, put my fingers to my mouth. No doubt it's blood. I should have trusted myself, somehow willed myself away from that wall. I know from fighting that nothing saps your energy quite like taking damage, especially to the head. And these aren't scrapes, this is flowing blood. I think of the shark. Should have trusted myself. I tend to have issues with trust. Not that I don't trust people, just the opposite. I mean, my trusting nature often gets me into trouble. I just find life is easier if you trust people. Sure, you get screwed sometimes, but usually you don't. I trusted Alejandra, trusted that she wouldn't hurt me, that she was serious when she said the things she said, when she looked at me or touched me the way she did. I don't expect she meant to hurt me. She didn't set out to betray me, but betray me she did. It's funny how life works like that sometimes. Somebody makes you a promise, and at that time that promise is the truth, but then things change and it becomes a lie. Not the first time I've been there. An old California friend of mine, who I don't even want to name for fear of giving his poor mom a heart attack, got into growing pot and started frequenting an internet forum on the subject. He made some friends and eventually went to a local growers meetup where he met a grower who could supply top quality product in bulk. This gave him the opportunity to buy wholesale, which left a huge amount of room for profit. So my friend was getting 10-pound packages of weed vacuum sealed in plastic directly from a farmer. He would then drive out to the Midwest where he'd be able to sell it at a huge markup and make good money, even after paying for gas and hotels. This ready access to great weed is what got me into dealing. I had dropped out of school and been working for a while, focusing on my music, but was now back in school, and as I probably should have expected, I wasn't very happy. I went in with a bit more maturity and focus and had the best of intentions, thought that this time everything was going to be different. I remember feeling the same loneliness I had felt in Iowa City, except this time I didn't have my cousins around to keep me going. I wrote a song at that time that had the lyric, "A heart is a muscle, a heart is a pump, a heart's a maudlin metaphor. A heart is a bull begging mercy from a sick sadistic matador. Loneliness keeps stopping my heart, but then out of boredom I revive. Back to being me, being little more than alive." That was how I felt, like my heart was pumping and my lungs were breathing, but in terms of signs of life that weren't strictly physiological, I was barren. There was no ambition and no joy. I felt like I had given up on my musical dreams by coming back to school. Sure, I intended to continue pursuing music on the side, but the only reason to get a degree was to get a career. And getting a career felt like throwing in the towel, at least as far as I was concerned. But I needed to grow up. I needed to get my shit together. I needed to accept the responsibilities of being an adult. Was I too good to work for a living? But there was always the nagging feeling that I was squandering a chance at something great, that I could find my way into something special and would be doing myself a disservice by finally stepping into the status quo. Another line in that same song goes, "Days go so slow, nights disappear. Same questions and confusions, what am I doing here? Nights pass so fast, endless days arrive. An infinite dose of being little more than alive." Looking ahead to a 9-to-5 career felt like a death sentence. Even worse, it felt like torture. I really don't know how people do it. Even if you're only working a 40-hour work week, which is rare for those on the career track, the numbers don't make sense to me. 40 hours a week means 8 hours a day. You're supposed to sleep 8 hours as well. That makes 16 hours. Let's say an hour for commute there and back, an hour for lunch, an hour for dinner. Maybe you rush breakfast. That makes 19 hours. Then you've got to bathe, groom, and use the bathroom. Let's say an hour total a day. Maybe an hour for an errand or some housework and an hour for exercise. Now we're up to 22 hours a day. That means I have 2 hours a day of leisure. 2 hours a day to read, write, smoke, dream, and relax. To a lot of busy professionals or parents out there, 2 hours a day may sound like luxury. To me, it sounds like bullshit. Especially when you consider that those 2 hours fly by and the rest of the day drags ass. To spend over 7/8 of the day doing shit I don't want to do and less than 1/8 being myself, that's no life. You can keep it. But at the time, I had myself convinced that college was the right path for me. I was trying to stay sober as well as I could, but then my friend approached me about being one of the many arms of his burgeoning weed empire. I knew I'd be happier if I was smoking, at least for a while. And since I was probably ditching school again after this semester anyway, I wasn't too worried about my grades. I was fronted a pound of coconut kush as my first shipment, and I remember that shit just went like wildfire. I knew a lot of people who smoked, and when the word got out that I was selling a superior product at a good price, and that met with prompt service, prompt replies, etc., made me an overnight weed tycoon. I threw caution to the wind and took all customers so long as they had a referral. I had people coming over to my place, I was making deliveries, I was meeting people in gas stations, I had a huge customer base, and it was only a matter of time before I got busted or got robbed. If you did it long enough, one or the other was going to happen. It was inevitable. I once heard a guy give this somewhat racist interpretation of the dangers of drug dealing. If you dealt to white kids, you wouldn't get robbed, but the second they got busted, they would cut a deal with the cops and try to get you busted to save their ass. White kids were afraid of doing time. The opposite was supposedly true of black kids. They were more likely to rob you, but also much less likely to snitch if they got busted. I don't have a large enough sample size to speak to the truth of this. Personally, I'd rather get robbed than snitched on. The snitches kept me up at night. Reporting a murder or robbery was one thing, but flipping and wearing a wire to bust someone who hooked you up, that's shitheel behavior. Nothing more cowardly than shifting consequences from yourself to another person whose only offense towards you was doing a favor. For the record, I did know some white kids that shot another kid in the back over a few bad tabs of acid. They didn't rob the guy, though. Just shot him. Of course, this is far from a hard and fast rule. About 90% of my experience with black kids growing up came playing playground basketball. No one ever gave me any trouble there. There are plenty of white kids out there who commit robberies and plenty of black kids turning stool pigeon, but I had heard this piece of advice from someone much more seasoned than I, who I knew to be quite racially forward-thinking. In fact, he had a black daughter, and most people who knew him would say he wished he was black. Plus, considering the glorification of crime and so much hip-hop music, living the thug life and all that shit, I figured there might be some truth to it. So when I dealt to white kids, I dealt only in my home, where I could control the environment and have the music turned up loud. If anyone asked for the music to be turned down, I'd immediately get suspicious, even going so far as to ask them to lift up their shirt so I could check for a wire. I don't know what I would have done if I had found one. Probably freaked the fuck out. Glad it never happened. When I dealt to black kids, I only dealt in my home to people I knew very well, and everyone else who I didn't necessarily know well, I either went to their place or met at a gas station. Of course, I could still be robbed in these circumstances, but if it happened, they'd only get what I had on me, which was never much. I wasn't stupid after all. Like I said, though, there were a few black guys who I knew personally who I had come into my house. Since most of my friends were white and the social circle I moved in was mostly white, I didn't have many introductions to the black student population. So 2 black guys I worked with, who I'd gotten to know well during slow shifts, became my sort of liaison to the black community. Marshall and Jalen became mini kingpins in their own right, although they were selling mainly dimes and dubs. They were buying in increasingly large amounts as their influence and business grew. I trusted these 2 and made sure they knew never to let anyone know where I lived. I told them what I had been told about dealing to white kids versus black kids, and they said that it was most definitely true. They were a couple of real Chicago kids, so they were probably better judges of such things than I was. I trusted that they weren't going to rob me, but apparently I trusted them too much. They didn't actually rob me themselves, nothing so treasonous and dastardly as that, but one of them directly led to me being robbed. Basically what happened was that Marshall was drinking at a house party in East St. Louis, which was the very rough sister city to St. Louis, located just across the river in Illinois. It had the highest murder rate per capita for several years running, so it wasn't a particularly nice place to be. In other words, there were real gangsters afoot. Beware. Here be dragons. So, Marshall was drunk as shit and was running his mouth about what a baller he was, but he was a college crowd baller, not a big city baller. He was talking to some other guy who sold weed, and he was talking about how he knew a white boy who could get weight of that fire. The guy pulled a gun on him and said, "Let's go." This other dealer and his partner held my buddy at gunpoint while he texted me. He asked me if he could come by, and since this was a totally normal interaction for us, I said of course. I didn't think anything of it. About an hour later, he showed up and knocked on my door as usual. As I let him in, he put his hands up and said, "I'm so sorry." I was puzzled, having no idea what he was talking about. Then from either side of the door frame, out jumped two masked men brandishing pistols. They rushed into the apartment, yelling at me to get on the ground and demanding, "Who else is in the apartment?" At first I was in a state of denial. It only lasted a moment, but I remember a very real feeling that this couldn't be happening, that this was a joke or was somehow a dream. Quickly hit home though, and I'm glad to say I was a pretty cool character under the pressure of a home invasion. I just backed up with my hands up, giving them space. I said, "I'm the only one here," as I laid down on the ground. My friend Marshall lied down as well. He looked terrified. There was no thought of fighting back. First of all, I didn't even own a gun at that point, and even if I had, I would have had to have had it in my hand when they came through the door to keep them from getting the drop on me. As far as I had been concerned, this was going to be a totally routine transaction, and I was in no way anticipating getting robbed. There was also the fact that I had a bit of a trick up my sleeve. You see, I had a safe where I kept my weed and money, but only a small amount of each. The safe was just for show, so that if someone did think of robbing me, they'd not only think I used a safe and maybe be deterred, but more importantly, if they did end up robbing me anyway, they would target the safe, assuming that its contents were all I had of value. Little did they know that I just kept enough money in there to make change or to handle the given transaction. The rest of the money was buried in a stack of graying undershirts in my closet. The same went for weed. There was never more than an ounce in the safe, even though I'd have as much as a pound at a time when I re-upped. The excess weed was in the corner of my closet, under a pile of dirty laundry. Knowing this, I took the strategy of just being very compliant and trying to talk sense to the robbers and get them out of there as quickly as possible before shit got out of hand in any number of ways. As I lied down, one of the robbers ran past me, jumping over me in the entryway, running back to check the single bedroom and bathroom for any other people. The other one held his gun to the back of my head. First robber reappeared, having found the back room empty. He asked where the safe was. I pointed it out in plain sight on my desk. It was actually sitting open. I didn't even keep it closed when I was home. He emptied it, finding about $200 worth of bills in various sizes and about a half ounce of weed. They asked where the rest was, and I played dumb. I told them I wasn't about to get shot over some damned weed, that they had what they came for and they should get out of here before my friend got back from buying cigarettes. This wasn't a bluff. I actually had a female friend staying with me at the time. She was the rare female friend where there was never any sexual tension. Even though she shared my bed, out of necessity, there was no couch, while she stayed with me. She was a pretty level-headed chick, knew a lot about literature, and was the good kind of strange. She once sent me a video of women in string bikinis farting into heavily iced cakes. I shit you not. Another time it was an image of a dragon fucking a car. She wasn't necessarily a pervert, though, more intrigued by the bizarre. She was smart and iconoclastic, didn't believe in bending to the world's will, believed it should bend to hers. She inspired the lyric, "Believing every wish she makes is a contract with the galaxy. She says I am not made of flesh and blood are made of me." She was a real cool chick, and the idea of something happening to her really had me worried. For example, what if they had tried to rape her? What would I have done? Tried to intervene and walk through the bullets? Watched it happen? You may think I'm being paranoid, but at the time I had long hair, like grunge hippie style, and one of the guys said to me, "You got pretty hair, white boy. I had to come back and turn you out." I didn't say anything to this. There was nothing to say that wouldn't be in some way provocative. Instead, I said she could be back any minute. They called bullshit, and I repeated that my friend Laura went out to the store to get cigarettes, and when she got back, she was going to fucking scream, and the whole building was going to hear. I said they got what they came for and they should get out of here. I was very calm and cool. I tried my line again. My friend's gonna get back and fucking flip out. Y'all got what you came for. Authoritative but not condescending. It did the trick. They told us to count to 100 before we got up, and then went running out. I started counting but stopped soon after as I heard them running out of the apartment complex and their car peeling out. I fantasized about having had a gun to chase them out into the parking lot with, firing shots at them as they sped away. There was no such gun, though. I just had to watch them drive off. At this point, Marshall burst into tears. Remember, this is a black kid from Chicago who up to this point had portrayed himself as some kind of gangster, or at least a kid with street smarts and grit. But here he was bawling like a child. I told him everything was okay, and his reply was to burst out blubbering, "Those were real guns!" I had to laugh at this. By this point, I already felt like an old hand at this gangster game, even though this had been my first brush with any sort of gunplay. But I had handled it like an old pro. I said, "Yeah, man, that's what happens when you get robbed. They use real guns." And his reply was, "I've never had anything like that happen to me before." Again, blubbering the whole time. I did my best not to laugh and tried to comfort him. I shared walls with two neighbors, one next to me and one above me, both of whom I knew well and sold weed to. I went up and told my upstairs neighbor what had happened, in case she had heard the commotion and had thought about calling the cops. She said she had heard yelling, but didn't know what it was. She was shocked. It was a very white suburban community I lived and sold in. My other neighbor wasn't home. When I got back, Marshall was still in a state. I did my best to calm him down, telling him that they were gone now and there was no way they were coming back, that they had been way out of their element in an environment that was foreign to them, and were likely hightailing it back to safety to have a good time with the spoils of their plundering. I ended up smoking him out with a little bud that I had on my desk, my head stash. It had been sitting out in plain view the whole time, and I had completely forgotten about it while the robbers had been in my apartment. They hadn't spotted it either, though, so I was able to smoke him out without dipping into my bulk stash, which he didn't know about, and it's a good thing, too. Because to this day, I don't know if he might have been in on the robbery the whole time. You see, he had told me much earlier that he was an actor, and he had claimed to be a very good one, to have won some awards in high school. Plus, it's not too hard to act scared and spooked, though if he had managed to fake all those tears, then he deserved his cut of the meager pickings of my safe. That was an Oscar-worthy performance, if performance is what it was. Just to fuck with him, though, and to keep my dummy safe system secret, I told him that they had gotten over 10 grand in cash, that I didn't have much weed because I was just about to re-up, so I was cash heavy. I figured if he went looking for his cut, he was going to have an awkward conversation. While I was smoking Marshall out, my friend Laura got back from buying cigarettes. Boy, was she surprised to hear what she had missed. By this time, Marshall had more or less stopped crying. I made it clear that as much as I liked him, it was time for him to leave. I was kind of mad at him for obvious reasons, but I felt bad for him as well. Eventually, I convinced him to get a move on. He ducked out the door like a spy ducking out into the night. I was a bit wired after the whole experience, and so Laura and I went for a walk. I remember while we were walking, it was about 10 o'clock by this point, some jackasses decided it would be funny to give us a blast of the horn as they sped past. Needless to say, I jumped a bit, being very much in a heightened state. It was just like the world to bring some dipshit along when you're at your most vulnerable. Like it just seemed fitting that on this night of nights, it'd be the night where some joyriding ass would decide his horn was a fucking toy. My head was in a really weird place. I'd been playing the dealing game for a few months straight, going pretty hard and making a lot of money in the process, smoking a lot of weed, taking a lot of risk by dealing to a wide clientele, and just swallowing that risk down every day like my morning grape nuts. I think the copious amounts I was smoking helped with the stress of the dealing. Plus, I just had a streak of fuck it in me that allowed me to compartmentalize shit like that and push it to the back and forge ahead with the task at hand. I think this was why I had a moment of, this can't be happening, when I was getting robbed. Because even though on the surface, of course, I knew getting robbed was a very real possibility, just like getting busted by the cops was a very real possibility, in order to be able to sleep at night, I had to push the idea out of my consciousness and just get into that headspace of, it can't happen to me. Of course, then when I was on the heels of having it just have happened, there was a sort of existential whiplash. Realizing that I had been taking these very real risks all this time as if they had been nothing, doing it with style and nonchalance, daring the world to stop me short. And finally, it did. I suddenly had to think what might have happened if they had decided to try to rape me right then and there, instead of coming back to do it. What would have happened if Laura would have gotten back, if they would have panicked, if there would have been shots fired? What if I had been executed in my apartment for selling fucking weed? I had a gun to the back of my head with the finger on the trigger, and that finger belonged to someone probably fucking high and scared. Oh well, I made it. At that point I sold the rest of what I had at a steep discount to move it fast and got out of the game. I had no trouble sleeping in my bed that night or staying there at any point after that. I texted Marshall telling him that I had bought a shotgun, and he was welcome to come by and see it and to bring his friends back. I never heard from Marshall again. Laura ended up finding God, and then maybe losing him, or maybe just dialing back the fervor. If I get out of this, I will call her up. Thinking about whether Marshall did actually betray me or not makes me wonder the same thing about Alejandra. Did she actually owe me? How much had she promised, and how much had I imagined? We had held hands and cuddled a bit, but hippies are doing that shit all the time. It's not like we had ever slept together. At one point we came close, and if I had really wanted to, I probably could have made it happen. But under the circumstances, I didn't really want to, which may seem impossible with all those miles of curves twisting and turning in a million directions. How could a guy not become tangled up in all of that? Well, let me tell you. It started with a very drunken night out at a bar. By this point I had spent a fair amount of time with Alejandra and her friends, but had been unable to seal the deal in terms of cracking open her heart, which sat like a stone buried deep in her chest. Like many other nights we were drinking and smoking, but this night we were also dancing, and it just so happens that I am a very competent dancer, which is an excellent tool for attracting women. Alejandra had been having a good time and giving me a lot of attention, and things had been progressing between us, such that I was pretty sure that this was going to be the night that we ended up hooking up. Alejandra was a playful tease, but never a mean tease, if you get what I mean. So while she might flash her boobs at you in a fit of drunken mania, she wouldn't lead you on intentionally just for the attention. So I felt confident that as long as I didn't make any major missteps, I was finally going to get to crush her curves into me. Make our bodies into one mangled, twisted heap that align everything as the biological engine we were and let the pistons fire. Alejandra and I had discussed our sexual proclivities a few nights before in a big group of her hippie friends where everyone was pretty free about that kind of stuff. She had spoken freely about her kinks, which ranged from fantasies about being gangbanged to being kept tied up as a prisoner and used as a sexual slave. I myself was somewhat of a sexual deviant, so I wasn't going to be judging her for desiring these things, even if they were a bit jarring to hear coming from my precious little heart blossom. But of course I had my own sexual fetishes, which I don't need to list here, many of which lined up with hers, so overall I was excited to hear what a sexual labyrinth Alejandra stood watch over. On this particular night, it seemed that my double-jointed salsa dancing hips had stirred in her the desire to act on one of her many fantasies. The problem was that it wasn't one that I was really into, but I was willing to bite the bullet to try to give her what she wanted. It wouldn't be the first time I'd done such a thing, and I know women had done the same for me in the past. So, with all that in mind, I agreed to have a foursome. 2 men, 2 women. The other participants were one of Alejandra's friends named Celia, and another American guy that Celia had been dancing with at the party and who I knew a little bit named Sean. This would be my first time exploring this particular sexual niche, and there was a reason for that. I just wasn't really into the idea of having an audience, or of being one. There wasn't any judgment tied up in it, I just didn't get off on it, and in fact was made a bit uncomfortable by the idea. I decided the thing to do was just to do my best to block out everything except my half of the foursome. Alejandra made this difficult. She was very much the person driving the whole thing, and so she was calling the shots, and the rest of us were more or less willing to let her do so. Everyone was very drunk and pretty much up for whatever, so we didn't hesitate when Alejandra piled us all in the middle of a single bed, like a collapsed game of Twister, and guided our hands to the bodies of our partners so that everything was all mixed up and intertwined. I've got to say there was no complaint about having my hands on two different women at the same time, but I just couldn't get Sean's presence out of my mind. We weren't even completely naked yet, and already I was uncomfortable. I wasn't a homophobe and didn't have trouble touching guys in non-sexual situations, but for whatever reason this was just sort of a hang-up. But I went with it, finally got to kiss Alejandra, even if she had another guy's hands on her ass while I was doing it. And for a while this was tolerable, if a little bit awkward for me. Then Alejandra decided that it was time for the next step, and she split us off into couples. Only instead of splitting herself off with me, she went with Sean and paired me up with her friend who I barely knew. I guess this was part of the foursome experience in her mind, the swapping of partners. And since I hadn't complained up to this point, I tried to stay in sexual deviant mode and not let my heart speak up and point out that the girl I love is about to get it on with another guy about 10 feet away from me. The woman who I was supposed to be having relations with was plenty attractive, and since I figured my time with Alejandra would come, I tried to focus on the task at hand. The problem was that this woman that I had been paired up with was a different kind of hippie than Alejandra. She wasn't really a hard-partying, free-love kind of hippie. She was more into collecting crystals and doing star charts, and to be perfectly honest, she was probably way drunker than she had any right to be. I didn't know any of this at the time. I was too drunk to be tuned into much. She seemed to be a bit baffled by the whole situation, like I was, but here we were, and so we bumbled onwards. I tried hard to focus on my business as the object of my heart's desire provided the unrelenting distraction of a dick in her mouth only 10 feet away. Concentrate. Eventually we got to the moment of full penetration. She asked me to go slow, and I obliged. Still, only barely having achieved what could maybe be considered consummation, she burst into tears. I quickly withdrew and tried to comfort her. It didn't help that her English wasn't very good, but it turned out that this girl I was about to have sex with was a virgin, and she didn't know why she was doing this, and she was ashamed, and then the waterworks really opened up. I had a naked Mexican virgin hippie crying in my arms, and was naked myself and trying to be understanding. I tried to tell her everything would be okay, though I was far from convinced myself. 10 feet away, the woman who held my heart stroked another man's balls while sucking on his cock. It was absolutely surreal. I felt like I was looking at the world through a distant lens, like things had tipped sideways, like I was underground. I had a lyric that went, "Digging deep where the prehistoric sleep, seeking sanctuary for the memories we keep. Beaten, barely beating hearts abound. So goes the view from underground." I had so many perfect memories of Alejandra. Every time I'd made her laugh, every time I'd spotted her from a distance and watched her face light up in recognition. Her hips doing that smooth and thick as gravy thing as she walked away. And now on top of all those memories was my princess as not so much a princess. Or at least a princess with a dick in her mouth. I know men can be weird about this shit. They want to get laid like crazy, but they want every woman they meet to be a virginal maiden. Of course, I knew Alejandra had most likely given a blowjob before, but I knew better than to visualize it. And having it there in front of me in living color, goosebumps from the chill night air, fly on my neck, it was just too real. Too much of the world showing its true colors of shit for one night. The sounds were almost worse than the visuals. I'll spare the details because this isn't that kind of story. Eventually, the other half of the foursome finished up with their bout of lust and were forced to deal with us. By this point, I was ready to go home, and so was Alejandra's friend, who was now risking falling asleep in my arms. I didn't want to double-team Alejandra with this other guy, and he was happy to have gotten a no-consequence blowjob, so he was ready to get out of there as well. Alejandra clearly didn't have as much emotion tied up in the interaction as I did, so she easily shifted into concerned friend mode and let the guys beat a hasty retreat. The next time I saw Alejandra, she acted as if nothing had happened. And I guess in her mind, nothing really had. So what happened exactly with Alejandra? After an idyllic weekend of smoking weed in the sunshine by day and dancing by the fire by night, suddenly Alejandra's rich older boyfriend Eduardo was there at the beach, getting off a donkey in the evening, being spotted by Alejandra, who was shocked and jumped up from where she was sitting with me and ran to him, flinging herself into his arms, suddenly glowing the way I wanted to make her glow. I can't describe the emotional massacre going on inside me. My doubts became scythe-like, mowing down my hopes and dreams. Because in that moment, everything good I wanted was wrapped up in her. Whatever else I desired, she was there, by my side. I had a lyric that went, "The wolfman's hope is like a frozen rose dusted with frost, breaking heights of beauty just before it's lost. So he makes a map to back before the blaze of love began. He's reduced to fire's embers in the shape of a man." That brittle rose petal, knocking on death's door in her Sunday best, shining like a diamond into ruby, did the wild thing. That was me. Built for beauty and love, not to withstand the cold winds of winter. And now, to be so unmanned, I felt not quite human. Like I'd become a ghost and have to find my way back to myself. Instead of fire burning bright and proud, I am dying embers. No dancing for me, just fading to ash. It was clear now that there hadn't been some unbreakable mood disorder, some prison of sadness keeping her heart safely out of reach, when all that had to happen was for one of her other boyfriends to show up to completely cure her and likely have her moving her stuff into his tent as soon as he got it set up. She avoided my eyes assiduously. Not even a nod or a shrug did I merit. There couldn't have been a clearer demonstration of where we stood, or rather where I stood. Looking back, I don't know if Alejandra was ever depressed, or if that was just code for, "I don't want to hurt your feelings," or maybe just, "I don't want to have an awkward conversation." Whatever. I had let myself fall for her before it was reasonable to do so, and now I would pay the price. The sky had started to turn as Eduardo had arrived. At least they seemed to line up in my memory. But the sky was dark and the wind was up, and so besides it being high tide, we had a bit of weather blowing in. I looked over at Alejandra, draped over the man who apparently laid claim to her heart, and looked out at the sea, and the only thought in my head was, I feel like swimming. Tom somehow knew immediately what I was up to. He had known I was deeply into Alejandra and couldn't have been blind to the whole drama playing out in front of him. He saw me eyeing the ocean, sized it up himself. It was choppy to say the least, and the wind was up. There wasn't any thunder or lightning yet, but the rain was coming our direction, if the dark swath of sky rolling towards us was any indication. I felt a strange chill. I felt like an echo, like a fading facsimile. I had a lyric that went, "The lightning that always strikes twice is the echo of my heart's desire, and the thunder from a sunny sky is the echo of my heart's amplifier, and the breeze that only whispers for a moment is the echo of my lungs' collapse, and the North Star calling from the top of the world is the echo of ambition's traps." Like the North Star guiding weary travelers, I had followed my heart's ambition without hesitation. I was Kid Icarus, strapping on my waxy wings and gambling my life on a faith based more in hope than evidence. And now I felt like the best parts of me had been spent, had been shouted into the wind, and had only returned as a distant ricochet, a sorry substitute for the power and velocity of my once sturdy song. I had been out in the sun on limited water rations for 2 days straight. Not only was I borderline sunburned everywhere, but I was dehydrated and felt the nausea and headache of heat stroke, despite the cooling night. I had stayed high for nearly 48 hours straight on shitty joint weed, and my lungs were showing the wear and tear. My head felt heavy and sleepy, while at the same time feeling wired to a high voltage line. Only the connection to the voltage was ragged and haphazard, like someone had just ripped the cable free and jammed it into me, and now it coursed through my veins saying one word: escape. It was a nice word, not pretentious or ostentatious, no unnecessary syllables, no escapade waiting on the other end, just simple root and prefix. So it was in this dull-witted state that I opened my mouth to announce to the group, "I'm going for a swim." Only I happened to be interrupted by Eduardo announcing that he had brought food and alcohol for all of Alejandra's friends, and directed us over to where a small pile of supplies had been unloaded off a riderless donkey. There was a cooler with tequila and fresca, as well as beer and a cornucopia of snacks of every variety imaginable. Like he had gotten high before he made his grocery list, which of course was perfect for the group he was catering to. Eduardo probably wasn't a bad guy. It was easy to imagine myself doing the same thing if I had the money to spare, but who knows? There are certainly plenty of people with money who never do a charitable thing in their lives. Still, I couldn't help but see Eduardo as an interloper, come to steal Alejandra away, to buy her love instead of earning it the honest way. It was good that Eduardo had interrupted my announcement. It was much more my style to just go off without anyone knowing, to not invite a big spectacle of everyone telling me what a bad idea it is, of shifting the attention onto myself unnecessarily. Drama-free. That's sort of one of my pet peeves. People who just have some sort of psychological need for attention, who feel compelled to make things about them, or at least direct the focus of the group onto them at regular intervals to keep the ego fire fueled. That wasn't me at all. Much better to just reappear later with my hair wet from swimming, and if anyone noticed, then that was on them. Would Alejandra notice? Or would she be hidden away in Eduardo's tent for the rest of the night? I had a lyric that went, "Petrify me, fossilize me. So long as somewhere buried in your heart you recognize me. My heart branded nemesis by my broken-legged Pegasus." That willingness to be turned to stone, to become only a memory or imprint of life, a monument to something that was and never will be again, so long as you are all those things in one particular heart. To crave a home in someone's heart, just a little one, because with all that I gave, if all of my favors and affection disappear like dust, then I don't know if I'll be able to rebuild them, reconstitute or recharge them. If it was all for nothing, then I am nothing. But give me a little place in your heart, and let me be the man who was good and kind and loved you well, even if you didn't feel the same, and I will carry on. I took a deep breath, a last long look at Alejandra. Did part of me know that I was borderline suicidal, or at least borderline crazy and prone to make reckless decisions? That I might not only be looking at Alejandra for the last time, but looking for the last time at the goddess form of woman? For what driving force better deserves the spot of totemic veneration than the female form? What had I worshipped more than the magical connection of which I was only one half, and needed to find my matching piece? So in my head I bowed down one last time, and in the flesh I let out a quiet breath, and then turned and headed for the dark ocean. Tom was right behind me. "Hey." I felt justified in ignoring this first call. Just kept walking, striding towards judgment. The wind was high, maybe I hadn't heard. Tom hustled to catch up with me, grabbed my shoulder, forcing me to turn. "Hey." "Yeah?" "What are you doing? What's it look like?" "You're not going swimming right now." Definitely not a good idea. Tom was very serious. I wondered if there was going to be a physical confrontation. I still had a good 30 pounds on him, though he was a handful for anyone to handle. But he didn't want to fight me, nor did I want to fight him. But the ocean was the only thing that felt right at that moment. The wind felt good, high and steady, and the rain felt fresh on my skin. But the rain and wind were just an appetizer, or they were the icing without the cake. I needed to be engulfed in the fluid planet and feel the contact on my skin, the reassurances of the steady currents and ebb and flow of waves. No one is coming. I will die here. I feel unsteady in the water, which I didn't think was possible. As if somehow I may lose my balance and tumble to the bottom of the ocean. I have never been this thirsty. In fact, thirsty is not adequate to describe what I'm feeling. It is a shit word, weak and inconsequential next to this sensation. My mouth is dry and sticky, like sandpaper dipped in tar and then left out in the sun to bake dry, like it has been packed with ash, like slow death. My tongue feels swollen and awkward. I would give anything for a drink of water, my life even. Death would be mercy. I wonder what death feels like. This is what death feels like. until it feels like nothing at all. All I need to do is let go. Let all the weakness and fatigue wrap around me like a blanket and shuttle me off to rest. I had a lyric that went, "Heart is pounding, mind is racing, deftly dodging demons I'd be better off facing. Playing my part by playing dumb, waiting for forever to come." I guess the wait is a short one compared to forever itself. Still, in that state of mind, every second stretches out. That song was written at a time when I felt like I was just running out the clock on my existence, playing dumb to the fact that I had agency in my own life, that I was the one who needed to address those demons and slay them double quick. Instead, it was easier to believe that there was nothing I could do. Easier to believe there was no solution but to wait until forever arrives. It will arrive soon enough. Time has no meaning here. It only measures with each passing wave, and each wave is a hardship. Another dive beneath the surface, a burst of energy to duck under and break through the wall of water, then a steady stroke against the whirlpool. Then I drag myself into position and wait. For what? For the shark? For the next wave? For exhaustion? The shark. I can't forget the shark. I have not spotted him again, but I feel him close. Or maybe I just feel terror and despair so starkly that I have to give life to them in some form. Sleek and efficient, built for killing, while I was built for song. But melody is no match for bloodlust, especially bloodlust millions of years in the making. I scream, "Fuck! Fuck you, you fucking bitch! Eat shit and die, shark bitch! Fuck!" I am breathless. I do not feel better. Panting, and then a cramp comes, worse than the last one, at least as bad. I clutch my hamstring, my head dropping beneath the surface. I pull at my foot, trying to straighten the leg, to relieve the knot of barbed wire tightening like a vice inside me. My hamstring is a collapsing star, or a black hole. It consumes me. I pull at my foot, nothing. Just in time, I lunge to the surface, snatch a breath. The next wave crashes over me, sending me tumbling through the surf. I try to protect my head. This time it's my free ankle that is cracked against the rock. A flash of pain up my leg. For a moment the cramp is forgotten. The respite doesn't last. I feel along the cliff face, dropping beneath the surface as I search for a handhold. The whirlpool has started. I become frantic, hand searching desperately. No dice. I am pulled away from the wall. I grab another breath, focus on my leg, dropping beneath the surface as the whirlpool drags me through the water. My leg might as well be made of iron for all the success I'm having. I try to massage the hamstring, pull again at the foot. No good. And again. Nothing. Pulling like my life depends on it, because it does. Another lunge to the surface, another gulp of air, and I have reached the center of the whirlpool. I feel myself dragged under, feel myself moving through the water, the strange silence of being submerged, the blackness absolute, the disorientation of losing all sensations of gravity. I could be in the womb, could just squeeze my eyes tight and imagine myself about to be born, then just wait until oblivion touches down. I am a master of fooling myself, but even I don't bite on this one. Instead, there's the distinct sensation that I cannot handle this. I have to handle this. I imagine my body going limp, drifting to the bottom. It is beautiful. I want to cry. The leg gives way. I stroke out of the whirlpool, disoriented by the blackness. Which way is up? I think I know. I'm not sure. I have to choose. My lungs cry out. Adrenaline kicks in and I am pulling towards what I hope is the surface, and pulling, and then oxygen. Sweet fucking oxygen. My thirst and fatigue recede as I gulp the salty air. For a moment my entire world is oxygen and it is beautiful. But I have to drag myself into position. The next wave is coming. I think there have been times in my life when I was a suicide case, when I looked at the world around me, stretching out in front of me, and just felt like it wasn't a place I wanted to be. It's really tough to express the darkness one feels when the abyss of depression rises up around you. It's just a feeling that everyone hates you and you're worthless, and you know this to be true. Imagine that by some stretch of the imagination you were to do something that made your whole family hate you, like you committed a child rape or something horrific like that. That is the way depression feels. Like anyone that loved you has realized their mistake and moved on. And it isn't just a feeling, it is fact, at least as viewed through those shit-colored glasses. When the net equation of pleasure versus pain is skewed dramatically in favor of pain, why would you keep working that equation? Why not put the pencil down? From this perspective, suicide is more mercy than tragedy. It's tragedy for the survivors, but for the sufferer, it is relief. And in a sense, it is the one true way to take control of your destiny. There isn't much else you can do that can't be undone. And when you feel the world has taken the reins from you and is using them to deliver a brutal flogging, wrenching back control can be pretty appealing. I know death is coming. I know I am only putting off the inevitable and extending my suffering in the meantime, but I can't deny it. Life. Couldn't deny it just now when I was underwater, nestled in the ocean's womb, ready to be reborn as a being without pain. Just one more resignation from punching my ticket. And yet life keeps fucking rearing its head. I cannot die. I must not die. I will not die. But still, I am going to die. I must remember my resolution to live and love to the end, to show death that life and I have a good thing going here and he'd be an asshole to get involved. But I can't deny the idiocy of my predicament. My own fault, completely. Sure, there were extenuating circumstances, but I was the one who let them extenuate. I was the one who waded into the rough surf, made the ridiculous bet, put my life up against the calming effects of a night swim. Armchair psychiatrists out there are probably convinced that I was suicidal, that some unconscious desire drew me into the ocean and kept me swimming far past my limit, like I didn't have the guts to do the job myself, but was willing to hire it out. To them, I can only say that if I wanted to die, I'd find a way to get the job done without all the drama. I wouldn't have trusted weariness to do the deed, because when it comes to strength or endurance challenges, you have to understand that I'm a bit of a freak. I've never met a man I wouldn't measure myself against, at least when it comes to physical ability and grit. I'm sure I sound like a bit of a wanker here, but let me tell you about the monster I once was. I used to run kids over by the busload on the lacrosse field. To this day, I've never had more fun being high than I did playing lacrosse. I wasn't getting high every day back then. It was mainly just on game days or sometimes on the weekend, depending on who I was hanging out with. So when I did get high, I'd get super high. The senior parking lot actually overlooked the lacrosse field, so it made sense to hang out there, and it was kind of tucked back in the corner. So it was the perfect place to puff a bowl before the game. We'd just get our tunes going, some good pump-up music, then spark the green. Now you might think that playing sports high would be a no-go. I'm here to tell you that for me it was a 100% positive experience. As far as that goes, I didn't have much of a choice since I joined the lacrosse team exclusively for the weed, and a pregame toke was the usual MO. You see, I had just recently discovered the wonders of my beloved sacrament and wanted more. None of my friends smoked, different crowd. There were some skaters I knew who smoked, but I had no interest in learning to skate. That asphalt looked pretty damn hard. The other guys I knew who smoked were on the lacrosse team, which had a reputation for being a hard partying crowd. My understanding is that it's pretty much like that in most lacrosse programs. Even our coaching staff liked to rage. There was actually a team trip once where they ended up getting in trouble for it. They had collected money for hotels from the kids and then switched to a cheaper motel at the last minute, used the extra money on beer. It just so happened that that night a couple of the players got a bit rowdy and we got a noise violation called on us. When the cops showed up, the coaches were too trashed to talk to them. They had to send the team captain out to handle it. I never got drunk before playing though, just high. I'd usually just get really dialed in and intensely into the game, and I played with a ton of confidence, which meant my natural aggression got the chance to come through. I mean, I'm not too aggressive in my day-to-day life, but when it comes to sports, I don't have any trouble going for it. And on the lacrosse field, I used to go for it with both barrels blasting. Like on more than one occasion, I literally took out entire groups of opposing players like a damn Scud missile. I tried to get a couple on each pass through the scrum. Like it happened more than once that I hit one guy who then slammed into a teammate, ending with them both on the ground. I was a brute. Or sometimes I'd just stop and stand directly over the ball and wait. Then I'd just keep my head on a swivel like I was in a street fight and try to smash anyone that came close. This was not a conventional tactic. Most guys would pick up the ball and run. I wasn't big on my ball skills, though. Like I could catch and throw decently if I was standing still and not under pressure, but anything more than that was beyond me. Even a simple thing like scooping the ball can be pretty damn difficult when you're trying to do it while running full speed and there's someone right behind you whacking you in the arm with a stick. I learned my lesson early on about not trying to scoop the ball. In one game, I closed out on a guy near midfield and knocked the ball loose with my standard Donkey Kong slap check. I then knocked him out of bounds. So far, everything according to plan. Then when I looked up, I saw that there was no one around me. The ball had been in the process of being cleared and everyone else was either far away or had been caught running in the other direction. It was just me and the ball in the open field. Fuck it, I thought. I can do this. I tried to scoop the ball, only managed to push it away from me. Tried again, pushed it away again. It was like this slapstick routine where the guy is trying to grab his hat and keeps on kicking it. I was like a damn field hockey player. I was running along the midfield line, hunched over, pushing the ball along in front of me. A few opposing players had the balls to take a shot at me. They must have thought this was their big chance. I was bent over and vulnerable, eyes on the ground. No one dared come at me head on, but they were brave enough to come in at a slant. They bounced off like ping pong balls. I hardly felt them. Didn't break my stride. I was a man among boys. A man who pushed the ball all the way across the field until it went out of bounds on the far sideline. This was embarrassing to say the least, hence the strategy of just kicking ass so everyone else could clean up the loose balls. That was up to my teammates. Whenever our team got the ball on the defensive end, I'd haul ass to the sideline and the coach would sub in a speedy midfielder to help with clearing the ball. Then as soon as we got it downfield, I'd be back in. I probably should have been embarrassed that even after 3 years I never learned to handle the ball properly, but I didn't really give a shit. I was just there to wreck kids. And I was an equal opportunity dozer. One team we played had a girl on the team. She was small too, like 5 feet or so. One of those girls that looks like she's in middle school up until she hits college. Must have weighed about 90 pounds. I ran her over without a moment's hesitation. I mean, I didn't hit her particularly hard, and I certainly didn't hit her because she was a girl. I hit her because she was a lacrosse player, which I figure is how she wanted it. Because after the game, when we went down the line shaking hands, she gave me a very sweet smile. I expect she got some street cred for how she shook off that walloping, because even though I didn't try to clean her clock, even hitting her marginally sent her flying. Like I think she was horizontal for a moment in the air. But she got up like a boss and ran right back into the mix. My guess is she must have had some older brothers who got her share of roughhousing. One time I cracked a kid so hard that he got up and took a swing at me with his stick, tried to whack me right in the head. The ref was running the other way and didn't see this, which definitely would have been cause for ejection. So I let the dude's featherweight titanium shaft bounce off my helmet and then smashed him again. Helmet to helmet, both fists in his chest, this time with bad intentions. Titanium was for wimps, and that was another thing about my style of lacrosse. Instead of carrying a super lightweight titanium shaft like all of my teammates, I opted for a solid oak pole. This caused a huge deficiency in stick speed, made it harder to throw and catch, wore you out faster, and just generally made you look like you had showed up for practice in your church clothes. The one advantage was that when I threw a slap check, it had a hell of a thump behind it. You see, the rules in lacrosse forbid you from intentionally attacking your opponent with your stick, for obvious reasons. But when he has the ball, you can try to make him drop it by throwing checks at his stick or at his hands. There were all manner of fancy finesse checks, poke checks and wraparound checks and flashy over-the-head checks. For me, it was one thing and one thing only. Slap check. All day and all night. Imagine wearing gloves made of quarter-inch thick foam. They had to be thin for maneuverability, and then having a 200-pound man whack you on the knuckles with an oak pole. Most guys would get rid of the ball as soon as possible. Either that or they'd just flee. It happened more than once that I heard the opposing coach yell, "You're going the wrong way!" Another moment of pride came when a dad on an opposing team started yelling that I was a headhunter. Damn right, I thought, and your son is next. Long story short, I was a rabid bull equipped with afterburners and armor plate. I was a sort of savant of demolition, but this hadn't always been the case. I'd actually picked up the skill in my early Pee-wee football days. I'd not always been a monster, of course. I remember very well the day I learned how to hit. I learned by being on the wrong end of an absolute flattening. It was my first year of Pee-wee football, and I'd never done any hitting as such in my entire life. If you've ever played Pee-wee football, you know that the first day of full contact is a pretty big deal. We had to do 2 weeks of drilling and practice without pads before the fateful day came, and we had run many sprints and lined up in formation many times in anticipation of the days we'd actually get to do some tackling. When the day finally came, we spent the early part of the practice with the same old running through plays and doing conditioning shit. I don't remember exactly what all we did, but I remember the actual hitting didn't come until the very end of practice. It was actually pretty sadistic now that I think about it. We were lined up in 2 long lines facing each other, creating a sort of long corridor between us about 5 yards wide. Then a person from opposite ends of each line would step out into the corridor, where they'd be faced off against each other with about 10 yards running room between them. One of them would be the ball carrier and one would be the tackler. The ball carrier had to stay within the corridor created by the 2 lines, so there was nothing to do really but run right at the other guy and try to bowl him over. Both guys got a running start, and they met in the middle. There were lots of kids like me who clearly didn't know what the hell they were doing. They would just sort of run at each other and hug at the other guy, half turning away before the moment of impact, not yet trusting in the pads to protect them, or maybe just terminally soft. There were a number of kids who knew what they were doing but didn't pursue the collision with any enthusiasm or gusto. They got behind their pads and sort of drove forward into the other guy, but there wasn't any malice, no ill intent, just an attempt at good fundamental tackling. And then there was Shane. I didn't really know Shane because he went to a different school, but he had a reputation as a wild kid, and apparently that included being an absolute psychopath on the football field. Shane didn't run at you. He did his best to run through you. It was like the crown of his helmet was the business end of a battering ram, and his legs were a 1,000-horsepower engine that was only equipped with overdrive. There was no concern for his own well-being. Just a desire to run through and flatten whatever stood in front of him. Whoever was paired up with Shane was in for a thumping. That was just the way it was. Kids would switch their place in line to avoid being paired up with him, and they did it with no shame. Even the biggest kids wouldn't match their bulk against his savage ferocity. It was kind of like, you may be crazy enough to go against him, but I want to live. There was no shame in wanting to live, and Shane was a killer. I don't really remember my first time or two through the drill. I was probably matched up against someone equally clueless, and we ran at each other for a half-hearted collision before teetering to the ground. Then there was a murmuring as I neared the front of the line. The kid in front of me ducked out of line and moved a few spaces back. A few kids gave me furtive glances. I was oblivious to the fact that Shane the Juggernaut was looming, and I was lined up directly in his path. As I moved to the front of the line to take my turn, the team hushed. This was probably Shane's 3rd time through the line, and I was the only one who hadn't clued into his danger. Everyone was ready for the show, looking at me like I was the sacrificial lamb. Shane cradled the ball. I ran forward like a tackling dummy, standing straight up, and Shane hit me like a missile, the crown of his helmet smashing into my chin and his shoulders planting directly in my numbers, his legs churning like they had no awareness there might be any obstacle in their path, like there was only digging at the earth and plowing forward. It was all I could do to wrap my arms around him as I was thrown backwards. I'm surprised I managed to keep my cleats on, much less my helmet. He crashed down on top of me. The entire team went, "Oh!" as one. Apparently mine had been the most thorough destruction yet, probably because I didn't have the sense to shy away or duck off at an angle as the impact came. Everyone was looking at me like I should be demoralized, but as far as I was concerned, I had made the tackle. The naivete reminds me of a lyric. Bid my past be borne away, beg to be born yesterday. Because wisdom is all well and good, but there's a lot to be said for the perpetual state of wonder that comes when the world is new. Before I blossomed into a lacrosse berserker, I had just been a weird, quiet kid who spent a lot of time daydreaming. I remember one time as a little kid the teacher had gotten upset with me because I had been doodling in the sand while she was making an announcement about recess. She punished me with 15 minutes of time out, saying, "If you like to doodle in the sand so much, here's 15 minutes of it." She was actually a sweet lady, but I think I was a difficult kid, a real space cadet. So she came back 15 minutes later and told me I was free to go play. I told her, that's okay, and that I was happy right where I was. She wasn't having any of this and shooed me over to a group of kids, instructing me to ask them if I could join their game. I approached them and made my inquiry. The kids said they were playing knights and I could be the Black Knight. Then they all ran away. I figured if this was playing, they could keep it. I went back to my daydreams, the primary of which was that the school was attacked by terrorist ninjas, and only I could stop them, with karate. At some point in my reverie, I would be wounded and would have to retreat to the boiler room, where my wounds would be tended by the prettiest girl in the class, who had been the first one I'd rescued. I mean, duh. So my head was probably somewhere in the clouds while Shane was running me over. I certainly wasn't clued into the fact that there was a sort of alpha pecking order and I had just been smashed into the bottom of it. You might think I'd be given some credit for not shying away from Shane, even if it came as a result not of courage but of obliviousness. But I had earned my status as a whipping boy. Not only was I new to football, but I was one of the younger and smaller kids on the team. You see, the age limits ran at 2-year intervals, meaning all the 10 and 11-year-olds played together, all the 12 and 13-year-olds, etc. So one year you'd be one of the younger kids on the team, the next year you were one of the older kids. That year I was on the lower end of the age bracket, so I spent the whole year getting bashed around. I was one of the few kids that lived outside of town and went to a different school, so I didn't know any of the kids going in. Once I had been demolished by Shane, my generally quiet and aloof nature had me labeled as one of the team's punks. I was stuck on the offensive line, everyone's last choice, while I craved the chance at playing defense. Everyone wanted to play defense. I remember I made the mistake of complaining to my mom that I never got a chance to try defense, and her answer to this was to corner the coach after practice and give him a talk about giving me a chance. The coach was an alpha macho douche, so his answer was to punish me. Instead of making me run laps or something like that, he gave me what I asked for, putting me on the defensive line as a tackle. The only thing was that he took the 2 biggest and best athletes on the team and moved them to the offensive line for the day and lined them up across from me. I remember one of them was our fullback and one was our middle linebacker. They were both big and had hair on their upper lips and the beginnings of their man muscle coming in. I'd like to say I overcame them, but all I did was survive, and barely. Either one of them would have been able to push me around pretty easily, and the 2 of them together just manhandled me. I ended up leaving practice with a literal concussion. My eyes were dilated and I was squinting in the dusk with an aching head. The next day I was back on the offensive line and was greeted by a bunch of shitty smirks from those lucky enough to be chosen as defense. The coach gave me a big bully smile and asked me how I liked playing defense. I told him it was great and asked if I could do it again. This wasn't the answer he was expecting. He sent me back to the offensive line. I did get into the game a bit more after that, though, so maybe the coach decided his whipping boy could be more than just a target for his whip. For whatever reason, I decided to play again the next year, probably because I had the belief of the down and out that this time it was going to be different. A fresh start was going to allow me to reinvent myself. Plus, I'd hit a growth spurt, and this time I knew what I was doing, so I was determined to be the hammer and not the nail. I was the stud on the team that year, starting as middle linebacker and fullback, the positions of the 2 brutes that had once battered me into concussion. Then I broke my arm in the first game of the season, made a diving game-saving tackle after fighting off a handful of blockers, landed funny on my arm, and broke my left elbow. My parents wouldn't let me play football after that. It was incredibly disappointing. All that build-up and potential, the chance to really be a star, and suddenly it was gone. Fast forward a few years and I was moving to a new school, one that didn't happen to have a football team. There was a rumor that they'd once had a team, but some kid had broken his neck a number of years ago, and ever since then the team had been disbanded. Probably more likely, though, is that the school was a small private school that would have been stuck playing largely against bigger schools that would have reveled in getting a chance to sock it to the rich kids. Because that's what the school was mainly full of. There were a few scholarship kids, but they were few and far between. Mainly it was the children of doctors, lawyers, professors, and other professional types. We were the county's punching bag when it came to most other sports, but lacrosse was a definite exception. You see, we had this coach, a guy who was destined for greater things, probably is coaching at the college level now, but at the time he was about the best damned high school lacrosse coach in the nation. Not only did he know the game inside and out, having been an All-American player in college and a member of the national team, but he used charisma. The kids all loved him, including myself. He was always exhorting us to be the best, and with his help we were able to do so. He had turned the Durham Country Day Middle School into a sort of lacrosse farm system, starting a lacrosse club in the 5th grade that attracted all the best athletes in the school and got them working on the fundamental skills necessary to later build the lacrosse juggernaut. The early start combined with the literally world-class instruction and drilling meant that by the time the kids reached high school, they were ready for prime time. Most of the kids we played against were picking up lacrosse sticks for the first time when they reached high school, so even throwing and catching were no sure thing, much less running intricate motion offenses with screens and decoys and the ball flying around as fast as 200 miles an hour. With opposing teams struggling to even get the ball down the field, we would usually win about 25-0. So when it came to Durham Country Day in the school pecking order, lacrosse was the only game in town. When you added in the access to weed, it was a no-brainer. There was also the fact that since lacrosse players wore helmets and pads, think football light, they had the illusion of being tough guys playing a contact sport. Except none of them really were tough guys. That was one thing that somehow couldn't be coached into them. Maybe the coach knew that if someone got hurt, he'd lose his dynasty, but for the most part, the DCD boys avoided the contact aspect at all costs. You see, lacrosse was kind of like hockey, in that there was the potential for bone-jarring impacts, but not on every play, and it certainly wasn't necessary to be successful, like in football, for example. Hitting was only allowed when a player had the ball or when the ball was on the ground within 5 feet of a player. Plus, there was kind of an unspoken agreement that in practice, the guys would go easy on each other. You didn't want to be injuring your teammates after all. So I usually would go easy in practice, which was no problem since I was only getting high before games. In games I was a monster though, which had an unexpectedly positive effect on the rest of the school. You see, I had been raised to be very anti-bully. That had been hammered into me at a young age. You didn't use your size to get your way, and especially not to belittle people. When I started at the school in the 9th grade, I had been tall but still pretty skinny. By my sophomore year, I had put on some man muscle and started to get a reputation for being someone you didn't want to mess with. Then when lacrosse season came around and I started demolishing kids, I assumed a sort of unspoken alpha position. So I decided to flex a bit and see if I could make the school a bully-free zone. It wasn't long after I made this decision that my first bully watch opportunity came up. I had just begun picking up a neighborhood kid who didn't have his license yet and who happened to be black. His parents were professors who had been born in Africa and immigrated as adults, and they had become friends with my folks. His name was Guillaume. The school was 99% white, and there was a fair amount of old money in the student body, so there were definitely some Confederate flags to be seen from time to time. So Guillaume was an easy target. He was pretty quiet, but I got to talking to him on our drives to school and found out that he had been the victim of some pretty brutal bullying. He had been followed into the bathroom on more than one occasion and roughed up. Never actually punched, but slammed into the wall, thrown around, his shirt ripped. That wasn't all. The worst of it, at least to him, inspired this lyric. Wrong shoes, wrong face, wrong look. A dead bird smashed into my history book. I cried, everyone saw. Trembling lip, clenching jaw. Guillaume's bully had found the bird outside the science building where it had flown into a window and broken its neck. He put it in Guillaume's history book while Guillaume was in gym. Then he stomped on the book, smashing the bird inside, and put the whole works back in Guillaume's bag. Guillaume found it in the library the next period and cried. I supposed if this were a movie, I'd take Guillaume under my wing, teach him how to box, let him go on a voyage of self-discovery and fight his own battle, and in the process learn that blah, blah, blah. Instead, I went to the 2 main kids responsible and told them in no uncertain terms that it was going to stop and they were going to apologize. Or else. There was no need for or else. I had a tiny bit of boxing in my background, a pair of boxing gloves each for my brother and me on a long past Christmas morning. Funny story, I'd whip his ass, being bigger and stronger. Then he'd invite his friends over and convince them to strap on my gloves. He'd proceed to box them up with a vengeance. So while I was far from being a pro, I had the confidence of one who had thrown a few punches in his day. This, combined with my lacrosse performances, made me pretty scary to your average high school bully. Both guys immediately found Guillaume and apologized. Another time I heard about a kid getting spit on. I sought him out and asked him for the story. We then went together and got an apology. Our school wasn't that big, so at least in terms of outright traditional bullying, I could keep shit pretty well under control. From the spring of my sophomore year to the time I graduated, I kept my vigil. Not once did I have to kick a single ass. Just being willing to do so was a real enough threat to change behavior. I joined the team my sophomore year, and by my senior year my smoking was starting to get a bit out of hand. I was having trouble getting my homework done with all of my smoking commitments, and the work I did do didn't stick with me very well. But without the weed, depression reared its ugly head. If my grades started to suffer, my dad would have questions, and I didn't have any answers he'd find acceptable. So I hatched a plan. There was a master key that was kept in the school office behind the head secretary's desk that would unlock any door in the school. It was chained to a big wooden plywood key so nobody could walk off with it, and it got signed out and then back in whenever a teacher needed to get into a room they didn't have a key for. I was going to steal the key. I had an accomplice in my plan, a girl who I had become friends with through our shared interest in poetry. She was a short Indian American girl who, like me, had some issues with depression. While she wasn't much of a smoker, it made her sleepy. She was motivated to get that key for the same basic reason I was. Being depressed made homework a bitch, and she was tired of fighting it. The plan was not complicated and had two basic stages. First, we went into the office, where she created a distraction, asking the head secretary something about school extracurriculars, while I asked if I could check the lost and found. The day previous, I had abandoned a sweatshirt where I knew it would be found and delivered to the office. The lost and found box sat on a table right in front of a big window, which was mostly blocked by the box as well as a large photocopier. I was able to reach around behind the photocopier, though, and unlatch the window, cracking it just the tiniest hair. Not enough that anyone would notice, but enough I knew it wouldn't latch accidentally. I retrieved my sweatshirt and made my escape. We then waited a week after so that when the key went missing, they wouldn't connect it to our visit to the office. The window remained undetected, its latch hidden behind the photocopier, until our night came. My accomplice's responsibility was to distract the school night watchman. She was a cutie and had no problem keeping him occupied with little mild flirtation. While this didn't come naturally to her, I told her just to ask about his gun and to giggle a lot, to think of it like acting. She had done some drama, so was up to the task. Meanwhile, I opened the window, pushed the lost and found box out of the way, literally dove into the dark office. I knew just where the key was and grabbed it quick. Now I just had to get out without a trace. I dove out the window, put the lost and found box back into place, closed the window, sprinted to my car. The next day at school, there was a rumor going around that the key had gone missing. They had no clue how it had happened, though. Never discovered the unlocked window. We knew better than to share our largesse, but we had it made from there on out. We were able to steal tests and quizzes as well as answer keys for homework. We had free trips to the snack bar, normally only open during games, and occasionally I'd even smoke a joint in the auditorium late at night. I don't remember where I heard about it, but it was going around the school and was generally believed to be true. That is that a guy in the lacrosse team named Eric had molested Samantha Beaker while she was passed out drunk. I think he had hooked up with her before, so that's maybe why he felt so entitled to touch her body. But I'd like to think that if I had been there and witnessed it, I would have done something. I wasn't, though. I guess there were a few guys there and Eric was sort of laughing while he was doing it, performing for his friends. When I heard about it, I didn't know what to do. I knew that Samantha had heard about it and apparently didn't care, or at least had decided not to report it. Was it okay to avenge someone who didn't seem to want avenging? If I kicked his ass, how could I explain myself without revealing something it was really only Samantha's place to reveal? I didn't know, but I wanted to punish him anyways, and the perfect opportunity to do that was on the lacrosse field. We were doing a fast break drill that started out 4-on-3 with the last defender trailing. The first defender, the point man, was supposed to force a pass and then rotate back, and it was all about staying at home and rotating at the proper time and helping out in order to guard 4 men with only 3. What I did instead was, as soon as Eric got the ball, I ran at him and laid him out like he had stolen something from me. I hit him so hard that he dropped his stick and went flying backwards like a giant fucking hook had grabbed him by the belt and yanked him off his feet. The way the fields were set up, the lacrosse field looked down on the softball field, whose left field ran along one of our sidelines. Only it was about 15 feet lower than us, and there was an embankment between the two fields. The point was that there was a fence that ran along the edge of the lacrosse field to keep balls and players from going flying down the embankment, and there was a small gate in about the middle of the field, and the gate was usually kept open, or at least not latched, and long story short, I had every intention to just send him smashing into the fence, but as was often the case, the gods were smiling on me that day, or maybe there was somewhere deep in my lizard brain that calculated the rates of movement down the field just right, because when I hit him, not only did I send him sprawling, but I sent him sprawling through the gate, down the embankment, where he tumbled ass over appetite until he crashed in a heap onto the softball fence. The entire team let out a collective, "Oh!" Several people kind of looked to the coach as if he was going to come to Eric's defense, but he just clapped and said he liked the intensity. He was a very intense guy, and I believe he thought at that point that I had just felt like doing some hitting. There was a buzz in the drill. Nobody knew if I would come after them as well or if the other defenders would follow my lead. I was definitely a leader on defense, and I'd set a special kind of standard. I played hard, aggressive defense, and I was on fire that day. Anybody but the best players on the team, and I was just running through them, swarming them and laying hard slap checks on the bottom hand or on the stick until they lost the ball or threw it away. The best players just had to retreat and keep running back and forth, changing direction until I'd cut them off again and send them back the other way. If they advanced, I put a body on them and hit them with what we called a V-check and pushed them back. If they tried to spin, I'd hold them and take the ground back. The defenders didn't change, but the guys leading the charge on offense did. When Eric came back around again, he was wary, but not wary enough, and I took the first opportunity I had to lay him out again. I wasn't anywhere near the fence this time, so my intention was just to make sure he landed on his head, but that motherfucker grabbed onto me to try to keep himself from getting launched. I could hardly believe it. I just kept driving through him until I ended up crashing down on top of him. The coach didn't say a word this time. Eric didn't finish practice. He limped over to the sideline. Sometimes it's good to be a savage. People talk a lot about toxic masculinity in the macho world of sports, but for me, lacrosse was a mostly positive experience. It gave me the confidence to go into the world and use my physicality to make a difference in people's lives, and gave me a taste for physical conflict and domination, for being in that moment of clashing wills in a completely automatic state, not thinking, just reacting, and hopefully winning, because winning feels great, losing not so much. I didn't seek out fights by any means, but if there was some drunk fucker at a party raising a ruckus, I'd ask the host if they wanted me to take care of it. Or if I saw someone being bullied, I'd step in, stuff like that. It so happens that probably my most audacious act of righteous vigilantism hardly made use of my physicality at all, though I don't know how righteous it necessarily was, since there was a large stack of cash involved in the situation. Once again, it was family that led me into temptation. Some distant cousins I hardly knew. Second or third, maybe, but cousins all the same. I was in a low point in my mood at that time, being at the end of my weed smoking cycle. This meant I had spent months slowly ramping up my smoking and was now at the stage where I was smoking about an eighth daily, which came out to about $50 per day if I paid retail, even $60 sometimes. It got expensive very fast and was hard on the lungs. And I wasn't really even getting high, except for with my first couple bowls first thing in the morning, despite smoking pretty much hourly throughout the rest of the day. I had made a trip to Colorado a while previous and bought a good amount to justify the drive, thinking somehow that this time I was going to be able to control myself. I really went in believing it this time, despite all evidence to the contrary. I even managed to make it all the way to Colorado and back without touching any of it. 24 hours it took me. It was a 10-hour drive each way, and then I spent a couple hours in Denver driving around buying shit. I had intended to stay with an old college friend who had been flirting with me a lot online. I was expecting at least some cuddling and probably more. What I got was an unrelenting finger that seemed to only have eyes for my asshole. She was already pretty drunk when I got there, and we had a few more drinks which put her on the far side of the sweet spot. Once we started making out, she was constantly trying to stick a finger in my ass, which I'm just not into. Maybe if I had just showered and she was really into it, I'd give up my rosebud for some sweet little thing. But after 10 hours in the car and about 15 cups of coffee, I didn't want any fingers in there. I fended her off and eventually told her I needed to go to sleep. I was exhausted. I was awakened about a half hour later by her pulling my sweats off, I assume intent on taking another poke at me. I decided I wasn't going to get any sleep, packed my bag, and hit the road. 10 hours later, I was back home. I had driven 20 hours and 24, and that extra 4 had been spent mostly driving around Denver or waiting in line at weed shops, plus about an hour and a half with Little Miss Stink Thumb. I shouldn't make fun. For anyone who's into that, more power to you. Maybe just make sure both parties are into it first. I was staying with a couple cousins in northwest Iowa at the time, after having kind of a blow-up with my parents. I had been working as a security guard at the hospital where my mom worked. She had got me the job, pulled a few strings, etc. Then I failed a drug test and got fired. I was already short on cash and ended up having to move back in with my parents. They were pissed about the job but said I could stay there if I stopped smoking. This way they could keep an eye on me. So I snuck outside to smoke, used eye drops and breath mints, only smoked when I knew I'd have a little time to air out before being around anyone. I think they may have been suspicious, and a few times they asked me if I was high when I definitely was high. Of course I denied it, but it wasn't a coincidence. I must have been acting stupid or whatever. So then one of those nosy neighbors saw me outside smoking a bowl. She told my parents, hence the blow-up. I had to move out or start drug counseling. I knew I had it coming, but I was still in a state of need and not ready to tackle withdrawal and the inevitable depression that would follow. So I moved out, drove 10 hours to the middle of nowhere in northwest Iowa to an old farmhouse that my aunt owned. I had a ton of good memories in the house from being a little kid at family functions, so it was a good fit for me. It also helped that my cousins Spence and Darren, who were living in the house at the time, were both regular weed smokers. All the same, I was in rough shape emotionally and psychologically and smoking like a chimney, morning, noon, and night. I knew I was going to have to bite the bullet at some point soon, if only because I was going to run out of money. As always, there was a damaged woman I had given my heart to, and she had returned it in rough shape. I guess I shouldn't be surprised when a scorpion stings. It's in its nature, after all. I had a lyric that sums up my state of mind at that time pretty well. My spine is the suspension bridge condemned about to crack. My heart is the hood ornament on Aphrodite's Cadillac. My eyes are melted snowmen, puddles in the mud. My mind a mercenary shark in a bathtub of blood. To be depressed is to live in a depressing world. That line about the melted snowmen kind of captures that idea. Because when I think of snowmen, I think of kids full of hope and joy. I think of snow days and hot cocoa. I think lots of good shit. But like all things, snowmen suffer a merciless death. That muddy puddle is the death of all that goodness. To have your perspective passing through such a murky lens means that you leave every interaction wondering if that person is upset with you, wondering what you did. You only see negative outcomes for future scenarios. Can't possibly imagine anything working out. It doesn't matter how logical you try to be. Your brain is broken, and that makes reality broken. Because reality is perception, after all. Or something like that. But when the world is so drenched in shit, you feel crushed. You want to lash out, thrash around, do damage, like a shark in a bathtub of blood. Imagine the shark there, slowly dying, thrashing, chewing at whatever is within jaw's reach. That was my psyche. So I was in a seriously fucked state, and on this occasion I actually had a decent reason to be. Meaning it wasn't just fucked up brain chemistry, but my life kind of being in the shitter. So when I came downstairs one night and found Darren and Spence plotting an armed robbery with their brother, I wanted in. I remember they were cooking frozen pizzas, which counted as pretty fine eating in that household of ramen and bologna sandwiches. They didn't try to hide what they were planning, and since I couldn't help it over here, I asked to be involved. In fact, I begged to be involved. I needed the money, and I knew how to handle a gun, was good under pressure, etc. They finally relented on the condition that I not be high. I told them I'd probably be more calm and chill if I was high, since I had been smoking so regularly. My body had basically come to rely on it just to stay evened out. They could see the wisdom in this, and eventually came around. Spence and Darren were interesting characters. They were both farmers and both into video games, but Spence also enjoyed duck hunting, playing guitar, and golfing. Darren didn't really have any hobbies besides gaming and getting high. He lived off of Red Bull and cigarettes and would sometimes inadvertently fast all weekend without even realizing it. His brother usually brought him some kind of dinner, a frozen burrito or Hot Pocket or something, that Darren would take a bite of and then set on top of the many empty Red Bull cans that crowded his gaming table. He was locked in a serious way. On more than one occasion, he woke me up in the middle of the night screaming at some dude who had just killed him in Fortnite or Call of Duty. They had a couple of other brothers, Colin and Aston, who didn't stay with us but lived in the area. Aston was the oldest and was kind of the leader of the group. At least on this night he was. He was an interesting character, in that he was a flight attendant and about the gayest guy you'll ever meet. Imagine a young Truman Capote, very slight and unassuming in his posture and presence, very graceful and effeminate, elegant even. But he just also happened to be a shotgun enthusiast. He wasn't rich by any means, but he made decent money and lived pretty cheaply, so his number one hobby was collecting and firing guns, particularly shotguns. He collected mainly 12 gauges and had every manner of ammunition imaginable for them. He had rounds that made your shotgun shoot a flamethrower blast of fire, incendiary armor-piercing rounds, flashbang rounds, non-lethal beanbag rounds, and flare rounds. He had rounds packed with rock salt, flechettes, and all manner of BBs and ball bearings. He even had rounds packed with confetti. His shotguns ranged from a $20,000 antique duck hunter with all sorts of beautiful engravings to a fully automatic tactical shotgun that he had built himself. He even had a pistol called the Judge, which fired a 410 caliber shotgun round. That thing really kicked. His passion for collecting shotguns was rivaled only by his passion for shooting them. He'd acquired his first gun at age 10, a 410 single-shot break-open model. He'd bought it with money he'd earned walking beans and quickly learned to fire it with deadly accuracy. He also had a pretty neat trick that essentially turned a single shot into two. He'd hold one shell in his lips with the business end facing outwards, so that after he fired his first shot, he could crack the barrel lightning quick, which would expel the spent shell, and then in one smooth motion he'd bring the gun up to his mouth and essentially spit the second shell into the chamber. He'd snap it shut and be ready to fire again in an instant. He drilled this technique for hours on end until he could fire off 2 shots about as quickly as your average hunter could squeeze 2 off running a pump action. He discovered biathlon on television one day and soon was pushing himself to the limits of endurance to force himself to shoot tired or out of breath. He'd jog through the fields, shotgun in his hands, until he scared up a pheasant, at which point he'd plant his feet and fire. When this became easy, he started setting challenges for himself. He decided he needed to spin around one time before firing, or do a somersault, or some other ridiculous challenge to give the bird a fighting chance against his deadly technique. He learned to shoot left-handed. He even tried to master shooting while running, though this was much harder than one might expect. When he reached high school age, he became a drum major, which introduced a whole new set of tricks into his arsenal. He practiced twirling his shotgun about 3 times as much as he twirled his baton. Unfortunately, the teacher in charge wouldn't let him carry a gun on the field during games. But he could do things with a shotgun you wouldn't believe. He was like an action hero, an extremely gay action hero. He knew about 1 billion people being in the job he was in, and a lot of them were pretty young things who liked to party. And since it was the kind of job conducive to work hard, play hard, some of these young women got mixed up with some rather unsavory characters. One of the women came back with a really horrific story of having been raped by a meth dealer. Apparently he had tried to woo her by showing her his stash and getting her super high and then showing her this card table that just had piles of money on top of it. It was just one of those cheap fold-out card tables in an empty bedroom, but it was completely covered with neat stacks of bills, ranging in denomination from 1 to 20, going up almost a couple feet high in a couple of cases. It was a lot of money, and she was impressed, but she didn't want to sleep with the guy. Wouldn't have mattered if he'd been a supermodel with a 10-inch cock and an addiction to performing oral. She wasn't feeling it, and in fact didn't want to be touched at all. And so when this guy kept making moves on her, she finally lost it and told him to back off in no uncertain terms. That was when he got really mad and stopped with the whole wooing routine, instead moving on to violently raping her, beating her up, choking her, yelling at her the whole time. Told her he was going to kill her for being such a dumb bitch. Aston heard about all this secondhand, of course, but he did hear about it because a woman was taken out of work rotation while her black eyes reduced to a size that would be manageable with makeup. She decided she wouldn't be reporting since she had been extremely fucked up when the whole thing happened and was worried she might lose her job if all that had come out. But Aston immediately told her that if she would just give him the address, he would take care of it. She was definitely down with this guy getting his comeuppance, going so far as to drive by the place with Aston and point it out. The house was out in the country, and the nearest neighbors were a half a mile away. Aston had drilled her for information and found out there was a front and back door and that the room with the money in it, as well as the room she had been raped in, were upstairs. So if we were going to do this thing, we were going to have to bust in the front door, which opened directly into the front room, which was most likely where whoever was in the house would be. The times that she had been over there, everyone had been chilling out in the front room since the kitchen was right there. Sometimes they had guns on them, sometimes they didn't. The plan was to kick in the front door more or less and to get the drop on all of them, and if we were lucky, we'd catch the guy alone and hopefully not have to kill anybody or even fire our guns in anger. But we were definitely going in with our biggest guns and our most lethal rounds in case the lead did start to fly. Darren and Spence were going to follow Aston in the front door. Spence had an AR that he had wanted to bring, but Aston had insisted that this was a job for shotguns and he had just the guns for the job. A pair of home defense shotguns that he'd bought on sale, as well as a sawed-off pump and several high-quality duck hunter pumps, besides his crown jewel, the fully automatic he'd pieced together himself. I was going to be coming in the back door with Colton with a 12-gauge pump. Colton was carrying the same thing. There was a guy you wouldn't expect to be involved in an armed robbery. The other two guys were farmers, and who knows what kind of rough-and-tumble guys are attracted to farming. But Colton was a new executive at the pizza ranch, had worked his way up from service work through management to the position of setting up stores and rehabbing failing ones, but had finally been pulled out of the trenches of the long restaurant hours and brought into the relatively sedate world of corporate headquarters. In fact, on the way to the robbery, we all had to be silent at one point so that Colton could take a call from some branch manager who was having some issues. I remember he told the guy, "If a bad day is any day where you have to do something unexpected, you're not going to have very many good days." All that, and he was still down to go kicking in someone's door. I guess when you have family business to take care of, that takes priority over everything else. Here was the real truth, though. None of us thought that there was really much chance that we were going to get into a shootout. I figured we were going to catch one lonesome motherfucker with his dick in his hand and soon to be shit in his pants when he found himself looking down the barrels of all those guns. The question was just going to be how badly we decided to rough him up for raping this woman. If anything, maybe we'd find some guys playing video games or whatever else, and if they had their pistols within reach, then they better be able to grab them quick if they wanted to have a shootout. We just had to make sure we were quick going in through the door and got the drop on them. What I didn't expect was the all-out clusterfuck that ensued. It's amazing that no one on our side got hurt, considering the amount of lead that was flying around. We had a hell of a time finding the place. Aston had been there during the daytime, and we'd had to take a detour when Darren had to shit from having drank too many Red Bulls. Coming from a different direction in the dark, we pulled into the wrong place twice. Both times we were tipped off by barking dogs, which we had been assured wouldn't be an issue at our target location. We were all nervous, but excited. When we finally reached the place, we parked in the driveway. It was quite long, and there was plenty of room to park and still keep a good distance from the house. Aston, Spence, and Darren took up position at the front door while they waited for us to run around to the back of the house. There were faint sounds of TV coming from the front room. The curtains were closed, though, and we couldn't see what was going on inside. The backyard was filled with stacks of empty Mountain Dew cans. It was all very neat, mind you, as in the cans were packed back into the boxes they'd come in, and the boxes were stacked in an orderly fashion. But it was like this guy was stockpiling for the apocalypse, when currency would be replaced with empty soda cans. There was a clear path to the back door, though, and Colton and I got into position without knocking any over. The back half of the house was dark, and it was difficult to see much of anything. Then we heard the festivities kick off. Aston used a shotgun in an attempt to breach the door. He had some special rounds designed just for this purpose. The problem was that unbeknownst to us, the stealer had one of those setups where the front door locked at the top and bottom of the door as well as at the knob. Aston shot the doorknob out, or whatever, and then kicked at the door, and the damn thing wouldn't budge. Meanwhile, the dealer didn't have to be too quick thinking to pick up his gun when he saw his doorknob explode inwards. Then there was the mighty thump of the kick intended to send the door swinging open. By this time he had grabbed his gun and was heading for the back door. But Colton and I were in position, if not exactly ready for action. I was reaching my hand through a broken window in the upper door to reach the door lock when the dealer appeared. He popped off a couple of shots at us, which took us by surprise and had us both ducking out of the way, too slow to return fire. But luckily he was shit for aim and the bullets just pinged past us out into the night. I got the door open and ran inside, stuck my shotgun around the corner the dealer had turned, and fired blindly. Apparently he had been waiting for me to appear because I heard the sound of him fleeing up the stairs after I'd fired. By the way, if you've never heard a shotgun fired off inside a house, I would not recommend it. The pistol shot sounded like firecrackers compared to the fucking cannon blast of the 12-gauge. My ears were absolutely ringing, and I'm sure Colin's were too. I fired another blast up the stairs just for good measure. Who knew when he was about to pop his head out? Better to have him thinking I might just blast the air out of the upstairs hallway for good measure, whether or not he decided to stick his stupid head in the way. I was keeping an eye on the upstairs hallway, determined not to let that fucker get the drop on me again, when all of a sudden the guys out front got serious about their door breach. By this point, Aston had unloaded 6 rounds into the door and given it another kick, and it still stood bolted to the floor, if much the worse for wear. He took a step to the side and motioned to his brothers. "Fucking blast it!" Darren and Spence stepped forward with their shotguns held at their shoulders and unleashed 6 shots each on that poor door, concentrating on where the hinges were screwed into the walls. It was completely obliterated. From my perspective, I would have thought I was well enough out of the line of fire when they started blasting in through the front door, but they were trying to vaporize the damn thing. I got a splinter stuck in my arm from the shrapnel of the exploding door, despite being around a corner. Must have been a ricochet or something. I was probably lucky I didn't get worse. They came rushing in, amped up and ready for battle. "He's upstairs," I said. As if to confirm this, a handful of bullets came zipping down the stairs, aimed at nothing but the empty space. It was as if he just knew that if he shot downstairs, that was where the enemy was, and he was bound to hit something important. He didn't, but he did remind us that as much fun as we were all having running around firing our guns off, that there were real stakes here as well. But it was fun. It probably helped that I was high, and so inclined not to worry, but I was having a blast. It felt like being in a movie, the way a bad car accident can feel. Just very vivid and surreal-like. "Hey, dipshit!" yelled Aston. You have to imagine his unusually high and effeminate voice. There was no response. He continued, "Yoo-hoo, Mr. Loverboy!" "Fuck you!" the guy finally replied. Aston turned to us, sang out loud enough for his prey to hear, "He's still alive!" A few bullets ricocheted down the hallway above us. It was pretty clear that the guy had holed up in the back bedroom. Aston stepped away from the stairway and into the next room, which had a pool table piled high with boxes, not to mention stacks of boxes around the walls. He fired up through the ceiling towards the back corner of the house, shooting 6 times in rapid succession, fanning the shots out, blasting holes in the floor above. "Loverboy, I'm gonna shoot your fucking balls off!" Aston crept forward, turning back to us to put his finger over his lips and give the shh sign. He was listening for any movement. There wasn't any. And then there was a tiny creak. Aston blasted the area, fired several more shots, fanning out from the first. All right, I surrender!" There was the sound of movement up above. "You surrender, Loverboy?" "I surrender, just don't shoot!" Suddenly there was the sound of a thump and a crunch outside. Loverboy had jumped out the window, intent on getting away, but he wasn't going far. We hustled outside to find him curled up on the ground in pain, holding an ankle that was already looking like it was swelling up. It was probably broken, or at least very badly sprained. "The money's upstairs, please don't shoot!" He showed us his hands. He had left the gun upstairs. It was probably out of bullets anyway. Aston looked at his watch. "We've been here 1 minute and 15 seconds. We need to be out the door in 2 minutes. He sent Spence and Darren and Colton in to get the money. They had hefty garbage bags for the purpose. Aston took the guy's phone and told me to help him up and get him inside. Aston made a call to 911 using the dealer's phone. He followed us inside as the phone rang. "Yes, a man has been shot." Loverboy immediately looked worried at these words. "What the fuck, man?" "Yes, that's correct." Aston pulled the judge from his waistband. Shot in the dick. He walked up to where I was lowering Loverboy down onto the couch. What the fuck, man? I'm a prisoner, man. By this time, Aston had hung up the phone. You're a rapist, and I'm gonna fucking castrate you. Please, man, seriously, man, I'm begging you. You're not gonna cooperate, are you? Aston was unmoved. He had been removing the remaining rounds from his 12-gauge and was loading in a different set of shells. Beanbag rounds. Seriously, man, I didn't... He was cut off by Aston blasting him in the stomach with the first beanbag round. Loverboy gasped in pain, began moaning, curling into a fetal position, holding his midsection. Aston walked around him, getting into position, shot him in the ass with the second beanbag. Loverboy jerked in pain at the shot. Aston fired again, this time into the small of his target's back. Loverboy writhed on the ground. He seemed to be hyperventilating. Definite panic. Aston aimed the fourth shot at Loverboy's head, pulled the trigger. He knew better than to hit him directly in the head. A beanbag round can be lethal if you take a square shot to the dome. Instead, Aston sort of skipped it off the top of his head, putting a hole in the drywall with a ricochet beanbag. Those things are serious shit. Loverboy was out cold. Aston checked his pulse. Still breathing, he said. Are you seriously going to shoot his balls off? I asked. Too much? He asked. I don't know, man, he's a fucking rapist and all, but his fucking balls, you already fucked him up with the beanbags. How about a compromise? Asked Aston. What, like you shoot one nut off? Your aim's that good? Aston informed me that beanbags weren't the only less lethal rounds he carried. He also had some shells packed with rock salt, chambered for his .410 pistol. We decided that this was a happy medium. Maybe he'd be castrated, maybe not. He'd definitely be in a lot of pain and think seriously before abusing a woman ever again. Aston didn't hesitate, took aim. The judge cracked out. It was a powerful blast, but his aim held true. The rock salt at such close range shredded Loverboy's crotch. Good riddance. If he had to pee through a tube for the rest of his life, it was just as well. Blackness. Taste of salt. Swollen tongue and aching limbs. I feel so weak. Feels like when you stand up too fast and the blood still hasn't found its way to your head, except all over my body. I vomit. It tastes of stomach bile and salt. This is the last taste I'll have in my mouth. This is what death tastes like. This is what life tastes like until it turns into death. I duck under the approaching wave, feel its energy rush over me. When I come up, I open my eyes. I don't know why. All I see is blackness. I wonder if I somehow had a gun or some way of instant painless death, would I take it? Or would I continue fighting, suffering, just for the sake of being alive? I do not look forward to the terror of my last breath, feeling my lungs ache, desperate for one more taste of oxygen. I've been there twice already, had a preview when I was sucked down into the whirlpool, wondering if I'd reach the surface in time. Will I cramp and drown? Or succumb to fatigue? Or... fuck. What the fuck was that? Something just brushed against my leg, something big moving through the water, something slick. The shark. I reach out in every direction, feeling for the rock, willing it to be there, willing the sensation I just felt to be anything but a prehistoric killing machine, to not be a giant mechanism of muscle and teeth built for hunting down much more able swimmers than me. Because sharks are built for death. Multiple rows of teeth, dead black eyes, brutally sinister. But the shark isn't evil. The shark is hungry. Whether or not I deserve what is coming, I am in his ocean. It doesn't matter if I am good, because I am also food. Am I good? As far as I can tell, it's not quite so simple as that. Sure, I did my best to treat people kindly, to act with integrity, to follow my self-made moral compass. But if I take a bird's eye view, I was far from perfect. All my life I have spent money on drugs, on pleasure, when I could have sent that money to some famine-stricken region of the world. Same with every luxury I've ever afforded myself. Because can a person really be good if they have the opportunity to save a life, but instead opt for an ounce of weed with a side of famine, or a fancy dinner with a side of disease? None of us are as good as we think. Evil can be complicated too. Take an obvious evil like racism. Most people can agree that if the devil exists, racism is one of his favorite toys. But let's imagine a racist, and I mean a real nasty type who says nigger 5 times before breakfast. But this man is a father, and he takes care of his kids. He loves and respects his wife. And besides a few dirty looks or nasty words, his racism is mainly self-insulated. On the other hand, you've got a hippie guy giving out free hugs and preaching love of all races, except he has 2 illegitimate children he never sees. So are they both shits? I mean, people are surprised to see a picture of Hitler petting his dog or interacting cheerfully with a child. Like just because he was an evil fucker, he must have spent all his free time kicking dogs and abusing kids. He was a human being. Humans are complicated. I am not good. I am not evil. I am going to die. The rest is just words. The shark. There it was again, on the other side this time. Maybe it's a dolphin, but who am I kidding? This isn't a dolphin kind of night. The sea is quarreling with the sky, both rough and rabid, and they're lashing out. The rocks are hard and unforgiving. The waves are relentless in their attempted murders. Dolphins are for frolicking in the sunshine. Sharks are for stormy nights shuttling the weak and weary to the refuge of death. I want to be wrong, but somehow I know. I know this is a shark. I know it will bite. I know I will die. After Alejandra's boyfriend had arrived, I was in a sort of an automatic state. The type of state like when you're debating whether or not to do something that you shouldn't do. Like call your dealer to get another bag or eat another damn cookie. And suddenly in the middle of debating back and forth without having made a conscious decision, you find yourself reaching for the desired object and there's no thinking involved. The brain seems to short circuit. I was concussed by grief and staggering towards the light. Except my stagger was a purposeful stride and my mind was as focused as it had been in weeks. The focus was singular though. Return to the ocean. Become one with the waves and the currents. Become weightless and free. The ground beneath and the life around me felt alien, like things I didn't recognize. I had invested my entire world in the hope for Alejandra's heart. With the hope extinguished, I was left with nothing. I had a lyric that went, I've been wandering and waiting for the first day of the rest of my life, collapsing to create an angel in the snow who I'll make my fair weather wife. I tried to tattoo a map to my heart, but eventually I ran out of skin. When the world ends, what do we call whatever is about to begin? I had that same old feeling that I had been waiting for the turning point, the moment of truth, the woman who would excise my loneliness and carve it into love. But Alejandra was a fair weather lover who had vanished like an angel in the snow with the changing seasons. Except I didn't have the luxury of an entire season. Her heart seemed to change seasons like the sky changes colors. It must have been 1,000,000 years old. My catatonic reverie was interrupted by Tom's firm grip on my arm. Hey. We sized each other up, trying to figure out just how serious and determined the other party was. This wasn't a show of pride or bravado, though. This was serious. This was life and death. Tom and I had a short but storied history of combat. Things had never ended well for him, and I had always ended up feeling bad after the confrontations. A sure indication I wasn't the stone-cold killer I sometimes imagined myself to be. I shook his hand off my arm, looked at him, knew he was acting from a place of love, knew that in that moment it didn't matter, worked hard to hold back tears, turned away and pressed on towards the ocean. Tom followed close behind. I knew I was making the same old mistake, moving for the sake of moving, for the sake of escape. Not moving towards something, but away from something, intent on increasing the distance from the last difficult moment with no regard for where I might end up. I had a lyric that went, lately I've been talking in my sleep, can't imagine what I'd have to say. Wake and find me walking in my sleep, running away from yesterday. I felt like a fool. Like any words I had to say would be foolish words since they came from a fool's mouth. But then in slumber, when dreams had unfettered access to the nooks and crannies where lost memories and busted hopes go to die, those dreams might tease out the tiny spark that hid away there. It's a cliche that the smallest spark can start the biggest fire. What is less cliche is an examination of how hard that spark is to maintain. Sure, a tiny fire can grow, but it can also burn out. A drop of water can extinguish the match that might light the fuse on your heart's desire. It may seem like a poetical fantasy, but I always had the idea that sleepwalking was about seeking out your dreams. Like maybe you were afraid in the light of day, but when the moon rose, casting its spotlight on the dream singing solo at center stage, the body was compelled to move, to act. Except in my case, the sleepwalking wasn't in search of a dream, but an escape of a nightmare. Tom wasn't letting me go easily, though. If you're going in, then I'm going in too. I somehow didn't allow this to register, just kept striding forward. I'm serious. If you're going in, then I am too. Up to you, was all I had to offer in reply. A stock response, the kind of response you give when you're not listening and focused on the task at hand. I gritted my teeth and continued forward. Tom followed just off my shoulder. It's going to be cold, he said. Whatever. We continued on in silence. Soon we were in the water, our feet and ankles chilled in the cool surf. We were old hands at this, though. We knew we'd adjust to the temperature, especially once we were fighting the current. It was just a matter of continuing onwards. We entered the water at the northern cliff face with the current pulling hard towards the south, so we had a good 200 yards before we got bashed into the southern cliffs. Besides that constant looming threat, there was the riptide pulling us out to sea, interrupted only by the regular crash of the 10-foot-high waves, which gave us a moment of calm but swelling water in their wake, before the current took hold of us again. There was also the general chop of the ocean's surface, churned up by the strong winds, at least 20 miles per hour, enough to give the rain a nice slant and keep the water rough. Still, the swim out felt cool and good, refreshing, purposeful. I felt strong. The layers of sweat and sand, the sunburn, the hunger, all slipped off of me, left in the tide to wash up on some distant beach far across the world. I felt I was leaving Alejandra behind as well. Besides literally leaving her on the beach, I was leading my heart away from her, into the cleansing waters of a rough ocean when the wind is high and the tide is up to battle the surf just for the thrill of it. So out we swam, hell or high water be damned, churning our way out to sea, while fighting to stay close to the northern cliff face. The rain may have picked up. At least it didn't lessen any, and the wind kept the sea choppy and constantly coming up to slap me in the face, instead of allowing me to glide smoothly along the surface. We did our best to duck under waves, a trick we had learned from watching the surfers in our youth, and which worked to make the swim out much more manageable than if we'd been getting thrashed every time a wave came by. After a good long while, Tom yelled, "How much further do you want to go?" I turned around and swam on my back so that I could see him. "Turn back if you want to," I shouted. "Not gonna happen." I turned around and continued out into the ocean. We had nearly cleared the end of the cliffs, would do so shortly, and would be out in the open sea. I felt a flutter of fear at the sheer size of it, the churning endless blackness of it, big enough to swallow me and forget about it before the sun rose. Somehow the great unknown roiling mass of ocean had become a stand-in for Alejandra's heart. It seemed equally infinite, equally beautiful, equally sensuous, and equally deadly. I had a lyric that went, "A man made of wax and wood fell in love with a woman made of fire, and he didn't mind becoming a drifting of smoke to follow his heart's desire." That was me, daring Alejandra's heart to reduce me to nothing, blood to steam, bone to ash. I would fight fire with gasoline and douse myself with it as well, just for good measure. I didn't want to leave any doubt that I was unafraid of destruction, annihilation, if it was in the cause of love. The sea was a rearing giant. It was every windmill I'd ever passed by thinking better of the charge. It was a smorgasbord of contact and conflict crashing around me, swirling beneath me, falling out of the sky above me, and the clouds were dark and low, and they'd light up like a stage set every time the lightning crashed. And the lightning made the sky flash and flicker in pieces and all at once. And the thunder rolled from a distant impact, tossed across the waves like a manic cannonball, skittering and skidding in every direction. But I was reclaiming my manhood. I was flexing my broken heart, turning the wet rag torn through and limp into the muscle meant for pumping blood it was built to be. I was damming the cracks in the dike and commanding the water to flow. I was the water, And at the same time I was a blade. I was a prehistoric fish built for cutting, form-eating function, slicing through the vast everything of it all. Moses had nothing on me, because in my mind, I was still Achilles. The immensity of emotions I felt through this ordeal is going to be difficult to get across. The size of the ocean might as well be infinite when you're flailing around for a handhold and finding only more of the great killing mass waiting to slip through your fingers until you slip beneath its surface. But in the moment, I still felt like the ocean was providing me grips to pull myself forward, away from the source of my latest toppled passions. No matter how far I swam, no matter how much distance I put between myself and Alejandra's love for another, I felt more regrets and echoes of failure welling up within me. I don't know if it happens to you, but something that happens to me pretty regularly is that I'll go into a negative mindset, just feeling bad about the future and about the choices I've made. And these negative memories will start popping up in my head unbidden, just like a conveyor belt that stretches into the darkest parts of my past, bringing to the front the times I was humiliated, the times I failed, the times I lied, the times I was cruel to people. And I'm battered by this stream of broke-ass experiences, and it just feels like the sky is raining shit and it's my job to shovel it. But pulling out into the water, stroking through the great swelling organism of the ocean, I could feel things falling off me, being pulled away into the currents, somehow dissolving into nothing, if only by virtue of the ocean's limitless capacity. I was proving something to myself, believing too much in my own metaphor. Endless roiling sea as endless roiling love. I had a lyric that went, I broke my back for an anarchist angel. I bit my tongue for a government ghost. I tried to ride a wave but only sweated blood into the sea until it swallowed the coast. And I can't remember the last fight I won, but I remember every time I ran. I will be the last man standing. I will be Omega Man. I wanted to avenge all of the humiliations that reared their heads when the darkness caught up with me. And the only way to do that was to outlast them all. When love had brought the world to its knees, when heartbreak became a universal religion, I would emerge from the ocean and I would stand tall. Perhaps I wouldn't fight the good fight. Perhaps I would not be the man I believed I could be. But if I could outlast this heartache, I could survive. So I swam. And I swam and I swam. My muscles ached and I swam. My lungs heaved and I swam. Through the waves and rain and thunder I swam, out to sea, out towards the setting sun. I think I believed I might reach it if I pulled far enough, and then reality crashed down upon me. I was suddenly exhausted. I had pushed myself to the limit in some foolhardy gambit to empty the tank for the sake of who knows what. I had allowed myself to exist purely in metaphor, disregarding the risks of driving into the deep heart of the ocean without a means of escaping, short of clawing my way out on the back of guts and determination, and probably a fair amount of luck. Now here I was in the deepest of waters, currents pulling me deeper, water and wind cold and driving, my body suddenly very soft and pink, squishy and prodded by the ocean, a flimsy thing drifting, not a gear with the torque for turning, the ability to churn through water like I was born to it. Tom looked very worried. I was pale in the dim moonlight with the post-workout chill. All adrenaline and warmth seemed to have drained from my body. Are you gonna be okay, man? We're a long way out. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna be okay? Just need to rest a bit. But the currents didn't think much of my need to rest. So while I floated, doing just enough to keep my head above the surface, the currents pulled us steadily deeper and towards the opposing cliff face. Tom stayed with me, treading water out in the giant engulfing blackness. He watched the opposing cliff face get closer. We were well out of our little inlet and in open ocean, so there was no telling if we'd even be able to gain access to our little harbor, much less make it all the way to the shore without having a run-in with the cliff walls. But Tom waited while my heart slowly calmed, while the lactic acid drained from my muscles and I got back to feeling like a functional human machine. The ocean was beautiful. There was a serenity in its steady swelling violence, and its ability to fold itself over you 1,000 times and still remain infinite. Like its power might toss you around, but it would always provide a safe landing, if only to be able to toss you again. It was like a sensory deprivation tank for your soul, like you could have whispered your secrets out across the surface, and they only would have traveled to safe places, or would have wandered forever, waiting for the moment when they were needed to soothe some other wounded vagabond. But from another angle, it was terror taken form, churning around you, waiting to swallow you, acting in every respect like it's only a matter of time. I saw this when I saw the ocean through Tom's eyes. He wasn't having a zen moment. He was very much conscious of the foolhardiness of our night swim. He didn't see that my heart was the target of my kamikaze trip, and somehow I could only be healed by teasing death, daring that black veil to stop my blood and instead turn me into another piece of the drifting whole. Tom looked worried. "Are you ready to head back in?" I wasn't. "We're drifting, you know." I knew, but I think I was in a state of denial. Like having gotten myself into this situation I now would refuse to engage in, somehow it might end up just going away. I just wanted to sleep. It wasn't that I wanted to die. The ocean, as scary as it was, still wasn't quite registering as deadly. It was still a thing I played in as a child, in which I could challenge and overcome, because I had done so many times before. It would only be a matter of turning and starting to pull towards shore, and surely everything would fall into place. The ocean suddenly felt very big. I could feel it moving around me with a persistence and power that I hadn't to that point grasped. The ocean would provide no timeouts or breaks, no mercy or second chances. I was in this now, and I was going to have to get myself out. We were drifting towards the opposite cliff. The longer I rested, the closer we got. "How far out are we?" I sincerely wanted to know. "Too far, dude. We should head back." "But how far do you think?" "I don't know, man. Maybe 1,000 yards, maybe 2,000, maybe 500. Tom was edging back towards shore. "You coming, man?" Tom was half treading water, half stroking towards shore. He seemed very intent on studying the current as it pulled at us. He didn't look pleased. "This current is really going, man." "Fucking A." "So, you ready to head in?" I couldn't think of any reason not to. I had backed myself into a corner, and now I had to fight my way out of it. Out in the ocean there, at the end of my endurance, knowing that I was standing on death's doorstep, peeking into the front room, and was about to flee, and death would give chase, and death would not tire. Well, I was tired already. The thunder and lightning sprung from the sky in a spectacular burst, like nothing I'd ever seen before. Like all the lightning had laid in wait and synchronized and then exploded forth, lighting the entire sky momentarily. And as a wave swell lifted me, I saw the entire horizon lit up, and for the first time could differentiate between the distant sea and sky. It made me think of a lyric. "The sky is not the end, the sky is only the beginning." I think the just mind-bogglingly massive size of the ocean is what brought it on, the feeling of just being part of and immersed in this incredible natural force. It made one feel small. And then to look up at the sky and imagine the heavens beyond the atmosphere, of inching up to the edge of the atmosphere and peering out, compounded the feeling even that much more. Because I think that's what the lyric was about in the end. Everyone uses the metaphor of wanting to fly or touch the sky or some such variation, but it's a rare poet who takes his metaphor beyond the sky. That was where I wanted to be, out into the infinite, intergalactic muses. So I had this lyric in my head, and it led me to the rest of the verse. "The sky is not the end, the sky is only the beginning, where emptiness flows thick as oxygen is thinning. So hold your bated breath for thunderclouds baptizing. I ride the lightning to horizon." I liked the idea of being baptized in thunderclouds and decided I had been born anew in the mighty lightning crash that had just lit the sky, and I would ride that lightning to the horizon and beyond. There was another lyric from that song that I liked a lot and felt was right in line with my thinking in that moment. It was the opening lines of the song. "Would I disappear forever if I knew you'd notice? Become the farthest from you since I'll never be the closest." That was a kind of desperation for Alejandra, I felt. The desire to just be something to her, to be anything. Somehow seeing it in these terms, seeing things through the lens of a past poetic attempt, showed me that it was not worth it to sacrifice so much for so little effect. To change one's life immensely and permanently just to change some woman's mind who wouldn't give you another thought. It wasn't like I was suddenly over Alejandra. Far from it. Just that I could suddenly see that there was life in the distance. As long as there was a pulse in my heart, there was the potential for a future sunrise on a future day to light the way back to beauty and wonder. Even if now beauty and wonder were spelled Alejandra. I turned to Tom, who had been treading water impatiently while my mind raced and body rested, and drifted in the current. I quoted from the chorus of the song. "The path of least resistance doesn't mean there's no resistance. It just means there's less than the rest." What's that supposed to mean? It means I don't want to disappear. So you ready to head in? Fucking A. Finally. We drifted like halfway across. We're gonna have to swim at an angle. He turned toward shore and began stroking his way in. I followed behind him. Distance soon opened up between us. Tom didn't realize quite how much. By the time he realized I wasn't behind him, I had already been forced to stop and rest and had once again been subject to the pull of the current. I just didn't have anything left in the tank. Tom had just come off a season of organized basketball with daily practices keeping him in tip-top shape. I, on the other hand, had been smoking weed like I was an Olympic hopeful going for gold and bong rips. My body was dog shit and ached just walking up a flight of stairs. So this marathon swim wasn't exactly agreeing with me. For all my good intentions, the mind was willing, but the flesh was weak as weak can be. Everything felt like jelly, and I was having great trouble activating any kind of second or maybe third wind. I had managed to follow Tom back in out of the open ocean, probably about 500 yards, but we had been swimming against the current the entire time, currents pulling us both out to sea and towards the opposing cliff face, so we had probably swam the equivalent of more like 1,000 or so yards. Now that we were back in our little harbor, we had the very real danger of the cliffward currents to deal with. While Tom had managed to angle his way against these currents and steer well clear of the cliff face, I wasn't so fortunate. I kept moving and kept churning, but I just wasn't making any progress. In fact, if anything, I was getting pulled back out to sea, and was without a doubt getting pulled towards the opposing cliff face. I was fading. I gathered my courage and all the guts I had left and made what in my mind would be my one last sprint for shore. I forgot all about the cliffward current and let it pull me as it would. I only had eyes for the shore and made for it like a straight shot. I figured that destiny had my back and I'd probably reach the beach just a few feet before I would have hit the cliff face. I was past the point of lactic acid buildup and muscle ache. It was like if you ever try to keep your eyes open without blinking, eventually they'll start watering and they won't really hurt anymore. It's not easy, but with enough willpower, it's possible. I had mentally broken through the pain barrier and was living in a post-pain universe. Everything hurt, but it was a good hurt. It was a hurt to be consumed as fuel and turned into more hurt in a self-consuming perpetual motion machine. Still, the will is only capable of so much. I was becoming spastic. I was flailing, but I was still going, and then I cramped. It was my hamstring. I took a gulp of air and let myself sink a bit as I pulled on my right foot, trying to straighten my leg out. No dice. I flailed upwards and grabbed another gulp of air, went back to work wrestling with my leg, this time managing to pull it straight. I floated on my back, gulping air, holding the leg straight. When I lifted my head to assess my location and situation, I found the currents had not been kind. I was now almost as far out as I had been when I had begun the sprint that had consumed the final fumes in my tank, and I was a lot closer to the cliff face. By this point, I was about 100 yards from shore and 20 yards from the cliff face. Not a comfortable distance by any means, but not quite an imminent peril yet. The problem was that directly between me and the shore there was this large island of rock sticking up out of the water. At the rate I was going, I'd have to shoot the gap between the rock island and the cliff face, which was about a 20-yard gap. The other option was to wrestle against the current and go around the opposite side of the rock island, but I honestly didn't feel like I had it in me. And here's where the dumbness came in. I actually thought I might be able to get some relief from the ocean's clutches there, like it would be a sort of breakwater for the current, or maybe even allow me to grab a hold of something and catch some rest. Shit, maybe I'd even be able to climb up out of the water. There was no such luck. As it was, I managed to reach the rock island without taking any damage, but there just wasn't anywhere I could get a good hold of it. I was cold and weak, and the handholds were few and far between, and the sea was rough. There was no chance of climbing up out of the water, which I discovered quickly, but I was still holding out hope that there'd be a place I could hang on and float and rest when the first wave hit. Being that close to the cliff face when the wave hit was quite a wake-up call. In the daylight, I'd seen the waves crashing against the cliffs from a distance, seen the ocean spray explode upward 100 feet in the air, but I hadn't really gotten a true idea of it until I had felt the wave rush over me and smash the cliff so close by. While I managed to keep from getting bashed into the cliff face, I was pulled off the rock, and before I knew it, I was underwater, my hands badly scraped up from where they'd been pulled from their anchors. Luckily, I had managed to grab a gulp of air on the way down. I'd been thrashed by waves many times in my childhood, so I knew to just keep my cool and hold my breath and not panic. Let the wave pass, then recover and get to the surface. This lesson had been learned after a few memorable snootfuls of water as a little kid. So I went down, felt the violent turbulence of the water around me, and felt the energy fading out, the current slowing. I swam for the surface, and as I came up, I could see the remnants of a whirlpool disappearing into the currents. This was a new twist. It used to be that with every wave that came, I got a little push towards shore. Now every wave that came summoned this damn whirlpool, and I was stuck in it. As soon as the energy from the wave had passed and the whirlpool had faded to nothing, I made a break for shore, knowing that I had to get enough distance between myself and the epicenter before... Too late. As I was clawing my way towards shore, the next wave hit and sucked me right back into the whirlpool, which was so strong I felt like someone had grabbed me by my belt and just pulled me backwards through the water. There was no swimming against it. One was just pulled into the whirlpool and eventually sucked under. It seemed I was stuck. This wasn't good. As far as I knew, the waves went all night. That meant the whirlpool would go all night. That meant I was in trouble. I was exhausted and my fatigue was only growing. I was surely dehydrated and had been on meager rations for several days, not to mention the copious amounts of ganja I had been smoking. I was starting to feel a chill, which I knew would only get worse. I needed to figure a way out of this predicament, needed to concentrate. Instead, my mind wandered. A lyric from one of my songs popped into my head, playing on repeat. Black hole attraction activated. She shakes her head, chaos theory demonstrated. 1,000 shadows clasping hands in prayer. She's the girl with midnight hidden in her hair. The whirlpool may as well have been a black hole for how readily help was available. The song could have been written about Alejandra, but she wasn't the only black-haired beauty to cross my path. The girl with midnight in her hair wasn't a girl at all. She was a woman who was a dear friend to me, until the moment she wasn't, and she just so happened to provide me with my first taste of that sweet, sweet Chiba. From a distance beyond looked like a child. A confident and competent child, to be sure, but still like a child. She told me she was 1.3 meters tall, which comes out to about 4'3". Very short for a 44-year-old woman, about the size of a 10-year-old. Being a prostitute, she played this to her advantage with clients. The number of closet perverts out there is immeasurable, and well into her 30s she had been able to play a convincing schoolgirl, at least if the lights weren't too bright. Her build was slight, so that if she lifted her arms over her head, her breasts all but disappeared. Her hips had barely any curve at all. She couldn't have weighed 70 pounds soaking wet. I wish I could say she was the proverbial hooker with a heart of gold, but she was the furthest thing from it. Actually, no, I don't. Sure, she lied to me and stole from me, but as far as I could tell, she didn't tell any lies that mattered, or steal anything I couldn't afford to lose. And the truths she told me and the things she gave me more than made up for her deficiencies. She was the first wild woman I came to know, the first to show me that a heart made of lightning and thunder might strike you down, but it made a spectacle of love, a raucous celebration that shook the windows and the walls. I probably could have found a woman with a heart of honey and spice and everything nice, but you can buy that shit at the grocery store. If you want to hold thunder and lightning, you must find a living, breathing vessel. I had a lyric that went, "There are angels in abundance with wings of white, but give me a devil to rage and revel and wreck the lonely night. I cannot hear her whispers, so instead I taste her lipstick. Her lips said, blood bled red, apocalyptic." Because life was not a smooth ride, life was a battle. And I don't mean to pay your bills to stay alive, but to keep your soul strong, to keep your heart's purpose within your sights. I had this theory that through intense self-examination and endless navel-gazing, I had found in myself the primitive man. I had discovered the origins of love and lust and life, and I couldn't go back. But the primitive man had no place in the modern world. You see, we had evolved in a world where death lurked around every corner. Now, at least in America, even if you gave up and tried to let yourself die, some government agency would swoop in to keep you alive. There was no more threat, no more adventure or risk. And without the constant threat of a sprained ankle that might lead to starvation, or a saber-toothed tiger that might make a lunch of you, man lost touch with his desire. Without simply staying alive as a goal, he struggled to find another. His soul wilted away from lack of use. There was no gamble, no excitement. If you were content to sit in your air-conditioned house and eat your microwave dinner, then an angel is what you wanted. And as the lyric said, there are angels in abundance. But if you want to rage, if you truly want the night to crash down around you and beg for mercy, you must find yourself a devil. And if you ask her for her secrets, she may whisper them so that you can't quite hear, so that you must read her lips with your own. And in them you will find the immediate instant and the end of the world, and everything in between. But I'm getting ahead of myself, way ahead of myself. Before I met Bjorn, I had to make my escape. And before I made my escape, I had to go crazy. And before that even, I had to get to Paris. Paris really was the start of it all. I was 15 years old, in 10th grade, and had just discovered the beats. Neil Cassidy was my hero. I wanted to devour life and get all the kicks and leave a wake of rubble smoldering behind me. But I wasn't really a wild kid. I got good grades and more or less towed the line. I played sports and sang in the school choir. There were some youthful hijinks like TPing houses and the like, but I didn't go so far as to even throw any eggs. Those could do real damage to your paint, I'd heard. So I was more or less considered a good kid, had a good reputation, when I left for a week-long trip to France with my 10th grade French class. We were scheduled to arrive in Paris in the early evening, at which point we would take a shuttle to our hotel, then go out to dinner at a nearby cafe, after which we'd rest up for a week of sightseeing and culture to come. All went well on the flight to Paris. Just a group of about 15 10th grade kids acting like kids, being flirty and loud and stupid. I was excited like everyone else and feeling a bit of a natural high from being away from my parents and on the way to something new. Nothing too extreme, though. I remember first being blown away by the sights of Paris from the shuttle van. I'd gotten myself a window seat and just marveled at about everything I saw. The architecture in Paris is all in that old world style. They actually have laws saying you can't build in a modern style within the city limits, so the whole place just looks like a damn postcard if you're from suburban America. All sorts of narrow streets paved with cobblestones and old cathedrals and little bakeries and grand boulevards with ritzy boutiques all over the place with lots of roundabouts, open squares, and parks. Just a generally different feel from America. Whereas American cities are built with utility in mind, in France they decided beauty deserved equal billing. As soon as I saw Paris, I was hooked and couldn't wait to get out into it. It was like a theme park, but not corny or kitschy, more ancient and storied. I could feel Paris and wanted to be a part of it. I was very impatient at how long it took us to get checked into our hotel rooms, how long it took for us to get served at the cafe, not to mention how small the serving sizes were. Finally, we were done eating, and I had extracted promises from the chaperoning teachers that one of them would take a group of us out that evening to walk around to see some of the city. Otherwise, it was going to be back to the hotel to while away the hours while Paris was out there just throbbing with energy. I'd felt it pulling at me since the moment we'd touched down. Even the airport had been different. It had a different feel. And I suppose it had been building in me since then. It was mystery and energy and promise, all laid open like a cornucopia of exalted experiences, just waiting to be wrenched from their roots and consumed with relish and greed. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't made a break for it. Maybe it would have been inevitable. Maybe I would have been lying in bed wide awake that first night, watching the minutes pass, listening to Paris whisper in my ear, beckoning me, taunting me, enticing me, until I would have crept out into the night anyways. If that had happened, I probably would have resolved to come back before morning, still intent on being the good kid. But here's the thing. I was about to lose my mind in a very literal sense. You see, I was, as of yet, undiagnosed, though later would be labeled a classic case of bipolar disorder, which if you didn't know means I would be prone to swings of mania or depression. This was my first manic break, perhaps brought on by the excitement of the trip, or perhaps coincidental. Whatever the case, I didn't know what the hell it was at the time. I just knew that I felt wild and energetic, and there didn't seem to be any reason to question it. Felt like I had to move and scream. I was talking a mile a minute, commenting on everything, believing my observations to be astute if not profound. I was out in front of the group about 10 feet, walking backwards, looking over my shoulder, looking everywhere at once. Teacher asked to smell my breath. I obliged. Then I laughed at him. The idea that I was drunk was ridiculous. Being drunk had nothing on this. My French teacher asked if I was okay. I told him I felt great and laughed again. I started jumping up in the air every few steps. Everyone thought I was crazy. I kept up my commentary on the passing scenery. At this point, we were out in this big open garden area called the Jardin des Grands Explorateurs, I believe. It was a long, narrow park that connected to the Luxembourg Gardens, which besides the Tuileries was probably the nicest park in all of Paris. We were moving along, myself holding court while jumping into the air every few steps, barely able to get my words out. Then it started snowing, and that put me over the top. You see, this was my first year not living in California, so I had only ever seen snow before when we went skiing, and then it was already on the ground. The actual snow falling from the sky, lit by all these uniquely Parisian streetlights, seemed to have a special gold to their glow. Combined with the energy of being in a foreign land with foreign sights and smells. A foreign land that felt like a postcard, but also echoed with the history of the beatniks and other expatriate greats. For it was a city of great artists, of inspiration and muses strolling down every alley ready to beckon you into a secret embrace. It was all too much to bear. "It's snowing!" I yelled. "Il neige!" I began laughing. I ran forward into the falling snow, my arms out as if I could catch one of the flurries, but really just wanting to make myself as big as possible, to expand my surface area to feel this snow in this crisp, cool night, to spread my arms like wings and maybe catch an updraft. Then before I really knew what I was doing, I had brought my arms in and started running in earnest. First it was sort of a 3/4 sprint, like an Olympic miler on his third lap. I was in extremely good shape at that point in my life, could run about a 6-minute mile, which was way too fast for an out-of-shape French teacher to keep up with. He didn't even try to give chase. Or maybe he gave a few half-hearted steps, but really he knew I'd either stop or I wouldn't. Turns out I wouldn't. I heard my name yelled a few times by the teacher and some laughter from my classmates behind me as I loped off. I had to imagine it was a pretty funny sight, seeing their classmates suddenly sprint off into the night for no apparent reason. I would have laughed. Before long, I was in the Jardin du Luxembourg. I kept going. There was no reason to stop. I was racing the rotation of the stars, the rising moon, the hope that wouldn't let me be. I was on a mission behind enemy lines to rescue beauty from despair. I would crush sadness and hate and fill all the emptiness, dry all the tears, everything. I would become a king. I had a lyric that went, "I am one with the way the world spins, vertigo like undertow keeps pulling me in. Motioned into motion, perpetually spun, I am zero to infinity, rolled into one." It was the same kind of feeling I'd later have on the train car in Iowa City, the feeling that I had caught my stride and could stride across the continent, the ocean if I so desired. And I desired everything. I could step from the top of the Eiffel Tower onto the Empire State Building, from the Champs-Élysées to the Brooklyn Bridge. It wasn't just a good feeling, it was a whole world aligning and begging me to bless it with my speed and joy. Much like depression, the true sensation of mania is hard to convey. It's a million positive thoughts in your head, all worthy of attention, and all getting it at once. It was the stars looking more beautiful than they ever had. Why had I never noticed the stars? It was the moon shining just for me. How did the moon know my name? It was every sensation infused with joy. My feet on the pavement felt so fluid and smooth. Why wasn't I a competitive runner? There couldn't be anyone faster than me. In that moment, I would have dared anything. If there was even a 1% chance of success, I believed that the 1% was meant for me. It was at once dizzying and exhilarating. There was even a unique flavor of manic anxiety. How could I see everything with only 2 eyes, touch everything with only 2 hands? There wasn't enough time, and if I did somehow accomplish everything, touched, tasted, heard, smelled, saw it all, there would be no choice but to turn around and do it all again, for the sake of thoroughness, just to be sure. My legs felt strong and my lungs as well. The night was clean and cool in my chest. The snow felt surreal, like I was flying, like I was just in pure glide mode and was on a downhill slope that was also on a Mobius strip, and I'd just keep going faster and faster until I eventually disintegrated into a ball of light. I slipped a bit at one point on some grass, but caught myself in stride and kept going. It was like my momentum would hold me up. As long as I had speed, I had the world by the balls. I didn't even look over my shoulder until I cleared the Jardin de Luxembourg. By this point, my school group was long left behind. By looking back, I don't know what I was looking for. All that was back there was my past, and my past suddenly felt meaningless. I was reborn in motion and grace. I wasn't running like the wind, I was better than the wind. The wind wished it could move like me. I found out long after the trip that the teacher had hustled the group along after me and followed my footprints in the snow a ways before throwing in the towel. The group had waited for several hours in the Jardin for me to reappear while the teacher made frantic calls, and when I stayed gone and they had started to get overly chilled, they gave up and headed back. The teacher had called my parents as well as the Parisian police, but it was too late. I was in the wind. As for where I was exactly, that's unclear. I continued straight out of the Jardin de Luxembourg and kept moving. There weren't a lot of people out in the snow, and those who were didn't give me a second look as they had their heads down against the cold. Everyone seemed well-dressed and self-assured. I weaved through them in a steady stride. By this point, my run had slowed down to a jog. I had escaped and there was no more need to flee. Now I was just moving for movement's sake. I felt for my wallet and passport. Both were still in my pockets. I was starting to slow. The lactic acid was building up in my legs. Something told me I hadn't just been running from something, though. I had been running to something as well, and I had to find out what. I felt the need to keep going, to set some kind of personal record for best time by an American through the Parisian streets, in flight from his entire life, and in search of what? And then I reached the Seine. If ever there was a river meant for poets, it's this one. Cutting through the center of the most beautiful city in the world, flanked in many places by long stone quays, it has a sort of strong silent spirit that many rivers have. But it also has a cold distance, like it's holding back a secret you're not privileged enough to hear. The river was alive and it had become my destination. I remember being winded, my lungs begging me to hunch over, hands on knees, and pant until I'd regained equilibrium. But somehow I couldn't allow this. I forced myself to stand straight in the chill, to not show the night any fatigue or weakness. The falling snow and glowing lights in ancient edifices constructed a matrix of beauty that channeled my spirit up into the atmosphere. I was free. But did I realize what I had done? Did I realize the line I had crossed? Would I be able to find my way back to the hotel? Did I want to? Would I be sent home? What if I didn't go back? But then my eyes flashed back to the river down below with its stony banks. First things first, this river needed exploring. Whatever happened after the river was explored was up for debate, but the river would be explored. I walked along what looked like a row of storage lockers, but I later learned were booksellers' stalls. They had been closed up and abandoned for the night. I could see that there was a walkway down along the river, but wasn't able to get down to it. Then I spotted a staircase that led down to the quay. I took it down and started making my way along the river. I wished I had my journal. I felt the muses settling on my shoulders. They were whispering the secrets of the universe in my ears. But their words were coming so fast, and they were all coming at once, and I felt ready to burst, needing to find someone at least to express myself to have some medium whereby I could translate these ethereal impulses into language. I knew that this was new, that I was new. The old me a fucking joke. Who was that guy? I wanted to memorize this moment, to carve it into my chest with a steak knife and then let my blood flow beautiful and red. It would all be joy. I had a lyric that went, "Forever is a little less than infinite. On the other side I'll be waiting, bottling the sky for fermenting, then drinking for my soul's intoxicating." I had found the far side of forever, towed the line of the infinite, knew that my soul needed fuel, needed to devour the sky. And if I could have captured that lightning in a bottle, because the whole world was electric, it was lightning that hung in the sky that did not crack but caressed the earth. If I could have caught that moment, I could have sold it by the drop to all the corporate climbers, given the big spenders the one thing that money had never been able to buy: pure, unadulterated soul, humming like the sky was not gray with clouds but a giant screen gone to static, waiting for me to project my image upon it. I wanted to do battle. I needed a dragon to slay, a mountain to climb and dance atop. A part of me wanted to jump into the river, but that probably wouldn't have been good for my wallet or passport. I felt a bit of a chill. I had taken my jacket off as I ran, but now felt too slick with sweat to put it back on. I decided to take my shirt off as well. There wasn't much of anyone down by the river at this time of night, and if it wasn't common practice to take your shirt off wherever and whenever you want in Paris, as it was in Southern California, then I guess a few people would just have to be scandalized. I knotted my jacket around my waist and jammed my shirt in my waistband. I expect I actually struck a pretty heroic figure. Or insane? Being a young man with good genes and enough athletics in my background to be no stranger to the weight room, I had a six-pack, solid pecs, broad shoulders, and was glistening with sweat in the snow. My head was recently shaved, so there was only a thin stubble. Steam rose off of me. I thought of committing my life to patrolling the banks of the Seine, becoming a sort of ersatz superhero. I would start tonight. But I would not only be in search of criminals to stop, but in search of love and adventure. I would fight crime and loneliness and death, and I would win. With my hands held wide open, ready to catch whatever was coming, I began my vigil. I turned left and began walking along the quay. I saw a couple homeless guys under the first bridge I passed beneath. I thought about stopping to talk to them, but they were curled up trying to sleep. I hadn't gone 500 yards when I first heard the sounds of a scuffle. I'd kind of been staring into space, not exactly on the lookout, when my attention was drawn by the struggling sounds of two pairs of shuffling feet, as well as little grunts of exertion. I looked up to see what looked like an adolescent female child fighting with a very drunk man and doing pretty well for herself, considering the huge size discrepancy. He was having trouble even standing up straight and seemed to be hanging on to her for balance about half the time. They were about 30 yards away in the shadow of a bridge, and I started heading their direction. I didn't exactly burst into action, since it looked to me like it was most likely a drunk father with his daughter, and I didn't figure it was my place to get involved with family business if it could be avoided. I wasn't sure that's what it was, though, so went to get a closer look. I figured I could just walk by if that seemed appropriate when I got there. As I got closer, it became apparent this was actually a serious struggle. She was pushing against the man's face while he struggled to pull her close to him. He seemed to be half enjoying the struggle, until maybe she got him in the eye or something, because all of a sudden he switched from his rapey embrace to grabbing her by the hair with both hands and throwing her to the ground. I was about 5 yards away when I saw this. Here is where I burst into action. I rushed forward and grabbed the man by the back of his collar and threw him on the ground. There wasn't much to this, considering I had a good 50 pounds on the guy and he was drunk as a skunk. I then stood over him and told him to get up in a very menacing way. I was surprised when he obliged, thinking he was ready to square off with me. The boxing I'd done as a kid meant that I felt comfortable advancing on this drunk fucker with my fists up. I'm sure I looked crazed and formidable. There's nothing I hate like a bully, and men who abuse women are the worst kinds. He threw his hands up in a sign of surrender and pleaded with me to stop. It became clear that it hadn't even occurred to him that I might hit him. He thought he was going to get up and chew me out for laying hands on him. He asked if I was crazy. T'es fou? I didn't know how to say what I wanted to say in French, plus my adrenaline was up. I was in ass-kicking mode, which didn't seem to have a dial for threats in foreign languages. I said, "I fucking saw you," and took another step towards him, fists clenched and up. He said in English, No, peace and love, peace and love." He said this several times, showing me his open palms, as if to ward me off. By this time the woman had picked herself up and stood watching. He motioned to her, said in heavily accented English, "Bien, say to him, peace and love only, peace and love." She said, "No, you bad man." I had heard enough. I wanted to be somebody's hero, and it seemed to me that the hero's job was to punch out the bad guy. I stepped forward and smashed my right hand into the guy's nose. Except at the last second he sort of ducked his head down, which meant my fist slammed into his forehead, kind of skipping off at an angle, causing a large gash to open up. He crumpled like a house of cards, both hands shooting up to hold his head, now streaming blood onto the quay. He lied on the ground in the fetal position, screaming bloody murder. Actually, it was more like a shriek, over and over. It really sounded half animal, very primal. You would have thought I had stuck a knife in his gut. Björn acted quicker than I did. She grabbed my hand and said, "Come, let's go," and pulled me off down the quay, heading for the nearest stairway. She seemed to know what she was doing, and getting out of there was definitely at the top of my list. Plus, I thrilled at the human contact, the soft hand in mine, the confident grip, the sudden bond of escaping the shrieking man. She let go of my hand as she hustled up the stairs, but then took it again before pulling me off down a boulevard heading away from the river, then turning down a side street. Here she slowed her pace significantly. She said, "You should put your jacket." Her accent was a strange mixture of French and what I would later learn was Vietnamese. I obliged her, realizing that despite the discomfort of putting on a jacket when sweaty, I stuck out like a sore thumb running around with my shirt off. "You are American?" she asked. "Yes, but I speak some French." I was still feeling very much hyped up and like I wanted to move. This was the first time I had been forced to stand still since the mania had really gotten a hold of me. It felt very constricting and claustrophobic. "Tu parles français?" she confirmed. "Oui, un petit peu, mais..." Yes, a little bit, but I couldn't get my thoughts organized in French. Too much conjugation and verbal gymnastics working around vocabulary I didn't know. I needed unfettered expression. I burst out, going a mile a minute. "Yes, I'm American, and I ditched my class back in the Jardin du Luxembourg, and now I'm on my own and I don't know where to go, because I don't know if I need anywhere to go. Not for real, because I'm in Paris and I just want to be in Paris, you know, to be out in it, even if it's cold. Because I'm a Viking, you see. Some of my friends even call me Sven, and I'm like an oven, don't feel the cold. But now I don't have any plans, and you're the first person I met, and I don't know if we've officially met, but I'm pleased to meet you. And since we've met now, I wonder if we should walk somewhere, because I feel like going for a walk. Long flight, you know, and I just need to go. Just need to move, let the go juice flow, knock the dust off my bones, get moving, you know?" She was a bit shocked at my flood of words, unsure exactly what to make of me. "More slow, please, I am not understand." "Désolé, madame. I'm sorry, ma'am." I bowed deeply and theatrically. Not sure where that came from, but it seemed the thing to do. "Do you want to go for a walk with me? Est-ce que vous voulez vous promener avec moi?" I said it in very formal and polite French. I was trying to be as charming as possible. I expect she could see how desperate I was for company, but must have decided I was harmless, even if a bit strange. The thing was, despite being as different on the surface as two people can be, we had a connection. It was like a lyric I had that went, "The girl with the carousel heart and the boy with the tilt-a-whirl brain set off seeking a sunny day in a season of wind and rain. The boy with the tilt-a-whirl brain and the girl with the carousel heart. Two old souls transformed into state-of-the-art." We were on the same mission, aligned in the need for life in staggering quantities. We were both irrational and impulsive, suckers for the long shot, believing Lady Luck had finally fallen in love and all would be gravy from there on out. It didn't matter that I was little more than a child, she very much an adult. Our hearts were on fire, mounted on chariots pulled by swarms of seeking mobs, each in search of a supplement to their blazing light. And together we became a powerful force. I was the muscle and she was the bone. I was the blade and she the hand wielding it. And together we sliced Paris to ribbons. "Where do we walk?" she asked. I said the first thing that came to mind. "Along the river, of course." "But your hand," she said. I realized for the first time that I had busted a knuckle open on that dipshit's head. My adrenaline and mania were too high for me to care much. "Just a scratch," I said. But upon closer inspection, I noticed that my wrist seemed to be slightly swollen. Come to think of it, it did hurt when I moved it. Björn saw me wince. "Come," she said. "I know the way." I didn't know where she was leading me, but I was up for anything, and she didn't seem to doubt I'd follow her. So I did. She led me down a side street to where there was a small pharmacy open late. Inside we found butterfly bandages and antiseptic for my knuckle and tape for my wrist. The pharmacist didn't seem to know what to make of us, both speaking English, me dripping blood, unable to stand still, one sweaty, twitchy lunatic led by one little pixie. He was happy to take Björn's money, though. I had tried to pay, but Björn had insisted, saying, "For thank you." What happened next was one of the most sublime experiences of my young life. Beyond led me outside where we found a dry spot under an awning with some decent lighting. We sat down right on the sidewalk, facing each other, and Beyond tended to my wound. It was just like my childhood fantasy of being nursed back to health by my crush after dispatching the terrorists who had taken over the school. It's hard to put my finger on exactly why this moment held such pathos for me. Perhaps because it was an intimate touch, but also a chaste one, which meant I could appreciate the closeness without the insecurity of worrying I'd be asked to perform sexually. At that point, I was very much a virgin, like I had kissed a girl before, but barely, and even that I had been nervous about. I remember thinking as a kid that when I kissed a girl for the first time, I had better make sure that it was her first kiss too, just in case I wasn't any good at it. She wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I felt the same way about sex. As it turned out, I would end up being pretty good at sex. Being a big guy, I had a decent dick and I was athletic and in shape and eager to please. But I still had the same worries and the same qualifications had to be met for the woman who would be my first. She had to be just as green as me. When it came to the sexual realm, the idea of being compared and judged wanting really worried me. But there were no sexual overtones here. This was gratitude and sympathy and concern. This was a woman's tender touch without any hang-ups or worries. After she'd got my busted knuckle cleaned and closed, she began wrapping my wrist. She did a thorough job, to say the least. The bandage went about halfway up my forearm and all around my hand and wrist like you see with a boxer's hand wraps. It turned out we got about 5 times as much tape as we needed, but I was enjoying the process so much I urged her to use it all. By the time she was done, it was like I had a plaster cast on. My right fist was armor-plated. "To the river?" I asked. She agreed and took my arm. We began walking back towards the river and I got to talking a mile a minute. I had been pretty silent while being nursed to, just reveling in the experience, but now the floodgates opened and 1,000 thoughts fought for supremacy on the tip of my tongue. I don't know if I was making any sense, but I was happy to just have someone to talk to. I spoke mainly in English, who knows how much of which she actually understood. She responded with English that was far from grammatically correct, but was surprisingly comprehensive in terms of vocabulary. She had learned first her French and then her English from the television. She had also learned a fair amount from practicing with clients she'd had over the years. I learned before long that Bian had been a prostitute. She was very forthright about this. She was retired now, though. Over the next few days, I would learn that she had been introduced to prostitution as a child in Vietnam. Her mother had been a prostitute, her non-existent father a client, and she had grown up in a brothel and started at a young age, giving occasional handjobs to specialty clients. While this sounds traumatic by Western standards, there was very little stigma attached to it for Bian. She said it was common and that people needed to eat, and she just thought it was pretty boring but sometimes funny the way the men reacted to her touch. Sex had only dominated her growing up in the sense of being surrounded by it, though. For the most part, her childhood had been happy. There had been work, cleaning and cooking, but there had also been play with other children. As she got older, she had graduated to performing oral sex and finally to full-on intercourse. She had been sold to a trafficker at age 17 when she had weighed all of about 60 pounds. From there, she had spent a number of years working on a large boat that specialized in gambling getaways. This had been easy work as there had been not too many clients a day, sometimes none for several days, and lots of good food. She had gained a little weight there, but not enough to lose her lithe nymphood. Then one night there had been gunfire on the boat, not that she had witnessed, but only heard, and the next day she and the rest of the girls had been moved again. This had begun a much harder part of her life where she had been moved to Paris where she worked out of the back of a van in the Bois de Boulogne and lived in an apartment in the suburbs with about 10 other women. She had a Belgian pimp who had paid a lot of money for her, and it had taken her 25 years to be able to repay it. Coincidentally, about the same number of years she could work effectively as a prostitute. He had not been particularly fair or generous, but he hadn't been cruel. He had treated her like a commodity and used her until she was used up, then freed her, which basically amounted to putting her out on the street with no lifeline. When I found her, she had been retired for several months and had been living with a boyfriend, the guy I'd punched earlier in the night. She didn't know where she was going to go or what she was going to do, since the man was surely through with her now. I said, of course, that she was coming with me, that I would take care of her. This was ridiculous, but I felt too good to care. She seemed reticent, and I can now understand her suspicion after the life she'd led. A conversation we had that first night inspired the lyric, You can wade my shallow shores, but there isn't much left down deep. There isn't much left of me. Whatever you can find is yours to keep. She had conveyed the idea through much confusion and gesturing that she felt like her bones had been scraped clean, her insides excised by 100,000 loveless fucks, and all that was left was skin and bone and a vacuum in between. She wasn't bitter about it. That's life, she said. No, I declared, this is life. She seemed dubious, but she let me keep hold of her hand. We had been walking for a while when Bian asked if I wanted to get a drink. She knew a little hole-in-the-wall shop that sold cheap vin de table and was closing soon. We dropped in, and sure enough, the owner was sweeping up for the night, getting ready to lock up. They did have cheap wine, both in traditional wine bottles and large jugs. Bian grabbed a bottle, but I pointed out that the jug was a better deal per ounce, and there was a buy two, get one half price deal. If the place was closing soon, shouldn't we stock up? She said she only had 20 francs left. She was shocked when I produced my wallet, which had been stocked with francs for souvenirs, emergencies, etc., before I'd even left the U.S. We left with 3 gallons of wine. All had been pissed onto the quay before the sun rose. From that point onwards, she was drinking wine pretty much nonstop. Bian drank about 5 times as much as I did, despite being less than half my size. Her attitude had changed dramatically when I produced my wad. She had been well trained to light up at the sign of money. Was she using me? Of course she was. But I was using her too. I was using her for life and love, and perhaps they were more noble pursuits than money, but we all had our priorities. I was just glad to have someone to jabber at. I remembered my first drink that night being a decisive moment. There was still time to go back. If I found my way back to the hotel, perhaps I wouldn't be sent home. It was one thing to run off and abandon the group for an evening. It was another thing entirely to not go back, to stay in the wind. For a moment I was afraid of consequences. My parents would be furious, not to mention the worry. I might be expelled, maybe even sent to a military school or juvenile hall. Would they call Interpol? Would there be an international incident? I had a lyric that went, "Would you fly if the sky was on fire? Would you devour your heart to feed your desire?" Because it's nothing special to want it all, but to risk it all was a different story. To have the courage of your convictions and put it all on the line. Because what better reason to gamble your life than in the cause of life itself? Of course my life wasn't on the line, except in the sense of my soul's expansion. I could have been afraid. I could have kissed Bian and ran back to the hotel. I hoisted the jug and drank deep. I felt like a giant standing on the top of the world who had peeled an ocean from the earth's crust and was now tipping it down my throat. I had no love for wine, but I was suddenly parched, and if I were to devour the entire night around me, this jug of wine seemed a decent place to start. We spent the rest of the night wandering the banks of the Seine, me hauling the extra jugs of wine until they graduated from baggage to the main attraction. At one point during the night, I had to put down the jugs of wine to punch out a couple drunks who had started following us and making remarks for some reason. They just stayed about 10 yards back, stopped when we stopped, but otherwise followed our every move and were just saying stupid shit like, "Oh, how romantic, the lovebirds will fly away." They were saying this stuff in French, of course, but Bian let me know what was going on. I wasn't worried about them, but then Bian bristled at a comment I hadn't understood. She translated. They had said we would have a candlelight dinner of roast dog. I assumed this was meant to be a racist insult, referencing the fact that some Asian cultures ate dog. There was nothing to do but try out my new battering ram of a fist. I focused a bit more on hand speed this time and less on knocking the guys' heads off, as they seemed pretty unsteady already. But I popped one of them in the nose, and when the other one fled, I easily ran him down and clipped him with a haymaker on the side of the head. Bian gave me a look that was a mix of, "You're my hero," and "I don't know what to make of you." I decided then and there that I would prove to her that I was her hero, and she didn't need to make any more of me than that. I remember we sat on the banks of the Seine that night, Bian basking in the glow of the vengeance she'd witnessed, me just continuing to jabber away about anything that came into my mind. While we were sitting there, I witnessed a miraculous event, which I had no real appreciation of at that time. The event was a break in the Parisian clouds in the depths of winter. You see, Paris was notorious for its low, cloudy skies. I think it was Thomas Jefferson who was famously sent into a depression during his stay in Paris. You simply didn't see the sky during the winter months. It was all clouds, all the time. But suddenly the sky was open above us and was the most beautiful indigo color. It inspired a lyric that went, "Indigo, indigo, North Star high, horizon low, neon sky, afterglow, the night the sky turned indigo." It was like suddenly the curtain had been pulled back on the universal soul, and we were allowed to bask in its glow from North Star to horizon. It spoke of vast depths of unknown wonders. It was like the opposite of Armageddon, like the world was beginning again, like the blessings of the endless sky would descend and make us all endless too, as well as rich in the texture of the sublime. The two men that harassed us that night along the Seine would be victims number 2 and 3 of what would turn out to be a sort of punching rampage during my week in the Parisian wind. I can just imagine the Parisian police getting about 15 complaints over the course of the week and realizing there was a connection between the missing American student and the marauding puncher knocking the lights out of whoever had it coming. Because as it turns out, French people don't really fight, at least not the way Americans do. They just seem to see it as excessive and barbaric, the way we'd see pulling a gun on someone and shooting them. It could happen in the most extreme cases, but only then. So my behavior must have really stood out. And I want to make clear that I'm not really proud of the behavior. Sure, I didn't engage in any sort of bullying or anything like that. I wasn't picking fights to entertain myself or battle my own personal demons. I really felt that I was an avenger for good, that I had found my life's purpose, that being to roam the streets of Paris and drop the hammer on anyone who thought they could get away with being anything less than kind. But I'm getting ahead of myself. To be perfectly honest, I buried the lead here. If you're ahead like I am, you've probably been wondering this whole time about a particular story that I must certainly have. Every head has a story in some form or another. The first time I smoked. The first time I got high. It happened on that Paris trip, and it was every kind of wonderful, every kind of amazing. I'd been with Beyond for about 30 hours by this point, which made it about 4 a.m. on my second night, early morning. We had spent most of the previous day at a very cool basketball court in the 9th arrondissement that we happened upon in our wanderings. It was a single full court in between 2 apartment buildings that had been painted all sorts of crazy colors. It was uniquely French. I had never seen anything like it. The walls all around the court were painted bright colors as well, swirls and stripes and all sorts of shapes and things. So Beyond had sat and watched and sipped on our last jug of wine, and I had played. While I'm nothing special on the basketball court, I was an athlete and in good shape, so I could keep up fine. The court closed at 7 p.m. though, and at 7 on the dot an old lady started hanging out the window of a building opposite, haranguing the players, threatening to call the police if we didn't break up the game. I didn't know if the police might be looking for me as a runaway, so we made ourselves scarce. We wandered for a while, me still talking a mile a minute, but starting to feel kind of agitated and jangly in my heightened state. This was my second night running without sleep, and while I was still inclined to move and still had some well of perpetual energy machine churning inside me, I also felt sick with fatigue. My head hurt, I felt slightly nauseated. On top of that, my feet were giving me trouble, the heels sore from the miles of cobblestones and concrete. But any time I sat down for more than 5 minutes, I just had to get up and go. Otherwise, I'd have my legs bouncing around in front of me like I had to pee or something. I didn't, though. I just had to move. So move we did, and Beyond had no trouble keeping up with me. Perhaps because I had been happy to replenish her wine supply as soon as the last jug had been smashed into a dumpster. She was like a little Energizer buddy that ran on Van de Table. So long as I kept topping off the supply, she was content to follow me around. I don't know if she enjoyed my company as much as she tolerated it, but I didn't care. I made her laugh occasionally, and she had a nice smile. But I was getting to the point where I was feeling stretched pretty thin, with ragged edges fraying, sensing a great rupture at any moment. Something had to give. I kind of wanted to scream. I was becoming more frantic the worse I felt, because now all this energy was channeled into a negative feeling. A feeling of pressure and recognizing that the choices I had made were going to have very real consequences. What were my parents thinking at this moment? They must have heard by now. My dad would be pissed. My mom would be worried. My brother would think it was hilarious, but know to bite his tongue. But sure enough, there would be hell to pay. No explaining this one. Sorry, Dad, I just kind of lost my mind for a second. You see, Lady Paris herself was revving her engine in the lane next to mine, and I had no choice but to give her a taste of good old American dust. Boom. I had been the dynamite, now I was the ash. Beyond could tell I was not doing well. I must have been looking a bit haggard. She asked what was wrong, and I explained my predicament. Apparently staying up 2 nights straight was nothing to her. She didn't seem to be any the worse for wear, but she had just the thing for me. She led me back towards where we had spent the day playing basketball, to La Place Pigalle, which was sort of a sex district in Paris. There were lots of sex shops, strip clubs, XXX cinemas, etc. There was also lots of people milling around. As you walked down the boulevard, there would be guys calling out from the doorways of strip clubs, promising all sorts of earthly delights if you'd just step inside. The sex shops had big glass display windows like any other shop, and I remember one had a sex doll up in the window and a big sign written in English that said, "Special Sexy Sadie the Love Doll, with hot mouth and inviting vagina." Paris wasn't exactly the most hopping city at night, but there was usually some action going on in La Place Pigalle at all hours. Bian led me through the crowd until she found a Moroccan guy she knew named Mohammed. He had hashish for sale and sold Bian a small lump about the size of a pencil eraser for about $30 American. Next shop was a tobacco shop, where we, meaning I, bought a small pouch of tobacco, a pack of papers, a lighter, and a corncob pipe for good measure. I thought it was hilarious that they had this gaudy piece of Americana next to all the solid wood polished pipes that otherwise filled the rack. We walked a few blocks to the Sacré-Cœur, which meant Sacred Heart. It was this big church built on top of a hill looking out over Paris and Montmartre. It was big and white and had a large open area in front of it where street performers and kitsch vendors would presumably mingle with tourists during daylight hours. But now there was a soccer game in full swing. Lots of French guys in their jeans or slacks, mostly working class from the looks of them, playing soccer in the streets on top of Paris at 2 a.m. We sat down on the steps in front of the Sacred Heart, which gave us a great view out over the city. I wanted to light up the pipe, but Bian was embarrassed that I had even bought the thing and told me to put it away. Instead, she was going to roll a joint. She broke off little crumbs of the hash, using about half of the lump, and sprinkled it on a layer of tobacco in the paper. Then she rolled it up slick as can be, not too much spit, in a nice gradual cone shape. She lit it up and took a couple puffs, passed it to me. I was a bit surprised that she was lighting up in the middle of this public place. I mean, there weren't any cops in sight or anything, but there were about 15 or 20 other small groups of people spread out in various places on the steps. No one even turned to look at us. I took a couple cautious puffs at the joint. I knew tobacco didn't agree with me, having smoked a grand total of 1 cigarette in my entire life up to that point. One was enough for me. It just made me feel dizzy and sick, not my kind of buzz. So with this tobacco hash joint, I didn't inhale too deeply, not wanting to add to my already slightly sick feeling. For this reason, I didn't really get very high. I did feel something, though, probably as much from the tobacco as from the hash, and it helped me to chill out a bit. Suddenly, I felt very tired. I was crashing, getting outright sick with fatigue. I told Bian I had to sleep and that I felt sick. Pretty much right as I said it, Bian saw someone she recognized, a woman who was about her age, but actually looked every year of it, and then some. She had a rugged beauty beneath the wrinkles and weariness, but it was also a vulgar kind of beauty. She was the type of woman you were more inclined to lust after than to love. She had a man with her, a guy who looked to be in his mid-20s. I sort of followed their conversation, but Bian filled in the gaps for me afterwards. The woman had worked with Bian for many years and had agreed to let me and Bian sleep in her apartment that night since she would be going home with her boyfriend. The apartment wasn't far, about a mile to the northeast near the Porte de la Chapelle metro station. Bian led the way and I staggered along next to her. The apartment was a third-floor walk-up, but I practically ran up the stairs. Somehow I didn't have the mental energy to plod up them. Needed to get it over with in a burst so I could collapse in front of the door. Power down the engines at last. I hardly remember making my way to the couch. I was asleep in an instant. It only seemed an instant later and I was suddenly wide awake. It took me a moment to remember where I was. I had staggered in the dark and now the sun was creeping in the window. The city was starting to come to life outside. A garbage truck rumbled past. For all their emphasis on aesthetics and beauty, the French hadn't been able to build a better garbage truck. It was loud, and it stank, and then it was gone. I crept down the short hall and found Bian asleep in the bedroom. I decided not to wake her for the time being, made my way back out to the couch. I felt refreshed and very alive, but also slightly on edge. like I was about to be called into action and needed to be primed for whatever was coming next. There was a TV, a bookshelf with a few books, various knickknacks, odds and ends. There were a number of abstract-looking sketches on the walls. In fact, they covered most of the free space. There were a few framed paintings, the type you might see hanging in a hotel room, and then these pencil sketches all over the place. In the wrong light, it might have bordered on sinister, a serial killer crazy type of environment. But in the golden dawn, it was a cozy and quaint little place. The type of place a Hollywood director might invent for his quirky heroine to show she wasn't just beautiful, but also a creative risk-taker with plenty of spunk. I didn't know what to do. All the books were in French except for one, a tattered, Lonely Planet Guide to Paris. It was in this little artist's garret that I first really got high. I had started flipping through the Lonely Planet Guide when I remembered the corncob pipe and the remains of the lump of hash. I fished them out of my pocket and dropped the little lump, about the size of a pea now, into the pipe. Then I drew the lighter's flame down over the hash with a slow, steady inhale. My chest was only about a quarter full before I started coughing my lungs out. It was all I could do to keep from dropping the pipe, and I coughed and coughed until I was red in the face, shooting spittle across the little apartment, practically shaking the walls. The more you cough, the more you get off. In fact, it's kind of a badge of honor if you smoke some head out and your bud is so good it makes him cough. Any true stoner is happy to endure the coughing to reap the benefit of what comes along with it. So I coughed, and when the fit finally subsided and I stood up straight from my wheezing hands-on-knees posture, the world had changed. It was like I'd been in a dark room and gotten to the point where I'd stopped noticing, and then all of a sudden, bam, light, color, shape, and form everywhere. I was suddenly ecstatic. This apartment I was in was the greatest apartment I had ever seen. This moment was the greatest I had ever lived, and now this moment. I was on a roll with each moment better than the last, each thought loaded with import and meaning. Paris was my world, and I was the king of Paris, which meant I was also king of the world, my world. It was all my world. In retrospect, I was high to the point of ridiculousness. Not only was I a young outlaw in Paris, which would make just about any American teen feel high, but I was in the middle of a manic break and had just taken my first real hit of what would become my anchor and my rock and my North Star in some of the toughest times I'd ever known. At the same time, I felt the vastness of the universe around me. I felt how small and inconsequential I was. But I knew I still had my finger on the pulse, or on the button that would launch the nukes against the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I had a lyric that went, "Astronomers and astrologers agree, the stars are more important than me. I may not light the sky, but I am feeling fine, still I shine." I was content in a way I never had been before. I didn't need to be a star because I was light taking human form. Even if no one else could see it, if things got dark enough and you got close enough to me, you could detect unmistakable glow. While I felt calm and serene, I was also twitchy with excitement, looking everywhere at once. My neck and my eyeballs unable to coordinate, so rushed was my hunger for perception. I began to flip through the Lonely Planet Guide. It was all out of order as far as I could tell. I began ripping out pages, creating an itinerary. With a fold-out map torn out of the back of the book, I planned a walking tour that would take us past every major monument, cathedral, museum, literary landmark, famous bakery, etc. in Paris. It was sort of like Paris was my lawn and I would run the mower back and forth across it until I'd covered every square inch. Except instead of mowing, I would be hustling up and down the streets, seeing and smelling and even touching and occasionally tasting. I would live off of pâté de campagne for the next week, which was the cheapest kind of pâté and was sort of the pâté version of a hot dog. Lots of fat and low-quality meat, but it tasted great, spread on fresh baguette. I didn't want to spend much on food because from that point on, all of my money was tied up in hashish for me and wine for Bian. Or it was earmarked for that, rather. I still had a few good tokes left off my initial lump and would take a small hit once every few hours to ensure staying permanently high. This is possible when you're a new and young smoker. Once you get older, these marathon sessions become much harder. You get seriously reduced effects the more you smoke, and often get to the point where you're getting more stoned than high, i.e. spaced out, zoned out, zonked out. But like I said, I was new to this, so my tolerance was super low and I didn't have any addiction pathways wired into my brain yet, so I stayed high as a kite. It was a constant explosion of every corner being like a postcard, constantly feeling like this moment right here, not every moment that came before, but this one right here was the most perfect moment any man ever lived. I was wild and free and powerful and unstoppable. I dared anyone to get in my way. I had a kind of wild, twitchy swagger that told the world that if nothing else, I was full of energy and would be hard to slow down, much less stop. Over the course of the next week, we would sleep twice in an apartment of an ex of Bjorn's, both times during the day while the owner was at work. Bjorn knew where the key was hidden. And twice in the Jardin de Luxembourg, again during the day. If you slept in the park during the day, you could claim you were just outside getting some air and had fallen asleep. We managed to sleep for 2 or 3 hours without being bothered. We did succeed in seeing every major attraction in Paris, at least according to Lonely Planet, though with a good portion of them we just sort of scooted on by, checking them off like a kid on some manic scavenger hunt. Over the course of the next week, I rampaged like a madman across Paris, occasionally checking in with Mohammed to restock my pipe with hashish, or stopping in a pharmacy to add another roll of tape to my wrist. It would take forever to tell the whole story. Maybe if I live through this, I'll set it all down someday. But for now, you'll have to settle for my list of top 10 Paris punches. I punched out 2 young Arab punks who were harassing a group of guys I was playing basketball with. I'd seen a pickup game, and while I wasn't much of a basketball player, I was athletic, and it was an excuse to run around and burn off some energy. The Arab guys were just standing outside the playground fence yelling bullshit. It soon became clear that all the French guys were basically scared of them. There were a decent number of Arab immigrants in Paris, and unlike the French, Arabs didn't hesitate to throw down. So they had reputations as tough guys, sometimes even carrying knives. I cracked the first one, and the second sort of dove at my legs. I shucked him off, though, and dropped a hammer fist on the top of his head. He went down. One time we were riding the metro illegally, having hopped the turnstiles to avoid paying for tickets. This was a common tactic among Parisian youth, so occasionally the Paris police would set up checkpoints in the metro where they stopped everyone and asked to see their tickets. If you didn't have your ticket, you got a hefty fine. Bjorn and I got stopped at just such a checkpoint, and my reaction in my manic state was to lay the poor cop out. I cracked him right in the nose with my heavily armored super fist, at which point he dropped to his knees holding his nose, his machine gun hanging loose from its strap. That's right, the Paris cops often carried fully automatic assault rifles in the subway. It was a bit surprising considering we only let American cops carry pistols, and by all rights they probably should have been armed with bazookas. Maybe then they'd be a bit more hesitant to shoot at someone who might be a threat. Nothing like blowing up a city block to get you in hot water with the boss. Anyway, I cracked this cop and he dropped. I grabbed Bjorn's hand and took off. She ran along beside me as best she could, matching me almost stride for stride by virtue of me dragging her along as I ran. The second cop ran after us, spraying his mace at our backs. He succeeded only in macing himself and several bystanders. I felt kind of bad about that, but eventually those Frenchies would learn to stay out of my way. I was on a manic rampage. I punched out a drug dealer who was trying to steal my business away from Mohammed. Bjorn and I were speaking with Mohammed out in La Place Pigalle, where he was posted up plying his trade, when a rival street-level dealer tried to poach us away. He grabbed me by the arm and started pulling me away, saying something about having the best shit in town. I yanked my arm away, at which point he grabbed Bjorn. She may have been an aging prostitute with thinning hair and bad breath, but she was mine. I popped him a pretty light one, more just kind of a warning that there was more coming if he kept it up. No more was necessary. At one point near the end of our week together, Bjorn and I were in a ritzy boutique on the Champs-Élysées. Apparently our week together had left us looking a bit disheveled because the salesman was incredibly rude and dismissive to us. Bjorn had wanted to see something out of the display case, something way out of our, that is my, price range, but I had intended to get her something to remember me by. Instead, the salesman treated us like we were smeared with dog shit. I told Bjorn to go wait for me by the metro, that I would catch up with her. There was a metro at the end of the Champs-Élysées down by the Arc de Triomphe. I'm pretty sure she knew what was up, because she gave me a smile. I then proceeded to smash the shit out of the display case with my armored fist. It broke like glass. I reached in quick and grabbed a handful of bracelets, necklaces, etc. The salesman was incensed and had the nerve to try and grab me. Fortunately, he also had the good sense to let go and drop to the fetal position when I chambered my fist, ready to snipe him right between the eyes with my best right cross. Another time I saw a guy who sounded Italian get off his motorbike and assault an old man walking with a cane. Apparently the two had history, because the old man seemed to know what it was about. He screamed bloody murder while this helmet-clad Italian wailed on him. I probably shouldn't have gotten involved. Maybe the old man deserved it. After all, just because you're old doesn't automatically mean you're not an asshole. But I didn't like the optics of it. First of all, the old dude was quite old and looked like he was one busted hip away from the hospice ward. Second of all, if you've got a helmet on in a fist fight, you might as well be carrying a weapon for what it does to the odds. But the odds weren't counting on a manic Yankee with a reinforced wrist and a club for a fist. My first shot was a sort of haymaker slap to the side of the head. Even with my fist wrapped, I didn't want to match it against a helmet designed to withstand high-speed concrete. The slap spun his helmet about a quarter turn, at which point I sunk my fist into his gut. He made a grunt like the overdubbed sounds from a kung fu movie, real loud and dramatic. That was all she wrote. He dropped, crooked helmet and all. We stopped by to see Bjorn's old pimp, who she claimed still owed her money. I'm pretty sure she knew she was never going to see said money, but she also knew that I would have fought a damn dragon for her. So when confronted with the orchestrator of her long, slow misery, she had a pretty good idea what I'd do. Boom to the nose. One time we tried to get into a club where a DJ Bjorn knew was playing. The bouncer wouldn't let us in. When I asked him why, he rolled his eyes. I pressed him on the matter. He told me to fuck off. Maybe he was just doing his job. I guess if your job is being an asshole and you do your job well, you get what's coming to you. Boom goes the dynamite, right to the kisser. Another bouncer rushed to his aid. I got ready to unleash hell, convinced I could take all comers. But this wasn't America. He wasn't coming to kick my ass. He was coming to his coworker's aid. He told me I was crazy. This seemed to be a common refrain among those I'd punched. Little did they know how true it was. One night we were taking the RER, an above-ground train that services the rougher parts of Paris and the surrounding enclaves, when we were approached by a couple toughs. Bjorn had told me that it was dangerous to take the RER late at night, that there were bad people on the train. I hoped she was right. I'd never seen two tough guys in sweaters and scarves, but sure enough, there they were asking for money. They started asking nicely, like panhandlers, then pressed harder and harder. Their posture became menacing. I jumped up, and they weren't expecting this, immediately puffed out their chests, but also sort of half-backed away. But I was collecting scalps and smashed the one closest to me. I had to step over him to get at the second guy due to the narrow train aisles, and so I had one foot planted on my first victim's chest when I laid hands on the second. Still, he went down. I stood over them. They didn't get up. We happened to be taking the RER out to a party in the banlieue, the suburbs, that Bjorn had been told about by a friend. When we got to the party, the story was told of our encounter on the RER. There immediately appeared an Algerian guy who wanted to fight me. He wasn't mad or anything. He just wanted everyone to know how tough he was. If there was someone else, me, being lauded for fisticuffs, he had no choice but to steal the thunder. I was up for anything and agreed to fight him. We went outside onto the sidewalk. He had some boxing in his background for sure and hit me with a couple good shots, bloodying my nose and blacking one of my eyes. He hit me about 10 times before I hit him for the first and last time. I had about 50 pounds on him, and all 50 of those pounds, plus whatever else I had to offer, were lined up behind that punch. He went down, popped right back up, staggering around, stepped off the curb and just about fell in front of a moped. He wasn't ready to quit, but I waved him off, telling him I'd had enough. Had to let him save a little face. He was a tough bastard after all. On one day, we got caught up in a riot of sorts. What happened was there was a big protest with a bunch of high school students on strike. They were marching through the streets in massive numbers. It was a peaceful protest until a select group of hoodlums showed up and started looting. They took advantage of the massive crowd and were just running along smashing shop windows. One guy had a brick, one guy had a horseshoe, another had a tire iron. There was some looting going on, but for the most part it just seemed like there was destruction on the menu. Apparently this was not terribly uncommon in French protests. The French were wild about their strikes, and about 1 time out of 10 the peaceful protests would be hijacked by a small number of disaffected youths known as casseurs, or breakers. They wore scarves or some other form of concealment over their faces and just ran around breaking shit. They broke shop windows and car windows. They even set cars on fire, and I saw them flip one over. There was one really scary moment where I saw a guy break the window of a car at the top of a hill. then climb in and put the car in neutral, steering it out into the middle of the street and then jumping to safety as it started rolling down the hill. There was a crowd of literally hundreds, maybe thousands of people at the bottom of the hill facing the opposite direction, chanting slogans at a group of riot police lined up opposite them. The car would have done a ton of damage, except that some random French dude ran the car down as it was gaining speed down the hill and dove in and pulled the parking brake. It was pretty heroic. I wish it had been me, but I just witnessed it. For the most part, I was just a spectator. As much as I was enjoying the outlaw life, I didn't have any urge to destroy personal property. I wasn't angry or disillusioned. I was happy. My punches were reserved for those who deserved them. I did get to break out my super fist at one point, though. There were a couple guys trashing a car outside an apartment building when the owner ran out to stop them. I don't know if he meant to physically restrain them or just scold them or what, but one of them hit him with the hammer he was wielding. This was shocking to me. Punching someone was one thing. Smacking someone in the head with the hammer was something else entirely. I didn't worry about ethics and ran up and punched the guy in the back of the head while he smashed the car, his victim lying on the ground, groaning and bleeding. I picked up the hammer and advanced on his partner, who was holding a piece of pipe. His partner ran. I gave half-hearted chase and then flung the hammer at him, hitting him in the back. It was about this point that the shit really hit the fan. It had already happened once that the police had bluffed and advanced on the teeming crowd. It was pretty funny, actually. There were all these rowdy French youths shouting and chanting, yelling nasty shit at the cops. And then one of the cops shouted out a command, and this line of riot cops in full gear, helmets, shields, baton, the whole works. They all took 5 steps forward in unison, and you should have seen that crowd's reaction. I was near the back of the crowd, trying to work my way up to the front where the action was when this happened. And as one, the crowd turned on their collective heels and ran. It was like being in a Godzilla movie or something, seeing this mass of people suddenly turning and fleeing in my direction. The crowd quickly reformed when they realized the police were bluffing, and this allowed me to get up to the front. The rioting, looting, and destruction were gaining momentum back behind me, and it actually got so bad that I found out after the fact that all this had appeared on CNN in America. Eventually the cops had had enough, and they advanced in earnest. Once again, the crowd fled as one, but they could only move so quickly being packed as tightly as they were, and the riot police were quickly among them, swinging their batons like men who had spent the last hour being taunted and screamed at with their hands tied. Now they were loose and they were swinging wildly. Most people were running, but I didn't like the look of cops running up behind fleeing people and smacking them in the head or shoulders with their batons. So I charged in, landed a running punch on the first cop I encountered. He had a plastic shield over his face, but his helmet wasn't on very tight and shifted when my punch landed, allowing most of the impact to be absorbed by his face. A couple cops converged on me, but cautiously, staying crouched behind their shields. I was decent sized, and I'm sure they were shocked at finding their quarry turning to fight instead of running. I swung on one of the 2 cops circling me and was cracked in the back of the neck by the second cop. I would end up with quite a bruise, but in the moment I hardly felt anything at all. Just turned and swung at him, not landing. He took another swing at me, which I deflected with my forearm, again not feeling a thing, but ending up with a bruise. I was in a fury and closed the distance on him, body checking him through his shield. There was a flurry of activity, batons coming from everywhere. I was swinging wildly, throwing haymakers with both hands, just trying to break out of the clod of humanity I'd brought upon myself. It felt like being stuck inside a tornado with 1,000 angry hammers. I had blows bouncing off me from every direction. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a stretcher, a paramedic on each end lifting me into an ambulance. There were a couple other stretchers with equally incapacitated protesters stretched out on them. The only cop around me was being attended to by a paramedic who was cleaning a cut on his forehead. I had a good gash in my head that had soaked my shirt and one side of my face in blood. I sat up on the stretcher and was told to lie back down. I wasn't having any of that, though. I had made a plan to meet Bjorn at the end of the block when I was done having my fun, and I wasn't confident I'd be able to find my way back there if I was transported to a hospital somewhere. So I had to get the hell out of there. The paramedics tried to restrain me, but one of them I managed to kick in the chest as he tried to block my way out of the ambulance, knocking him back. Once again, I was called crazy. I ran off through the line of police, up through the crowd of protesters, and found Bjorn. On another occasion, we had gone to the Bois de Boulogne, a large wooded area on the outskirts of Paris that sort of doubled as a rustic red light district. This is where Bjorn's pimp had stationed her for many years, working out of the back of a van with curtains on the windows. So she knew the area well and took me there one day. She took me there because she had become incredibly frustrated after our interaction with her former pimp. I don't know if she had expected it to somehow go differently, like he would reveal that he was actually going to take care of her after all, to reward her for all her years of service, or maybe seeing him was just a stark reminder of the situation she now found herself in. Homeless and used up, her only skill becoming more and more pathetic as her once supple body slowly withered. But she was suddenly very upset and was crying, and I couldn't get her to stop, whatever I said. Her answer to this was to break wood. This consisted of wandering out into the woods until we found some deadfall that was manageable in size. We would then pick up the offending branch, and depending on its heft, swing it like a baseball bat or a hammer at a nearby tree, smashing the stick to bits. It was a great stress reliever. We picked up pieces too big to swing and flung them together at sturdy trunks. Ever since then, it was always something I could do to relieve some stress. Just find some woods, and invariably there would be some dead branches on the ground waiting to be smashed. I remember being startled at the ferocity with which Beyond swung those branches. She screwed up her face, gritted her teeth, and let out a little grunt with each crash. It was like she was laying waste to every bad thing she had ever endured, and it amazed me seeing all this frustration and rage flowing out of someone who had been so kind to me. I knew then that I would love Beyond forever, that this woman's life was worthy of every bit of succor I could provide. I knew her heart had been trampled, throttled, torn, and mangled, not to mention the proverbial breaking, and I knew that being with her had filled me with the strength that I would carry until the day I died. I had a lyric that went, "My heart is a promise, my heart is a plea, my heart's a guess and a granted guarantee. My heart is all I'll ever be, my heart is a dynasty." That was how I felt in that moment, not sure of anything except of the fact that my heart was the small craft that kept me afloat on life's stormy sea, and my heart was the storm itself, and my heart was every declaration of love and every bitter parting, but mainly my heart was eternal and infinite. I know it's the height of cliche to say to follow your heart, and plenty of people have given it a shot, but to truly let your heart define your life, to not only follow your heart in pursuing dreams, but to let love define your view of the world, this is what I aspired to. This is what Beyond gave to me. There in the woods I saw I had been blessed by the world, and I had every intention of returning the favor. Besides this being an area that was frequented by prostitutes and their clients, it was also a place where swingers or sexual adventurers would meet for anonymous encounters. So anyway, on our way out of the woods, heading back to the pedestrian path, a man approached us and tried to strike up a conversation. He was a bit strange and twitchy, and we tried to extricate ourselves from his company without offending. This is when he pulled his dick out and started shaking it at us, saying, "You want some?" Granted, it was about the biggest dick I've ever seen in my life, and he must have been quite proud of it, or maybe he thought its massive size would somehow hypnotize us into servicing him. Instead, I cracked him in the nose. He hit the ground with his dick in his hand. Beyond and I hurried off. My last two Paris punches were not moments of triumph. They weren't deserved or earned, they were acts of desperation. It was my last day scheduled in Paris, and I was seriously considering not going home. I didn't intend to disappear forever or anything, maybe just a few more weeks. I'd told Beyond about my plans, and she had asked about my parents. I told her my family would still be there in a month, but that she was special to me, and I was afraid of losing her. I think I had sort of fallen in love with her, except we hadn't had any sort of sexual contact. Believe it or not, not every sex worker is free and easy with their body. It seemed that Beyond saw sex as having a transactional nature, and if such a transaction wasn't required, there was no reason for it. We cuddled and held hands, but really my love for her was as much like that of a child for his mother as it was like the traditional mix of lust or passion or emotion. I did want a romantic connection with Beyond and felt that we were forging one, but I fantasized about kissing her beneath the Eiffel Tower in a long, slow embrace, or sitting with my arm around her on the banks of the Seine, not getting my hands on her ass or fucking her or whatever else. I don't know how much of this was tied up in a general insecurity about sex. Clearly she was an expert and had seen it all, and even if I proved to be a prodigy, I was bound to appear clumsy and hapless. I figured that could wait. We were busy falling in love. Or so I thought. On my last day, we had holed up in one of Beyond's friend's apartment. Or it wasn't actually the friend's apartment. She was pet sitting or something, so I had access to the key. Whatever the case, we had a place to relax and sleep, which I needed badly. I had slept a total of about 8 hours over the course of a week and was getting dizzy with fatigue. Bjorn and I curled up and went to sleep. When I awoke, though, Bjorn was gone. I would have figured she had just stepped out, except that in her place there were 2 naked women in bed with me. Needless to say, this was a bit confusing. I asked what was going on, and one of them reached for my crotch, started massaging me. I squirmed away. I didn't want this. I was a hero of love, not of lust. I don't even think I was aroused, so distressed was I by the situation I'd found myself in. I tried to get out of bed, and the 2 women, one of whom was the friend who'd given us access to the apartment, gently pushed me back into bed. I didn't fight too hard because this clearly wasn't a situation that merited aggression, but I was confused. I asked once again what was going on and was told to just relax, that they had a surprise for me. The second woman took my hand and moved it to her breast. It was large and heavy, the first time I'd ever really touched a woman intimately, and it felt very alien. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I took my hand away and asked what was going on, where Bjorn was. They said she'd be back in a little bit and that they were a gift from her. It took me a second to realize that she meant that I was being gifted a threesome by the woman I thought loved me. This didn't make any sense. Then I saw the bracelets. Each one of the women was wearing one of the bracelets I'd given Bjorn, the ones I'd gotten when I'd smashed the display case in the boutique. I asked where they got them, and they told me that this was the payment, so I should just enjoy myself. This hit me like a damned icicle to the heart. Sure, it was a nice gesture to give up these expensive items to trade them for what she must have figured would have been the experience of my young life. I'd like to say that this betrayal, at least that was how I saw it, rolled off me like water off a duck's back. If I was a real man, maybe I would have said screw love and then proceeded to screw the brains out of the 2 beautiful naked women sitting in bed with me. But more than being a man, I was a poet, a romantic poet. I wanted to make love, to create it out of 2 strangers a world apart with nothing in common but loneliness, coming to become everything that was right with the universe. Instead, I had tears in my eyes and a half-hard cock. I was only human after all. I mean, I was a 15-year-old virgin in bed with 2 beautiful French women. The women made another effort. One of them began unwrapping a condom, kneeling over me to take my cock in her mouth. I backed away again, this time climbing out of bed. I figured Bjorn had to be coming back, as she had left the airmail letters I'd bought for her. When I was still debating whether or not I was going home, and was leaning towards returning to America, I had stopped in at the post office and bought 25 prepaid airmail envelopes, which I then proceeded to address to myself. They were meant to be sent once a month so that Bjorn and I could keep in touch, and when I was 18 I would return to France to find her. Maybe she didn't love me, but surely she at least liked me. Surely she would want to keep in touch after the week we'd had together. I went to the window to look outside and was surprised to find a cop car parked out front. The police officer leaning against the car, staring intently at the building I was in. Was this a coincidence? Had something happened to Bjorn? Then another police car arrived, parked next to the first, and the officer came over and took up the vigil with his fellow officer. This wasn't good. I had to wait for Bjorn anyways, but didn't know what we'd do when she came back. I guessed we'd just hole up in the apartment until the police found whoever it was they were looking for. Turns out they were looking for me. I realized this when a largish police van pulled up and out of it climbed my French teacher, several professional-looking types in formal business wear. I'd later learned they were from the embassy, and a handful of other police officers. I figured Bjorn had been arrested and coerced into giving me up. I later realized this wasn't the case. She had decided for whatever reason that she was done with me and had paid off her friends to keep me occupied and in place while she made a call to the police. As soon as the party of concerned adults had assembled, they started making their way into the building. I hadn't realized yet what had happened, so grabbed the airmail letters, shoving them at Bjorn's friend, urging her to make sure Bjorn got them. It was the look on her face, pity and sadness, that told me the truth. Bjorn wouldn't be writing me any letters, regardless of how many self-addressed stamped envelopes I'd given her. But I wasn't ready to give up. I was going to fight for love. There was a knocking on the front door. I heard my French teacher calling my name. There was no time to waste. I threw on my underwear and my shoes and climbed out the back window. I saw a couple of cops in the alley behind the building, but I liked my chances a lot more with them than I did with the army coming in the front. They saw me coming out of the window almost immediately and got on their radios to tell the rest of the cops where I was. I hit the ground amped up and ready for battle. The first cop approached me with his hands up in a placating gesture. I took a swing at him. He was ready, surely having heard about my punchy ways, and was able to lean back and dodge the blow. His partner then shot me with the taser. I don't know if I was just so wired on adrenaline and heartbreak, or if they make some sort of more humane taser in the peace-loving nation of France, but I shook the jolt off like nobody's business and made a break for the end of the alley. The cops were stationed on either side of me, so I only had to get past one whichever way I went, and I pretty easily blew past the taser-wielding cop, hitting him with a brutal stiff arm right in the forehead as he tried to bring me down. He did manage getting a hand on one of my legs, and one of my shoes came off. I hadn't had time to lace them up. So I was hauling ass for the end of the alley in one shoe and a pair of tighty-whitey underwear that I'd been wearing all week. A handful of cops and my French teacher appeared at the end of the alley about 5 seconds before I did. They tried to block me in. There was nothing to do but bulldog my way through, Red Rover style. I hit them like a bowling ball, but they were sturdier than the proverbial pins. I was flailing wildly, and since I wasn't wearing any clothing, I was difficult to get a hold of. I was swinging wild punches, kicks, shoving, and trying to break free. The handful of airmail envelopes went flying. This was a desperate moment for me. I tried to pick some up, but couldn't get a free second without one of my pursuers making a grab at me. Finally, I saw daylight and I was off, minus my underwear, which had been ripped off in the melee. I had dropped my French teacher with a punch to the head and landed glancing blows on a couple of the cops, but now I had open field in front of me and I was off. I'd like to think that if I'd been wearing 2 shoes, I would have made my escape, naked or not. As it turned out, I made it about 2 blocks before the cops ran me down. So I was tackled and pinned down naked on a Parisian boulevard, wearing only 1 shoe, then maced and handcuffed and loaded into the back of a van. 9 hours later, my dad was getting off a plane in France, come to take me home. To his credit, he quickly realized that there was something very wrong with me. I had remained manic, frantic with wanting to find Bjorn. They ended up drugging me, jabbing me with a hypodermic while several orderlies did their best to hold me still. I didn't give up on Bjorn, convinced I'd see her again someday, and I still don't know if she did me wrong. I mean, she definitely broke my heart, but in so doing, she taught me what it was to be a poet. She taught me to want something impossible and to believe against all odds that faith and love was the force that spun the world. That week in Paris, where I had lived completely without fear, a warrior for good, punching out evil, loving a woman who had maybe never been loved before, even if she didn't love me back, that week ruined me for every piece of the status quo that would march single file across my gasping throat. For the rest of my life, I would know that there was something more, that I was capable of something more, something greater. I had a lyric that went, "Swollen knuckle bruises permanent from steady knocking on the firmament, but heaven's golden cloths will not redeem. Still I follow my hard-headed dream." It didn't matter if she loved me. I loved her, and that was enough, and nobody could take that away. The shark has not returned. Maybe he didn't need to. Maybe he never left. Maybe he is about to bite any moment now. Panic rises in my chest. I reach out around me, sure the moment has come. Find only water. My fingers have gone numb. My hands almost there as well. I try to breathe deep. Try to relax. Try to stay alive. The lightning seems to be moving closer. Each flash like a giant strobe providing a snapshot of the lonely avenues of death. The unforgiving rocks. The endless sea. And somewhere the shark. A living, breathing bullet with jaws of interlocking blades. I no longer believe in hope. There isn't any room left inside me. I am trapped in the valley of death, and there is plenty to fear. Much more than simple evil. There is dumb luck in the unforgiving world and the conveyor belt of Darwin's great discovery and the inevitable loss that comes to those who truly gamble. There is so much to fear that even love is pushed aside. But what of love? Is love magical, mystical, or is it chemical? An evolutionary mechanism, a survival catalyst? To me, it has become a shadow. It has revealed itself as always having been little more than that. It has become a doomed dream that I believed in long after it died, being the final true believer and the last to know. I had a lyric that went, running out of dreams, walking in my sleep, estimating infinity, a wounded wolf counting sheep, falling for the trap of standing my ground, foundations crumbling, I am tumbling down, down, down. To me, love was that trap. Love was what gave life meaning, the thing that was worth the struggle, worth the fight, no matter how fiercely waged the battle. Except that in the end it was like any war, all losers. The idea of a winner suddenly confused by tragedy everywhere, a guessing game like estimating infinity. The mighty wolf now a shadow after many battles for his soul, content to count sheep instead of stalking in bloody glory. And now I was out of dreams and fleeing those that lingered. Every dream was regret because the great beliefs I had in my life, the belief in myself and the belief in love making me more than I had ever been, those beliefs had led me here, to this cold, weary ache, this wondering which way to die, this wandering in ragged circles, running out the clock on hope and desire. Of course there is love of my family, but what good does that do me now? Where was that love when I was blinded to everything but the sting of Alejandra's lack thereof? Only now I sense it steady in the distance, not a mountaintop of exalted experience, but the steady rising foothills that begin every journey to greater heights. I remember a quote from my youth, one of the first bits of poetry that ever stuck with me that had to do with it being better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. This was the rallying cry of my young heart. I begged to be a martyr for love, to offer my heart up and let it become scarred and scabbed and scaled with rough treatment, only to be reborn anew in the kiln of my steady desire. Any pain or suffering was worthwhile in the service of love. But that belief was inextricably linked to a faith that in the end it would be worth it. There would be someone for everyone. There would not be a lonely death in dark waters with love heavy in your heart like a stone, pulling you away from the oxygen that let you sing its song. I wish that I could say, fuck love. I wish I could resolve that if I made it out of this alive, I would turn my back on love's cruel temptations, at least on the treacherous peaks of mountaintops, and make my home in the safety of the foothills, even if it meant never seeing beyond the same unchanging horizon. That I wouldn't covet that rare air, but I know that I'm a fool for a long shot. I would put my finger in the wind and take my chance whichever way it's blowing. I wonder about those who seem to have conquered love, those with the mortgage and the 2.5 kids and the spouse that shares their bed every night. Did they stop seeking because they found what they were looking for, or did they give up? Did they realize that this was as close as they were going to get, and it would have to be close enough, that they could build a life from this and sleep easy at night, knowing they'd done the best they can? Because I don't think there are too many people who really have it in them to duke it out with love, to take love the distance. Most people get popped in the mouth a couple times and play a defensive game, content to lose on points and believe they could have been a contender. Instead of risking it all and likely getting knocked out, they settle for an amateur career and a few runner-up trophies on the mantle. And for all the dreamers, the strivers and achievers, there's a chance at Olympic gold and a million chances at nothing at all. But maybe I'm not being fair to love, be it chemical or clinical or magical or mystical. It kept me alive for many years when others seemed to simply stay alive out of habit. I mean, it just seemed to come so easy to most, and I just couldn't get the hang of it. But love was the beacon in the storm, the distant shore that mocked as it enticed, safety and satisfaction just out of reach, but at least there was something to reach for. Eventually the cold brings me back to the present, bobbing in the ocean like a cork, except corks don't get hypothermia. I'm stuck inside an endless water treadmill, churning away. Have you ever wondered just how far you could push yourself? Like if you were running for your life, could you run a marathon? How deep could you dig if the alternative was digging your own grave? I found out as my arms and legs turn to jelly and lose all coordination. I become spastic with fatigue. Still, I keep throwing my arms out in front of me, dragging them back through the water with all the vigor I can muster. They tremble, too weak to even move steadily. Still, I keep flinging out stroke after stroke. My legs feel useless, like anchors dragging behind me. I do my best to keep them afloat, though my kick is more of a vertical bicycle than a horizontal fly kick. My kicking comes in spurts, allowing me to turn the motor up if I start coming dangerously close to the cliff. For the most part, I stay in one place by swimming steadily at a diagonal towards shore, essentially aiming for the place the opposite-facing cliffs hit the beach. I am on the verge of collapse and don't know what I'll do when that point comes. Maybe make one last try at grabbing the rocks. It isn't a pleasant thought. I know I can't make it until morning, but I'm not ready to give up. I am still alive. For now, I am still alive. Lightning flashes. The cliffs are massive and forbidding, the sky cut in half by their bulk, one section blotted out by the terrible stone wall. I do my best to erase the vast endlessness of the ocean and take it one wave at a time. I imagine myself battling an elemental force, trying to make this into a game, imagining a giant mech warrior-type robot standing taller than Godzilla, stomping along the horizon, blasting at the ocean to send the waves at me. I try to distract the focus away from my aching body, my spaghetti arms and rubber legs. I think I may be losing my mind. I hear a voice over the wind, my brother's voice, but it's not coming from the shore. It's coming from the cliff. I peer up into the blackness, hoping to see him silhouetted against the night sky, wearing a jetpack, ready to show me what it really means to be a hero. But there is only blackness and the hint of a voice. The last voice I ever hear will be my own mind losing its way, invoking my brother's call in an auditory mirage of hope. And then lightning flashes, and I see it. The rope. Hanging down the cliff face, there is a rope. Has that been there the whole time? Surely not. Somehow my brother has figured out my predicament despite the veil of black. He has managed to scrounge together some rope, and now he has lowered it over the edge of the cliff. Salvation has come. The shark will have a hungry night. No matter that the end of the rope dangles a good 7 feet above the level of the water and well out of my reach. I have a plan. A dangerous plan, sure, but anything to break the monotony of battling the army of waves. Any way to risk my life in the cause of life, to at the very least make a surprise of death. As the waves pass the level of the water rises. If it is a big enough wave, it might rise high enough to lift me to where I could reach the dangling rope. A wave crashes and I have the impending whirlpool to deal with. As soon as I have calm seas again, I turn the motor up full throttle, swimming out to sea, trying to get into position on the seaward side of the rope, so that I can catch the wave and then hopefully grab a hold of my salvation without being smashed too hard into the cliff. It is going to be a risky maneuver and one that requires a high level of concentration. You have to understand that these are big, powerful waves coming hard and fast. This is high tide in a stormy sea in a place known for its dangerous surf. Each wave sends sprays of water up as high as the top of the cliffs, at least 100 feet, as it imposes its energy on the indifferent stone. I'm not sure if I'd be better off trying to skirt along the side of the cliff and catch the rope as I pass by, or going straight at it and bracing properly for the impact with the cliff. The rope looks like it will be thin and difficult to grip, probably cobbled together from whatever scraps the local villagers had lying around, not like the thick climbing ropes actually designed for the purpose. So taking any more damage to my hands or feet is no good. I am already going to be questionable for climbing this rope. It is all I have, though. All or nothing. Fucking A. As it turns out, I don't really have a choice in the matter. I plan on trying to steer myself into the rope and hopefully being able to catch myself against the cliff face, just hopefully taking the impact and gutting it out. But I overestimate how much control I'll be able to exert once I'm getting thrashed by the wave. As it is, I can barely reach out and touch the rope as I tumble by. I scrape my knuckles up pretty badly, but I get a hold of it briefly, only to have it pulled from my hand as the wave's momentum carries me on, sending me back first into the wall. I have the instinctive sense to duck and cover once I lose the rope, so when I hit the cliff face, I am tucking into a fetal position with my hands up around my head, and I kind of roll from the back over my neck and head, like I do a backward somersault underwater along the cliff face. Before I know it, the wave has passed and I am getting sucked back into the whirlpool. Somehow I have escaped this encounter with the cliff with little more than some scratches on my back and neck. I flail my way out of the whirlpool, as weary as I've ever been. My muscles seem permanently loaded with lactic acid. The moment I stress them, that familiar ache is there. It has become part of the program, and as such I ignore it and bid my shoulders to rotate and my body to float. As soon as the wave passes and the whirlpool has burned itself out, I do my diminished version of sprinting into position near the rope. This time I get right up next to it, bobbing beneath it, one hand on the cliff wall to keep myself from getting too close. I don't want to get scraped along the rock as I am lifted. As it always does, the next wave comes. It is a big one, lifting me up high enough to make a grab at the rope as the wave smashes around me. I am slammed into the cliff, but when the spray clears with the whirlpool swirling below me, there I dangle from the rope with my ankles in the water. The rope seems to hold my weight. I position myself facing the rock, twisting my body to swing into place, lift my legs up and plant the soles of my feet on the wall, then straighten my legs out, trying to find some purchase with my feet that will allow me to sort of walk my way up the wall until I am high enough that I can get my feet on the rope. No dice. My arms are like jelly. My hands feel like claws, already cramping and losing coordination from their clenching grip on the rope. This isn't how it's supposed to be. In the grand metaphor of life, when it was love of a woman that nearly drove me to destruction, now it is the love of a brother that will lift me from the depths of the ocean, from the depths of despair. But when love finally makes its appearance in the form of a prayer, of a piece of rope, I'm not supposed to be spent. I'm supposed to rally. And so I do. I go from weak and impotent, desperate and lost, to feeling extremely pissed off. It is all I can do to not let go of the rope with one hand in order to smash my fist into the rock face. I've gotten past the point of being angry at my impending death. Even with this new sliver of hope insinuating itself into my destiny, I could still face my death like a man. Like if I make it halfway up this wall and die falling. That would be okay. But what would not be okay would be to hang here like a sack of flour for a minute and then drop back into the water without any moment of heroic effort. I need that moment where I dig down to the center of my bones, set the marrow alight as emergency fuel. I had a lyric that went, I traded in my blood for the purest kerosene, transplanted fuses for my veins. My heart a bomb to save you, the scattering of the ashes of my mortal remains. Since fire seeks infinite perfection and never stops to strike a pose, I yearn to trade my static for the flicker of flame, forgetting all the times that I froze. Freezing is not an option. Not this time. I need a blaze of glory. Even if it ends in death, I need something, anything. I need something more than nothing at all. My brother is up there somewhere, peering down into the blackness. All the love in his heart willing me upwards. If nothing else, I will smash my head into the wall. Suicide via blunt force trauma. Anything but dropping listlessly back into the ocean, back to being a slave to current and cold and waiting for my servitude to end the only way a slave's servitude does. But somehow I feel too mean to die. Like if death comes calling, I'll stop him with a look. I feel like a bullet, dull and blunt and packed with malice. I feel like a cruel punchline, the kind that can casually ruin another's life. I feel like a pinball bouncing from forehead to forehead, KOing the world. There was this other lyric that I had that went, I was born irradiated, dark matter density, super concentrated. That was how I felt, like an unloved, unlovable child, born toxic and deadly, grown into living, breathing shadow of dark energy, packed so tight as to carry the weight and potential of a collapsing star. And I kept all this raging energy locked inside me, knowing that to free myself would be to tear myself apart, to end the world by igniting myself as the fuse. I move one foot and find decent purchase, feeling until I find what passes for a ledge I can sort of curl my toes into. Then the next foot, then the next. If I were fresh and full of energy, I probably could hoist myself right up out of the water. But as it so happens to be, I hardly have the core strength to lift my legs up to the wall. Still, I fight to walk my way up, working the ragged rope through my hands, pulling myself up grip by clenching grip. This part of the climb should be the easiest of the whole ordeal, not only because my arms are as fresh as they will ever be, but because the cliff isn't completely vertical at the base, instead providing a very steep slope, probably 80 to 85 degrees. Though slick with rain and ocean spray, I am able to find some purchase with my feet due to the jagged and uneven nature of the rock. It's like there are random rocky treads built into the cliff that allow me to wedge my toes into a crack or gain some purchase in some divot with the balls of my feet. I would have thought my upper body would be completely shot by this point, but adrenaline must have kicked in, because I somehow managed to hoist myself up about a foot at a time. I lift my knees up to my chest so that I am dangling in a sort of half cannonball, hanging from my arms extended straight above me, then feel my way around with my feet, swinging a few feet from side to side if necessary by sort of crab walking my way along the wall. Eventually I find some manner of foothold that will provide some leverage so that I can use the strength of my back and hips to thrust myself upwards. Imagine someone doing pull-ups with terrible form. The way they would use their hips to get momentum is sort of what I am doing. I thrust myself upwards and work my way up hand over hand over hand, lunging thrust after lunging thrust, until I reach an angle where I have to move my feet again. My hands begin aching almost immediately. I know that one can only gut grip strength out so much. It isn't like flailing through the water where a greatly reduced capacity still allows for a degree of functionality. If my grip drops from 100% to 80%, I am going to slip. I do my best to remedy this by taking short breaks where I loop the rope around my wrists, which allows me to greatly reduce the stress on my gripping muscles. My wrists and shoulders ache, but I am past the point of caring. I don't have the energy to care. I am locked in. After about 15 feet of hoisting, probing, slipping, scrambling, and clawing my way up the rope, I find a slight reprieve. There is a small ridge in the cliff face, not nearly enough to stand on unaided, but enough to wedge my toes into up the balls of my feet, such that I can take significant weight off my arms. I can see that the cliff is beginning to straighten up to vertical, and then up above looks to extend out past vertical. I'll definitely lose my ability to walk my way up eventually, and we'll have to switch out over to the free-hanging rope climbing technique, where you wrap the end of the rope up in your feet to sort of take some of the weight off your hands. This will mean dangling out over the blackness below, which I'm not looking forward to, because even though I'm not yet higher than 15 or 20 feet, I feel as exposed as if I'm hanging off the edge of the world. Like if I slip, I won't tumble back into the unrelenting ocean, but will fall into the unending, uncaring vacuum of the distant wastes of the universe. Just having my feet on the rock face allows me a measure of comfort. Like a baby's favorite blanket, it is more than an object. It is imbued with magic and hope, somehow more in this moment than it was ever intended to be. I am high enough now that I have enough rope to loop the dangling end under my arms and behind my back. That's right, I hold it with my armpits. Anything to give my cramping hands a break. I rest for a moment, crane my neck around to look out across the ocean, staring out towards my best guess at the horizon. The clouds snuff out most of the moonlight, so I can hear much more than I can see. Wind blowing hard, rain falling on the water, waves crashing below me, everyone dousing me in spray. Thunder in the distance, then lightning and thunder at once, almost right on top of me. The entire roiling surface of the sea lit up black and deadly, like rows upon rows of cancerous teeth waiting for me to succumb, for the life force to finally give up its hold, for the ghost to give and turn my body from a dream machine into a packet of flesh to be stripped to bone by those rows on rows of endless grinding gears. It is a moment of extreme crisis of confidence, and really is like one of those experiences that feels extra vivid in the moment, and you know will be seared into your mind so that years later, after everything has succumbed to the great clumsy blur of time, this one moment still is right there with you, visceral and essential and branded on the back of your eyeballs. This is one of those moments that creates a defining line between the future and the past, the moment I have always waited for, the long sought after turning point. I can feel it. I have to laugh. Because I've always dreamed of some moment where it is all laid on the line, all coming down to one roll of the dice, and it's only through guts and grit and sheer determination that I make the world happen the way I want it to. And now here's my moment, challenging me in a way I never thought possible. I am chilled to the bone, and my muscles hang limp within my skin like deflated balloons. I have pushed myself to the limit, past the limit, only to find another absolute and ultimate limit that may as well mark the end of the world. I can't push past. I laugh. I laugh at the blood running down my face from my head wound. I laugh at my swollen wrist and aching ankle. I laugh at the sick, nauseated feeling that on any other day would have me in bed, but on this day of days is only an afterthought to the great monolith and abyss pairing of the cliff and ocean. I have finally achieved perfection, because I have reached the end of the line. I have run out of options. I have become the tip of the spear, the angel dancing on the head of the pin, and I know that having reached this moment against infinite odds mean my life has been truly blessed. I am reminded of a lyric that goes, "She covets bleeding gums to aid her smile's decoration. She laughs at everything you say and calls it conversation. She connects the dots of random thoughts and calls it constellation. She listens to each heartbeat in the hopes of syncopation, ever since evaporation." It was about this woman I knew who seemed to be so disconnected from the world around her that she seemed to be evaporating before one's very eyes. Her mind was always wandering, her body always indifferent, her soul straining hard at drifting away. I think it is that first line that brings a lyric to mind in this moment, because my wounds are not simply evidence of damage sustained, but a map of the battle I have waged, and I waged it bravely. Otherwise, one wound would have been enough. But I wear my blood on the outside as a stripe of war paint down my face. My scrapes and bruises are beacons begging to be recognized. While I haven't changed the ocean or the cliff or this night that is just another night to most everyone but me, I have changed myself. I have finally become the warrior I want to be, fought a battle worth fighting. And though I am losing, though I will lose, I will go down swinging. I will welcome the blood that brings a little color to my cheeks and eyes and chin and nose. I think that verse was about a person seeking meaning in the random universe, not accepting the fact that chaos is the name of the game, and despite our best efforts at order or reason, we can't help but be part of it. And suddenly everything is imbued with crushing meaning. I wonder how I got here. Not physically, I haven't developed amnesia. But how did I turn from the kid with the loving family and the whole world spread out before him to a dying man suspended on the side of a cliff waiting to evaporate? I want to quit, ready to throw in the towel. It is really a very lonely feeling, like somehow being wrapped in the ocean has provided some security along with the menace of what waited beneath the surface. Like the feeling of being physically touched in some elemental way has reassured me. Even if the ocean wouldn't hold me up, it would help me hold myself up. The endless churning had been a worthy adversary, infinite and impossible to even wound, yet somehow to be defeated. I'd been fighting, questing, a hero of my own life, doing hero's work, but now everything that touches me is pain. My toes and the bottoms of my feet are shredded. The combination of the rough rocks after the softening effects of a long soak has quickly rendered my feet bloody and raw. Despite being looped around my back, the rope is still pain in my hands. My whole body is fatigued, and my hands especially feel like they are solidifying into claws. Everything else just feels heavy. My bones bend like popsicle sticks. My muscles threaten to drop off my body, dripping away like candle wax. I look up. I have a climb ahead of me I have no chance of making, but somehow I have to make it. But I want to quit. But I can't. Knowing that isn't an option and just frozen by the prospect of having to concentrate my powers once again, they seem to have abandoned me. I want to cry. Then from above I hear Tom's voice, or at least I think I do. I have been so wrapped up in myself I've almost forgotten he was there, and somehow it is worse knowing that Tom is there believing in me, because he believes I can do it. He knows I can do it. He knows I am the big brother who was the unstoppable force leading him into manhood, and having him there means I can't give up. I can't accept that it was impossible all along, even though it was. I have to make it possible. I have to try. I call on my spirits to turn my muscles back to steel, to turn my hands from cramping claws back into wonders of evolution. My spirit does not answer. It is brittle and teetering. I feel stripped down to nothing, only a framework that life used to drape itself across. For the first time since this ordeal began, I forget the fact that I am going to die. A lyric comes to mind. My spirit is a fog burned away, a rainbow sold for parts, now a chassis of gray, a tremor and a tremble and a shudder and a shake. My spirit's about to break. All I feel is loneliness, loneliness snuffing out and suffocating all else. Only one other time in my life had I felt this crushing emptiness, this feeling that what is done cannot be undone, and I was the one who did it. I had been sober for a while at this point, living on antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds, and solitude, with daily rations of oxygen, food, and water, when I was presented with the opportunity to have a free trip to the south of France, if I would agree to act as a translator for a group of tourists. I had studied French as a college student and figured I could pull this thing off, or at least I'd be able to bluff my way through it and get a free trip out of the deal. I missed France, not having been back since my fateful trip where I went full Looney Tunes. Plus there was the fact that I had been feeling kind of antsy, kind of uncomfortable in my own skin. Like I felt I might turn a corner and find I had ceased to exist, or wake up one morning to find the world had. I had a lyric that sort of summed up the feeling that went, I am transitory, I am temporary, I am an eagle on high and a coal mine canary. I am many things in many ways, but I am not myself these days. I think a big part of this unsettled feeling was due to the fact that I had gone back to school yet again, this time pursuing a teaching certificate. I had always been very anti-college, very suspicious of paying what seemed an exorbitant amount for something that could be acquired for free at the local library. I also think I bristled at the orthodox nature of it. The set schedules, the desks lined up in rows, the students reading and writing in regimented synchronicity. It didn't seem like any way to seek knowledge, or at least not pure, unfiltered knowledge. It seemed ridiculous to me that students paid to be there, yet were then held accountable for their attendance with penalties to their grades if they were absent. And it seemed truly bizarre to me that students would pay tuition and then do everything they possibly could to avoid doing any work. If something wasn't on the test, it wasn't worth knowing. If attendance wasn't mandatory, the class or lecture or discussion might as well have not been scheduled. Papers came in at the bare minimum word count. Bibliographies listed the minimum number of sources cited. It was clear to me that college was full of idiots who cared more about the degree itself than what the degree represented. And it annoyed the holy hell out of me that I needed to have this certificate of intelligence to move freely through the world, when I knew that all these other doofuses would have the same certificate and would then be ostensibly judged equally intelligent and capable, basically by virtue of having paid the tuition and fees and shown up at the appropriate times. But I had decided that I wanted to be a teacher, and it didn't matter how smart or capable you were. If you didn't have the certificate that said you had spent 4 years letting an institution tube feed you knowledge, then you couldn't possibly be qualified. It annoyed me, but I figured there was a chance I could be fulfilled teaching, could earn a paycheck while also earning some real satisfaction for doing good work. So all this was weighing on me, bubbling inside me, straining to burst from my pores when I got this opportunity to do this translating gig in France. It would be a lot of interpersonal interaction, which tended to exhaust me, and I would be actively translating the entire time as opposed to being able to settle into a given language, which would also be exhausting. So the trip was, in a word, exhausting. By the time it was over, I was ready for some serious decompression time. I was actually looking forward to the flight home because it meant I would just be able to sit and read for a while. Then it so happened that our connecting flight in Amsterdam was canceled for some reason or another, and we were going to be forced to spend the night there before flying out in the morning. We were given free accommodations on the edge of town near the airport. As soon as I heard we were going to be in Amsterdam for the night, I immediately started scheming to get us down to the tourist area, where there'd be some weed cafes where we could get some herb. I convinced one of my uncles to join by telling him that if nothing else he had to see the prostitutes, that it was a smorgasbord of the most beautiful women in the world who would all be yours for a price, and it was absolutely surreal to walk through the city streets and have these women gesturing to you, trying to attract your attention and your business. He was unsure about smoking any weed. He had done it a bit in college, but it hadn't really been for him. He was willing to tag along, though, and when I made the case that he was on vacation, it was legal, when in Rome, he agreed that it might be fun. Once my uncle had agreed to come, it wasn't hard to get my parents to agree to come along. I'd wanted to get another participant before approaching them, so that they would be less inclined to argue that it was a bad idea. They knew what my history was with weed, and while they could see that this was something I needed after the stress of the translating job, they were probably a bit worried about me getting too fucked up and running amok in downtown Amsterdam. You might think that my uncle would be a calming influence in that regard, but he could be a bit of a wild man himself. He had a big personality, very charming, and loved the ladies. His marriage didn't keep him from being a huge flirt and being the life of the party pretty much everywhere he went. One time, one of my other sets of aunts and uncles went to a parent-teacher conference, and the first question out of the teacher's mouth was, "Is Uncle Calvin real?" She had heard so many stories about Calvin from the kid. He could sing, he could draw, he told jokes, he could dance, he took them on adventures, etc., that she doubted he was real and was ready to have a talk about the kid's overactive imagination. Calvin was real, and he was going out with me in Amsterdam, and when my parents heard that, they decided to tag along as well. They weren't going as chaperones necessarily. They just wanted to be there for backup, which was fine by me. So we caught a taxi downtown, and it was a bit pricey since there was 4 of us and we were a ways away, but we made it with plenty of time before the weed shops closed. They were actually referred to as coffee shops, I guess out of a sense of discretion or decorum. Once we were let out, we walked past some prostitutes, and Calvin ended up being a bit disappointed. Only about 20% of the windows were occupied, and they weren't occupied with the A squad. There were some beautiful women for sure, but there were also a lot of women who were more average looking. More women who would be considered mature. It was the off-season, I guess, and late at night in the middle of the week. That wasn't what we were there for anyways. At least I had no interest in seeking out a prostitute with my parents present, no matter how legal it was. Marijuana, on the other hand, that was exactly what I needed. What I had been needing for the past 10 days of translating. We found a coffee shop and went in. My dad gave me his credit card and told me to pick us out something. He and my mom sat down while Calvin came with me up to the counter. I was debating what to get, looking at various items and smelling them, asking Calvin his opinion. He didn't have one. There were 5 items on the top shelf, and I wanted Calvin to help me pick. He said, "You got your dad's credit card, right?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, then why not get one of each?" You see, my relatives basically thought of my parents as being rich. Compared to some, I guess they probably were. They had a big house and money for retirement, and it sent their kids to private school. They didn't own a second home or a boat or a jet, though. They weren't filthy rich. But as far as Calvin was concerned, they were. I don't really know, but I imagine that like most people, he was in debt up to his eyeballs, at least with car payments, house payments, etc. I had been tempted to do what Calvin was suggesting before he suggested it, so his affirmation put me over the edge. I got 1 gram each of 5 different strains of high-grade Amsterdam bud. In case you're wondering, the bud in Amsterdam isn't quite as good as it is in Southern California. Don't get me wrong, it's plenty good, and it's definitely kind bud, definitely grown and cured properly, nice and fresh, etc. They just don't have the extreme emphasis on getting fucked up that we do, so they don't engineer their bud to be super duper high in THC. It's kind of like the difference between binge drinking and social drinking. They see our style of smoking where you take a huge bonger straight to the dome and then drool on yourself for an hour or 2. They see that as the equivalent of binge drinking, which is of course problematic behavior if you go by the book. They're more inclined to partake in a more measured way and turn their noses up at those who overindulge, not celebrate them the way we tend to. They go more for flavor, and of course they like getting high too, but they may very well mix their bud with tobacco, which makes smoking a joint much more manageable. The whole bong culture doesn't really exist there, though some coffee shops do carry them out of respect for the ever-present American tourist. And of course, if you want to get super fucked up, you just need to take an extra bong or 2 to get to that level you might get in 1 hit of super crystal heavy White Widow. The thing about Amsterdam, though, which made it my #1 weed destination, was the actual smoking experience. Unless your tolerance was off the charts, you weren't going to miss the super heavy-hitting, crystally sticky, icky buds you could find in the U.S. In fact, you were probably going to end up getting higher because the environment was so conducive to doing so. Nowhere else that I've been is such an accommodating environment for smokers to partake in. That means that instead of sitting awkwardly on a set of double beds in a hotel room, you have a lounge where drinks and sometimes even food are served, where there is music and ambiance, where there is glassware available for your smoking needs, maybe even a bong, where there are like-minded strangers to meet and talk to. That means that you can sit in a coffee shop all day and not feel like you're just being a lazy stoner too fucked up to go out. You are out. With any luck, you're meeting interesting people too. Maybe natives, maybe other world travelers. On this particular night, there were a few other people in the coffee shop. We struck up a conversation with one table where an older American tourist sat with what appeared to be a teenage Dutch girl. He was going on about growing weed, which he did illegally back in the States, probably trying to impress her with his borderline outlaw status. He kept ranting about how you have to manipulate and dominate the plant, via trimming, staking, adjusting lights and heat and humidity and whatever else. He was clearly passionate about it, but the way he kept repeating, manipulate and dominate the plant, gave the impression that he was intent on the idea of manipulating and dominating more than just the plant. We left him to his creepy courtship and headed out to the patio, which we had to ourselves. There was a nice view of a cobblestone street with a canal, and it all had that old-world European feel. I gave my dad his credit card back and showed him what I'd gotten. It was way more weed than we needed, 1 gram each of Super Silver Haze, Purple Haze, Kosher Kush, LA Confidential, and Candy Kush. I justified it by saying that I wanted to sample the different varieties, which was certainly true, but to smoke even half of what I bought was going to take a miracle, considering our super low tolerances. Well, call me crazy, but sometimes I believe in miracles. We probably should have gotten a pipe and just packed a little bowl to have a hit or two each, but my dad was feeling energized by the trip out, I think, glad to see me finally enjoying myself, so he decided to roll a joint. That got us moving in the right direction in terms of consuming the stash that we definitely would not be taking on the plane with us. My dad rolled a mean joint, having been a regular weed smoker in college. He talked about how he smoked his way daily through undergrad and weekly through his PhD. He told a story about how when he was in college he'd had a collection of seeds that he'd decided to plant in some ditches in a farmer's field outside town. He'd planted at the right time of year and everything, and when he went back to harvest, sure enough, there were a whole shitload of weed plants. He got an entire garbage bag full of buds and was rolling balls of resin off of his fingers after the harvest. But I guess someone must have seen him harvesting or maybe just stumbled across the plants, because the next time he went back, the plants had been cut down. But my dad had come up in a time when the joint was pretty much the only game in town, and so his joint was top-notch and smoked like a dream, and we all got high as holy hell. We talked mainly about the trip we'd just been on, and Calvin laughed his ass off at what a hard time I'd been having with the stress of the translating. He had had no idea that I was stressed out, which I guess is a good thing. He found the whole thing pretty hilarious, though, since he knew in retrospect that he had been a huge pain in the ass, constantly demanding my help, and he laughed about it pretty much nonstop the whole night. It was a very nice memory. I had always been close with my parents, but had never really been able to smoke with them because there had always been the specter of my mental health and addictive personality casting a shadow. There was also the fact that they were both successful professionals and didn't have any use for recreational drugs anymore. But we all got high together, and it was a great feeling. My parents reminisced about being young and urged me to live my life like it was going out of style. I assured them that whatever else I wasn't the type to take life for granted. I knew we were experiencing an example of just that kind of living. Venturing out into a foreign city during an extended layover to get high with my parents was not something everybody had done, or would do given the opportunity. I felt incredibly close to my parents in that moment. It occurred to me that they could have given up on me long ago, but they still believed I was somehow going to make good. That maybe this teaching thing would work out. It wouldn't. That maybe I would finally get my shit together and my moods would normalize and I'd be able to settle into a happy and productive life. They wanted all these things for me, even if I didn't know enough to want them for myself. I had a lyric that went, bad knees, bad back, baby blues fading to black. Though the rest of me may be falling apart, I've got an endless eternal heart. That was how I felt. I knew somewhere deep down that this teaching idea was as misguided as all my past ventures had been. I knew I was heading for another disappointment. I knew that I was growing older by the day and that my hope and belief in something good was diminishing with each crushing dose of reality. But I also knew that my parents loved me. I knew they always had and always would, and I knew that I would always remember that night sitting together getting high. And that would provide a lifeline no matter how low I sank. It was about the only time in my life I ever wished I had kids of my own. Kids seemed like a hassle and a headache, but to be able to give to someone what my parents had given to me was something special. We had only sampled one of our varieties of weed and had 4 left to go. The old folks were ready to throw in the towel, though. We stopped at a little cafe across the street from the coffee shop and had steak and french fries, which, considering our highness level, we devoured like a pack of wolves. Our taxi driver on the way into town had given us his number. We called him and he came and picked us up. Calvin was still laughing when we got back to the hotel. He and I had been assigned a room together and we sat up with the intention of smoking more weed. I had never been much of a joint roller, so the only way I rolled joints was with a dollar bill. This basically involved putting the weed on a dollar bill, then rolling it into a cylinder using the dollar bill, then placing the joint paper down between the edge of your newly formed weed cylinder and dollar bill, then rolling the cylinder onto the paper, keeping it in the dollar bill the whole time. It was incredibly easy to do if you knew the trick and allowed a novice to roll a joint tight enough to bounce off the wall. In fact, oftentimes when I'd roll in this way, I'd end up rolling the joint too tight and have to sort of massage it into smokability. As easy as this trick was, I hadn't done it in a while and was at that moment about as high as I'd ever been in my life. I'd had a long period of abstinence and then stress before getting high, and then had smoked a shitload of high-quality weed. I was so high I couldn't properly remember how to roll a joint using the dollar bill trick. I struggled with it for about 15 minutes until Calvin lost it laughing, again asking if that damn joint was ever going to be finished. I gave up on the dollar bill and managed to twist one up freehand. If you know how to roll, you probably remember what some of your first attempts at rolling looked like. It was lopsided and loose as shit and barely held together, but it was smokable. Needless to say, Calvin gave me shit. I wait for a fucking hour and this is the result? He smoked it with me and then zonked out with the TV on. I was feeling drowsy, but I didn't want to give up on this night yet. Both of the joints we'd smoked had a little over 1/2 gram of weed in them, which means I had about 4 grams left. Without the pressure of Uncle Calvin waiting for me, he had passed out, I was able to figure out how to roll using the dollar bill. It was like I had smoked past the point of incapacitation and back to functional again. At least borderline functional. I set myself up on the little table that seems to exist in every hotel room the world over and got to work breaking up the rest of the weed. I decided that to be fair-minded about things and take some of the pressure off of me trying to sample all the different strains, I'd just break all of what I had up into one big pile. It would be one spicy meatball with 5 different ingredients. It would be a mix of sativa and indica, which is what I like anyways. Really, I'm of the opinion that if you're smoking good weed, then weed is weed is weed. Actually, that's not necessarily true. There definitely can be different buzzes with different buds, and there definitely is a difference between sativa and indica. But they both feel great, so I don't really have too much of a preference. Conventional wisdom is that sativa is more of an energetic, creative up kind of high, whereas indica is more of a relaxed, sleepy, stoned kind of high. Some people swear by one or the other. I personally prefer the feeling of an indica high. Indicas can be a little bit sleepy, but I prefer to battle that with some caffeine since the buzz is nicer for me. And in most cases, unless you're in a dispensary and looking at a menu, the bud you're smoking is probably indica, or mostly indica. This is because indicas are easier to grow indoors since they tend to grow shorter and bushier as opposed to sativas being taller and more spread out. They also tend to have denser buds and give bigger yields than sativas. So chances are if you're smoking weed that you bought illegally, you're most likely smoking an indica or an indica-dominant hybrid. Indicas can be crossed with sativas, making a hybrid. Repeat after me, class. Hybrid. But I've gotten off track here. If I remember correctly, I was telling about my layover adventure in Amsterdam. As such, it wasn't much of an adventure. I'd like to say that I went back out into the Amsterdam night, prowling for love or trouble or both, but no. My adventure would be an internal one. I had about 4 grams of high-quality weed left, which to those who aren't in the know is enough for about 8 regular-sized joints or 4 big fat ones. I was planning to go all night, so I decided to go for 8 regular-sized joints. I also made myself some coffee with what was supplied in the room. The weed took a little while to break up as it was very moist and resinous, so it wasn't crumbling apart as easy as it might have. With some overly dry weed, you can basically just crush the nugs into dust and have a sort of instant crumbly powder for your bowl or joint. This was a more meticulous picking and tearing apart, though, into pieces small enough to make for good joints. I rolled the joints up as quickly as I could since it was already well past 1 o'clock. As it turned out, I ended up with 9 joints, using the spillover from the first 8 to twist up one last final gibber. I did consider taking my smoking out into the night, but I worried about getting lost. If I'd had GPS on my phone or been in a touristy area, I might have ventured out. As it was, I settled for wandering around the hotel for a little while, joint in hand. It was a grand old hotel with high ceilings in the hallways and a big, beautiful lobby with a marble floor and staircase. It was big enough that I could wander for a while, and since it was an enclosed environment, I didn't have to worry too much about getting lost. I had a lyric that went, "I wander with extreme concentration, evading escape of a final destination. 'Cause the stairway to heaven is a suicide climb. Destination unknown, but I'm making good time." It was a feeling that while I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing, I knew that I was going somewhere good and doing something positive, or at least that there would be a positive result waiting at the end of my journey. I was content with the world. It didn't matter that I would soon be going back to school and responsibilities and whatever else. In this moment, the world was right and good, and every step was a miracle. Eventually, I found myself back at my room. I had been thoroughly lost and not worried about it one little bit, but my wanderings had led me back to safety. I decided to take advantage of my good fortune and went inside. As it ended up, the hotel room we were in had a pretty nice bathroom and had a big bathtub. I decided to run a bath and hotbox the bathroom until I went blind. I set myself up with my coffee and laid my 8 joints out where they wouldn't get wet. I moved an alarm clock into the bathroom so that I could listen to the radio and turn to some oldies, which were almost exclusively American songs. The bath was hot and felt great. It was an oversized tub, both in length and depth. I soaked and smoked. The first joint went down pretty easily. The second I lit with the roach of the first. It didn't go down quite so smooth, but it went down. I ran some more hot water in the bath and got to work on number 3. My head felt heavy, super dense, but also riddled with holes a la Swiss cheese. There were little smoke gremlins burrowing their way through me, digging me into a pit of sleep. Number 4 got lit. I ran more hot water. Now I was getting a rhythm going. The music was all that was keeping me conscious, and barely so. Number 4 probably burned more in my hand than it did in my lips, but I smoked it down as best I could. Number 5 was lit with much unsteadiness. I fell asleep with it smoldering in my fingers. I woke up the next morning about as disoriented as I've ever been in my entire life. The bath had gone cold in the night, and I'd slept in an awkward position, the porcelain edge of the tub as my pillow. The radio was blaring in Dutch, the morning radio DJ probably giving traffic or weather or maybe inane banter, but it sounded strangely like English, though of course unintelligible to me. The thing about Dutch is that phonetically and rhythmically it's pretty close to English. If you hear a group of Dutch tourists talking in the distance, you might not realize that they're not speaking English until you get close enough to actually understand them. And if a Dutch person learns English, their accent tends to be much better than someone coming from French or Italian, for example. So in my super groggy, still half-high, chilled to the bone waking up state, I had this morning DJ prattling on in Dutch, and the fluorescent lights were still on in the bathroom, and it was quite a surreal Twilight Zone kind of scene trying to stretch out my aching joints and make sense of reality in the cold tub. It took me a second to remember how I had gotten there. I immediately thought of the joints and was heartbroken to see that they had been knocked into the bathtub at some point during my slumber. It was weirdly sad. Like really terrifically sad. Like my relationship with weed had become so special and singular that I actually felt like I had missed out on something critical and special by not having been able to take those last 3 joints down in the peace of my Amsterdam bathtub, even though I had certainly set a personal record for highest I've ever been and had given a valiant effort in a true dyed-in-the-wool stoner fashion. I just felt like I had left money on the table. That fact tied up with the experience and feeling I'd had with my parents the night before, and knowing I was going back to the sober life of a student, had me in a state of despair. It was like my parents' love for me, my joy and my hope, had all drowned in that bathtub. I had a lyric that went, I grew old in an instant, older than I've ever been. Wonder if I'll find a way to being young again. That was what it felt like I had suddenly woken up and found myself grown, too old for childish games but uninterested in adult machination. I knew that the path I was on meant that experiences like I had had the night before would be few and far between if they were to ever come again. It felt like I had been given the chance for one last hurrah and had slept through it. Like I'd had the world by the short and curlies and had simply blown it. This feeling of extreme disappointment, of knowing that the past was gone and never coming back and the future wasn't a place I wanted to be, this is the closest I had ever been to the feeling I now have dangling from the side of this cliff, cold and wet and alone and afraid. No hope, no ambition, ready to be done. Game over. I slept all the way home. Suddenly, I am falling. For a moment, I am no longer cold or in pain. I am only falling. My breath rushes out as I find myself plunging through the air. I drop about 15 feet before I hit the side of the cliff and skid the last 5 into the ocean. When I surface in the blackness, I become tangled in the rope that is still wrapped tightly around one wrist. The rope. The rope that was my ticket to life, however unlikely. The rope has broken. For a moment I think about trying to collect it, as if I could somehow hurl it the 100 feet back to the top of the cliff, where Tom could square knot it back together. Would I have another attempt in me? Could I brave the loneliness of the cliff face once again? It doesn't matter. It isn't an option. I took my swing. I missed. I unwrapped the rope from around my wrist, let it drift away. For the first time since I hit the water, a song comes not only into my head and heart, but across my lips. I sing to myself, barely audible. This is the end, my friend. I don't expect we'll meet again. If we will, I don't know when, so goodbye forever, or goodbye until then. The song was about a proverbial demon who had haunted a man so long that it had come to be looked upon as a friend, but it was time to say goodbye, time to start anew. I wonder for the first time if the song isn't about the fresh start of a rebirth, but about a suicide, because demons don't just go away. No matter how much cognitive behavioral therapy or meditation or support from family and friends, demons stick around. They sink their teeth in and hang on with the tenacity of a starving pit bull. Sure, you can fight them, but the fight never ends. You cannot claim victory, only stalemate. Maintaining a stalemate can be exhausting. The only way to destroy this particular soul-sucking parasite is to cut the life off at the source. I think I am crying. I can't be sure. I'm not sobbing or anything, I just feel my face go slack. No gritted teeth, no furrowed brow, only a couple leaking eyes adding a dash of seasoning to the ocean's deadly brew. I feel sorry for myself. This isn't fair. If I am to go down, it should be with a mighty fight. The sky should crack and horizon shake with the tremors of the struggle. Instead, I've been lashing out at elements that seem to see this as little more than a game. They toy with me. Not only do they not bend a knee to the glory of my struggle, they hardly seem to notice me squirming beneath their collective boot heel. I am so cold. I am so tired. If I could just lie down and close my eyes for a moment, I would gladly let death carry me away. If it could be over in an instant, I am ready for that instant. But at the thought of sinking beneath the surface, feeling the last seconds of my life tick off as my lungs strain, of willing myself not to lunge upwards yet again, or maybe not being able to resist just one more attempt, but finding my limbs finally unwilling, this feeling numbs me with fear. My death will be lonely and terrifying. I will know it is coming, know it has finally arrived, and knowing that is the worst feeling I can imagine, because there is nothing lonelier than death, and it circles me, sharpening its scythe, enjoying the show before the grand finale. The wave crashes, the whirlpool spins. I jumpstart my creaking hips and shoulders, will myself to move towards the speck of life a million miles away. I cannot swim hard enough to keep up with the whirlpool's pull. It pulls me under. I wonder if this is it, but then the dragging current is past and I am once again straining for the surface. Once again, I find my way to oxygen in another round of struggle. Maybe there's a chance I can survive until morning. Maybe dawn is just over the horizon. Maybe. No. Over the horizon there is only darkness, and more darkness lined up to take its turn. Dawn is not even in the building, much less ready to take center stage. I hear the next wave approaching. I flail through the water, trying to get myself in position for the next cycle, and suddenly I feel a grip on my leg. It is like a bear trap attached to a hydraulic arm, dragging me down and back through the water. For a moment it is only surprising. Am I hallucinating? No. The shark. The shark is back. The shark has a hold of my leg, and then the shark is gone, and then I feel the pain in my leg. This is a different kind of pain. This isn't dull and diffuse. This isn't the blunt thump of a club. This is the razor's edge of a jagged-ass set of teeth. I try to use the leg. I can still effectively kick through the water, but it hurts like hell. Now I will bleed and he will wait. I remember from my nature programs that sharks tend to attack and wound and then retreat. They don't go for the jugular, they simply open up a vein and then soak in the blood and enjoy the anticipation. Perhaps this is a blessing. Perhaps I will now simply lose consciousness, pass out from blood loss instead of feeling myself sinking, lungs straining, death smiling. The gash in my lower calf hurts terribly. It is par for the course. I am unmoved. The scene has become surreal. I am losing blood, feeling woozy. A lyric comes to mind. Sometimes when I dream of dying. I wake up crying. Sometimes when I dream of living forever. Seems it's finally now or never. Never has arrived, now is receding into the distance. I long for something solid, and the rocks won't do. The rocks are full of hate and menace, but the ocean floor would feel good beneath my feet. I would close my eyes and pretend I had survived, and will myself to believe it until the last spark went out. Because that was the thing about being a dreamer. There was always a spark. And like many cliches, the idea of a single spark starting a blazing inferno was as true as could be. Of course, a spark could be extinguished in an instant, and it had to be guarded vigilantly and vehemently. But this was what dreaming was about. If my spark was to go out, it would be on my terms. I would not let it blow away to wink out in the distance. I would cradle it close to my heart and let its tiny glow warm me to the end. I have made up my mind. It seems it's finally now or never. The wave crashes. I duck beneath, surface, swim towards the center of the whirlpool. I feel stronger than I ever have, like I am an integral part of the unstoppable stampede and will be carried along by its sheer momentum, whatever confronts me. And I reach the vortex of the spinning waters. And then I am underwater. I am going down, down, down. My life does not flash before my eyes. Only an image of my mother in tears, my father catatonic. Will it ruin their lives? Will my brother ever forgive himself? I reach the ocean floor. I feel like I've descended 100 feet, but it's probably more like 50. Death is everywhere. Life is far away, if it is anywhere at all. Now or never. Now or never. Now or never. And then I decide. Now. I plant my feet on the ocean floor and push off in what I hope is the direction of shore. Having a solid surface to launch from propels me forward, giving me my first advantage in this last dash. I notice there is no current this deep. I have a chance. Fuck me sideways, I have a chance. I am moving smoothly through the water, trailing blood and dreams into wake that is gone as soon as it appears. But I am moving through the water. I skim along the bottom, keeping the sandy foundation inches from my chest. I will my jellied limbs to do the work of iron. Somehow they respond. This is it. This is the moment. I will swim until my lungs burst. I will swim for life. Make or break. Do or die, fight or flight, all the marbles, the whole enchilada, the fucking universe beckoning me forward, still believing I might get it done. And then I feel the spark. What had been a wall of water coming to drown it 1,000 times over suddenly reveals itself as a wall of rocket fuel, come to turn my spark into a beautiful blaze. I swim for my father. I swim for my mother. I swim for my brother. I swim for my life. I scream inside, ramming speed. If death wants me, I'm going to come at him head on. I'm going to hit him like a club. He will remember my name, if only for going out in style. I feel the pressure building in my lungs. Any moment now, I am slowing, and then the surface. My head emerges from the behemoth ocean, gasping, my feet in the sandy silt. I can touch. I have survived. It is all I can do to fall in the direction of the shore. I push my way through the water. My shoulders emerge, my chest, my waist, my knees. I drop to all fours and crawl the final 20 feet, collapse in the whispering surf. I am so tired, so tired. I look around for my brother. Is he still up on the cliff? Has he gone in search of more rope? Is he taken off through the night in an attempt to reach civilization, a helicopter, a rescue? I don't know. In this moment, it doesn't matter. I am so tired. A lyric comes to mind. Sleep fast, sleep tight. Sleep if you can through the night. Sleep deep, sleep strong, but don't you sleep too long. Tomorrow is coming, come what may. Tomorrow is another day. I wake up with my brother shaking me urgently. You're alive, he says. Fucking A, I manage to respond. Are you okay? Okay enough. I was really worried, man. I thought for sure. Nah, I'm okay. Hard to kill. Yes, fuck yes. Woo! My brother howls. We have to celebrate. We have some weed in the tent. You want to get high? Fucking A.